Minato is our typical protagonist awakened, marked with the legendary hero crest, but still weak as hell. No flashy powers, no plot armor, just straight up L's every day. While the other kids flex their abilities, he's stuck getting clowned, mocked, and bullied like some nobody. Everyone thinks he's a joke. But just when he's about to die, the shadows of the legendary founders, those myth-tier hunters who saved the world 100 years ago, wake up from their eternal nap. And they pick Minato. Now he's got the OG legends in his corner, whispering cheat codes in his ear. But this ain't some soft hero glow-up. Minato's not here to smile and wave, he's here to throw hands, break faces, and rewrite his destiny with pure rage and grind. Watch out. He's like Deku from My Hero Academia, if Deku stopped crying and started clapping back. If you're feeling the hype, let's diving into the story. The story begins with a Tower of Malevolent, also known as the Harbinger of Disaster. One day, it suddenly appeared around the world. Numerous monsters emerge from the tower, and people become hopeless against them as humankind reaches the brink of extinction. Then, the first generation of the awareness appears, known as the Founders. They are the ones who suppress the monsters from leaving the tower. Eventually, they conquer and destroy the tower. This marks humanity's first victory against the invasion from another dimension. The Founders, who saved the world, are hailed as heroes. Their legacies are commemorated at the Mausoleum of the Founders. 100 years later, a small boy named Kanagi Minato is seen. He loves reading about legends in the library. He reads about extraordinary and genius people who achieve rare feats. In his time, such people are regarded as legends or mere fairy tales of awakeners. Inspired by them, Minato wishes to become one of them and have his name recorded in history. Minato discovers the sign of the Chosen Ones on his hand. A mysterious crest appears before him, a mark of destiny shared by the greatest awakeners. With this symbol, he makes a vow to become a hunter worthy of standing among the legends, just as the Founders once did. But reality is cruel. When Minato applies to the Hunter's Academy, he faces a devastating setback. He fails the qualification test. While all of his classmates pass with ease, he is the only one left behind. The moment the notification appears on his phone, a hollow feeling spreads in his chest. Around him, his peers erupt in celebration, laughing and cheering as they make plans for their future. Yet Minato is not invited to join them. Instead, they mock him, treating him as if he is nothing more than an outsider. They do not see him as an awakener, only as a failure. When they organize a party to celebrate their success, they don't ask him to join, they only ask him to clean up their trash. It is said that as long as someone awakens and writes down their name, they will automatically pass the qualification test. Yet, for some unknown reason, this does not apply to Minato. He has been failing for 3 consecutive years. Each time, he arrives with renewed hope, only to leave as a disappointment. His repeated failures earn him a cruel reputation. He is no longer just a rejected applicant, is a disgrace to the qualification test itself. Now, Minato stands at the edge of his final chance. Every hunter has 3 years after awakening to pass the test, and this is his last opportunity. But with another failure looming over him, he begins to doubt whether he was ever meant to be a hunter. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot understand why he keeps failing. His written test scores are perfect. His aura control has been meticulously trained. He even bears a crest, a mark that should prove his worth. Yet, none of these efforts matter. Frustration builds inside him as he stares at the crest on his hand. The very thing that should have marked him as special has done nothing for him. As doubt consumes him, Minato begins to see the crest not as a symbol of power, but as a meaningless scar. Despite everything, Minato still holds on to his dream of becoming like the Founders. No matter how much he struggles, no matter how many times he fails, he refuses to let go of that desire. That is why he continues to put in his best efforts, even though they always seem to be in vain. One day, while he is lost in thought during class, someone suddenly calls his attention. The voice snaps him out of his thoughts, reminding him that he needs to be at the school gate. He had completely forgotten about it. Panic sets in as he rushes out of the classroom. The moment he reaches the gate, a crowd is already waiting. People are shouting at him for delaying someone important. Confused and slightly breathless from running, Minato looks ahead only to see none other than Hizaki Hensei standing there, arms crossed, staring at him with cold amusement. Hizaki Hensei, an A-level hunter, respected and admired by many. Broadcasters and reporters surround him, filming his every move. Today, Hizaki is visiting the school for a documentary about his past this former academy. Cameras flash as he prepares to showcase the place where his journey began. Minato and Hizaki once enrolled together in the Hunter's Academy, 3 years ago. But their paths could not have been more different. From the very start, Hizaki was a genius. He dominated every subject, outshining everyone around him. No one could match him in skill, intelligence, or talent. He was always at the top of the class, setting records that others could only dream of. Minato, however, was different. He had no achievements, no recognition, and perhaps for that reason, Hizaki targeted him. For as long as Minato can remember, Hizaki has bullied him. No matter how much time has passed, That has never changed. Even now, despite being a famous hunter, Hizaki continues to look down on him. And today is no exception. In front of the cameras, in front of the entire crowd, Hizaki makes an unexpected request. He tells Minato to stay by his side throughout the entire filming of the documentary. This request worries Minato, as he does not understand why Hizaki still needs him. To Minato's greatest shock, during his interview with the broadcasters, Hizaki mentions Minato's name and talks about how they were classmates. He goes on to explain how Minato has struggled with grades and admission, even claiming that he gave Minato advice and helped him financially. However, this is a complete lie. Hizaki was the one who bullied Minato and took his money back then. Minato never sees this coming and wonders why Hizaki would lie about him just to appear as a good person. Since the broadcasters have no idea that Hizaki is lying, they expect Minato to say a few words of appreciation for Hizaki's supposed kindness. At first, Minato does not want to say anything, but knowing what Hizaki is capable of, he realizes he has no choice. Forcing a fake smile, he thanks Hizaki for his supposed help. However, as he speaks, his mind feels rotten with frustration. After that, Hizaki takes the broadcasters with him to show them the trophies he has won over the years. As they follow him, they ask if Minato's name should be included in the video, but Hizaki immediately tells them to remove it. Minato overhears this but stays silent, knowing that in this world, even an evil person will have people on their side as long as they have the power to become a hunter. Later, Hizaki tells Minato to meet him at the mausoleum of the founders after school. Minato, fearful, questions why he should go. In response, Hizaki asks if he wants a chance to retake the examination. Surprised, Minato quickly answers that he does, so Hizaki tells him that he will talk to the association on his behalf. Minato never expects such a favor from Hizaki and asks why he is willing to help. Hizaki simply replies that he is doing it to boost his popularity. Hizaki explains that the final scene of the documentary will be filmed at the mausoleum and tells Minato to come there so they can discuss his re-examination after the shoot. Then, Hizaki leaves, and Minato is left thinking. He wonders if accepting Hizaki's help is the right choice. On one hand, he really wants to retake the examination. On the other, he hates the idea of being used to increase Hizaki's popularity. However, after thinking it over, he realizes that no matter the situation, this is still a chance for him to take the exam again. Hizaki stands before the people at the mausoleum of the founders, making a grand pledge to protect humanity for the future. His words are met with admiration, and as soon as the scene is completed, the broadcasters pack up and leave. Once they are gone, Hizaki turns away and walks toward his group instead. Minato, still present, watches carefully, feeling uncertain about what is happening. The two men who always accompany Hizaki move to an old underground cover and open it. Minato, confused, wonders what they are doing. Hizaki then reveals that they are going underground to search for treasure from the dead bodies of the founders who passed away long ago. Minato is shocked. He feels that disturbing the dead is a great disrespect, but Hizaki does not care. To him, the bodies of the founders no longer hold any value, and if there is treasure to be found, they can all become rich overnight. Minato cannot accept this. He remembers how he had always admired the founders, reading about their incredible achievements and dreaming of becoming like them. He cannot stand the thought of betraying their legacy. Anger builds inside him. He thought he and Hizaki shared the same goal of becoming great hunters and making history, but now he sees that Hizaki is nothing like him. The anger fuels Minato, and without thinking, he rushes toward Hizaki, ready to attack him with a punch. However, before he can land a hit, Hizaki counterattacks with a powerful punch of his own. The force is so strong that Minato is sent flying backward, coughing out a large amount of blood. The pain is unbearable, and for a moment, he feels as though he is on the brink of death. Meanwhile, Hizaki's men search through the remains and finally find a bag among the dead bodies. They quickly bring it to Hizaki, who opens it with excitement. As soon as he sees the treasure inside, along with the powerful mana radiating from the items, he realizes that he may never have to work again in his life. Minato, still struggling to breathe, sees this and tries to warn Hizaki not to touch the sacred items. However, his voice is too weak to be heard. Hizaki then turns to Minato and begins to reveal his true intentions. He tells Minato that he has been using him all along to accomplish his plan. The promise of a re-examination was a complete lie, only meant to lure him to the mausoleum. Now, Hizaki plans to make Minato disappear. He declares that he will tell the world that Minato was the one who stole the treasures, making him the villain in the eyes of the public. He even boasts that his version of the story will be on the top of the news the very next day. Without any hesitation, Hizaki lifts Minato's weakened body and throws him into the ocean. The cold water engulfs Minato as he sinks deeper and deeper. Helpless, he feels his life slipping away. His dreams of becoming a hunter, all the hard work he put into training, everything he worked for, it all seems to be in vain. As his consciousness fades, sadness fills his heart, knowing that his story is ending like this. Suddenly, mysterious creatures appear in the depths of the ocean. They surround Minato's body, carrying him further into the abyss. These creatures, known as the heroic spirits, have been sealed in that place for ages. They whisper among themselves, deciding that Minato will become their vessel, the one to grant their wishes. Though Minato is barely conscious, he can hear their voices. However, he does not understand who they are. Bright lights surround him, and he wonders if these spirits are connected to the founders in some way. At that moment, one of the spirits begins to speak, explaining the meaning of the crest on Minato's hand. It is revealed that the crest represents nothingness by itself, it holds no power. However, on the other hand, it has the potential to manifest abilities beyond imagination. As Minato listens, several figures appear before him. These are the heroic spirits, each representing the pinnacle of a different art or skill. They tell Minato that he must choose one of them to form a contract with. Whoever he selects will grant him their power. Minato thinks about the power Hizaki possesses, and how he himself has been powerless for so long. He does not just want power equal to Hizaki's, he wants something far greater. He wants a strength so overwhelming that no one can ever humiliate him again. He does not want to be limited to just one heroic spirit's ability. Instead, without hesitation, he declares that he wants them all. The heroic spirits hesitate, refusing to grant such a reckless request. However, Minato has endured too much. He cannot afford to be patient any longer. With sheer determination, he lunges forward into the midst of the spirits, forcing all of them to merge into his body. A tremendous force erupts around him as the power of countless heroic spirits surges within him. Not long after Hizaki and his men think they have gotten rid of Minato, something unbelievable happens. Before they can even leave the ocean's edge, Minato suddenly emerges from the water and lands on the ground. Everyone is shocked to see him alive. Hizaki assumes that Minato has somehow managed to crawl back to shore. Without wasting time, he orders his men to finish him off immediately and make sure to cut off his head so that he will never return to the mausoleum again. One of the men steps forward, ready to attack. But to his surprise, Minato simply picks up a stick from the ground. Seeing this, the man laughs, wondering how Minato plans to fight them with just a stick. Still, he charges at Minato with his sword, expecting an easy victory. However, the moment his sword clashes against Minato's stick, something shocking happens. He is the one who gets injured instead. He stumbles back, holding his wounded arm, unable to understand what just happened. The second man, realizing that something is strange, decides to use his magic against Minato. He starts chanting an incantation, preparing to unleash a powerful spell. But before he can even finish his chant, Minato has already struck him with his own magic. Unlike his attacker, Minato does not need to use any incantations. The second man is sent flying, completely stunned by what just happened. He cannot believe that Minato has cast a spell without even chanting a single word. At that moment, Hizaki's eyes widen in realization. He suddenly remembers the stories of the founders, those legendary warriors from the past. There was once a great swordsman among them who cut down an army of 10,000 men with nothing but a stick. Another was a powerful wizard who could cast any magic without the need for incantations. The abilities Minato is displaying are exactly like those of the legendary founders. However, in the present era, those tales have long been considered nothing more than myths or fairy tales. Most people have stopped believing that the founders' powers are real. But now, the Awakeners, the powerful spirits that have been in slumber inside the mausoleum, have chosen Minato as their vessel. The treasures that Hizaki has stolen belong to them, and now, their souls dwell within Minato's body. With newfound confidence, Minato turns to face Hizaki. His voice is calm but firm as he speaks. He declares that Hizaki's name will not be forgotten. However, it will not be remembered in the way Hizaki wants. Instead, Minato promises that Hizaki will be remembered eternally for the betrayal and greed that lead to his downfall. At the same time, Minato himself will rise, not only as an awakener but as someone whose name will be recorded in history. He will be remembered as none other than a hero. Minato remains in disbelief at the sheer power of his crest of nothingness. The fact that he has absorbed the souls of the legendary founders into his body astonishes him. Despite the immense number of souls residing within him, he senses that there is still enough space for all of them. He can hear them within his mind, calmly organizing their boundaries within his soul. Fortunately, Minato has spent years memorizing the legends of these founders. Now, with their souls inside him, he has access to their skills and abilities. However, while they dwell within him, they begin making bets amongst themselves, curious to see which one of them will ultimately take control of Minato's body in the end. Among them is Hinoki, the legendary swordsman who once single-handedly struck down an army of 10,000 soldiers. Now existing within Minato, Hinoki addresses him directly, questioning what he plans to do next. Minato assumes that he is referring to Hizaki, but Hinoki clarifies that he is speaking about something else entirely. He directs Minato's attention to a shadowy figure looming behind Hizaki. The moment Minato lays eyes on it, he immediately recognizes the threat. Wasting no time, he launches a magical attack towards the figure before it can strike. However, Hizaki misinterprets Minato's movement and assumes that he is targeting him instead. As Hizaki prepares to block Minato's attack, Minato swiftly delivers a powerful punch to Hizaki's cheek, knocking him aside and clearing his path to the real enemy. Hizaki crashes to the ground, his cheek already swollen from the impact. Meanwhile, the demon lurking behind Hizuki fully manifests itself at the mausoleum. Its overwhelming presence spreads throughout the entire city. The immense pressure of its aura is so intense that even A-rank and B-rank hunters, who are considered elite, struggle to withstand it. The force of the demon's energy is so great that it drives them to their knees, making them bow their heads involuntarily. The wind howls violently, shaking the very foundation of the city. Many believe that what they are sensing must be the presence of an S-rank monster. Hizaki, still reeling from Minato's attack, finally turns around to see what is behind him. The moment his eyes land on the demon, sheer terror overtakes him. He has no idea how such a monstrous being appeared so suddenly. Fear grips him as he wonders where it came from. Minato then explains to him that the demon had always been inside the mausoleum, sealed away for centuries. However, the moment Hizuki broke into the mausoleum and disturbed the sacred artifacts, he unknowingly undid the seal. By stealing the treasures, he had unintentionally released the demon that had been imprisoned there. Inside Minato's body, Hinoki supports his claim, adding further insight into the demon's origins. He explains that some demons from the tower managed to survive by entering a dormant state, avoiding detection for centuries. This particular demon is known as the embodiment of emptiness, a stacked-head tiger estimated to be even more dangerous than an S-rank threat. Hinoki elaborates that during their time, such creatures were common, but this one, in particular, is a living disaster, capable of killing thousands within a few kilometers just with its poisonous aura. Observing the fear among the modern hunters, Hinoki notes how much weaker humanity has become. What was once a common enemy in his era now sends elite hunters trembling in fear, unable to stand against its sheer presence. Hizuki, realizing the magnitude of the threat, panics and tries to flee before he can be killed. However, Minato warns him against running, explaining that the demon can see everything. It has eyes covering its entire head, and will instantly target anyone who moves carelessly. But Hizuki refuses to believe Minato, thinking it's just a ploy to keep him from escaping. The moment Hizuki takes another step, the demon raises one of its branch-like limbs and lashes out at him. Desperate, Hizuki swings his sword to defend himself, but instead of cutting through, he only grazes the branch, and in an instant, he is pierced by its toxic claws. He screams in agony, his body writhing in pain as the venom spreads rapidly, killing him almost immediately. Minato watches in silence, seeing at Hizuki's foolishness. He should have just listened. Now, fully aware of the threat before him, Minato turns his focus back to the demon. Inside his mind, Hinoki, seeing that Minato is flowing well with him, suddenly makes a bold offer. He asks Minato to lend him full control of his body, so that he can unleash his full strength and use all of his legendary skills. However, Hinoki has another motive. If given the chance, he plans to seize Minato's body entirely while the other founders are distracted. Minato considers this for a moment before agreeing, but as soon as he does, the other founders immediately take notice. A heated argument erupts inside Minato's mind as they begin dragging Hinoki back, demanding to know why he tried to negotiate with Minato behind their backs. Seeing the chaos inside himself, Minato raises his voice and addresses all of them at once. He declares that he is willing to lend his body to all of them, but only under one condition. He must surpass them all. A stunned silence follows. The founders, who had once ruled the battlefield, are shocked by Minato's ambition. But Minato has planned this all along. He sees this as the perfect opportunity to test his limits. If he can match their strength and master their abilities, he will become stronger than any of them ever were. However, he warns them that if they want to borrow his body, they must be ready to give him everything they have in return. After a brief moment, the founders grin in excitement. They accept his challenge. One by one, they begin passing down their knowledge, teaching him their skills and talents at an overwhelming speed. Back in reality, Minato activates multiple fighting styles at once, switching between them fluidly as he engages the demon in relentless combat. He assaults it from every angle, leaving it no room to breathe, forcing it on the defensive. The onlookers can barely process what they're witnessing. Minato is shifting between techniques with inhuman precision, wielding the power of multiple legends at once. Eventually, after an intense battle, he finishes the demon off with Hinoki's signature one-handed sword technique, a single devastating slash that cuts through the demon's entire body in an instant. The news reaches Ikihara Midori, the world's strongest awakener, that a student of the Hunter Academy has defeated the S+ rank demon. Surprised, Midori asks to meet the student, who is Minato. Midori immediately contacts a student, suspecting that he might be the one who defeated the demon. However, the student denies it and claims that Minato Kanagi is the one responsible. Midori finds it hard to believe because he has heard rumors that Minato has failed the hunter's exam 3 years in a row. The next day, while Minato is at school, he cleans the corridor and overhears other students discussing the demon that was defeated the previous day. As he listens, a student passes by and, out of jealousy, intentionally pushes Minato to the ground. Minato falls and wonders why no one believes he is the one who defeated the demon. All the rumors he hears that day focus on the incident, but none acknowledge his role in it. Minato knows he was the one who actually defeated the demon. However, he had lent his body to the founders, causing his body to be painfully torn apart as a recoil effect. Because of this, when he falls, he struggles to get up. Hinoki steps in to help him, offering a hand and reminding him of his determination to surpass everyone. He encourages Minato not to give up. Motivated by Hinoki's words, Minato summons all his strength and manages to stand up. The students around him mock him, unaware of what he is truly going through. Meanwhile, Hinoki observes the situation and realizes that the level of awakeners in Minato's era is too low. He even considers their hunters to be no stronger than ordinary humans. This makes him think that if the tower were to appear at that moment, the world would face immediate destruction since the hunters are not strong enough to handle it. Minato notices Hinoki's reaction and asks if something is wrong, but Hinoki dismisses his concern. At the same time, Hinoki senses a tremendous aura nearby. Just then, someone rushes over, calling for Minato with urgency. Hearing this, Minato assumes he is being summoned to receive his resignation letter. Since he has failed the hunter's test multiple times, he believes he has exhausted all his chances. The hunter's qualification test can only be taken through the training academy, so if he wants to try again, he will have to start over from the general admission slot. To Minato's greatest shock, he is informed that he has been called to the field for a re-examination. He is stunned upon hearing this, and the students around him are equally surprised, as they have never heard of such an exception being made before. Seeing this as a rare opportunity, Minato knows he must give his best effort, even though his body is far from being in perfect condition. The decision to allow Minato to retake the test is made despite the low expectations of the examiners. They do not believe he will pass this time either. However, to their absolute astonishment, Minato surpasses all existing records by more than double. This leaves everyone speechless, their mouths agape in shock. His speed is so incredible that some begin to question whether he is even human. Minato himself is taken aback by his performance. He wonders if the founders are still lending him their power at that moment. However, Hinoki responds that they are not helping him at all this time. This realization only deepens Minato's confusion about his own abilities. Soon after, all of Minato's record-breaking test results are collected and sent to the headmaster's office. Midori is present with the headmaster when the results arrive. As they review them, the headmaster cannot hide his initial skepticism about giving Minato another chance. However, after seeing the astonishing improvements in Minato's physical abilities and his immeasurable magic capacity compared to his past failures, even he is left in disbelief. Despite this, Midori remains unconvinced. He insists on seeing Minato's performance in other areas before acknowledging his growth. As a result, Minato proceeds to take the magic measurement test. Before starting, he is asked if he understands how the test works. He does not, so the examiners explain that he must use his magic to spin the giant fans in front of him. He has 30 seconds, and the number of rotations will determine his score. Minato remembers how, in the past 3 years, he was completely unable to move these fans. He had struggled to control his mana because he could not even sense it. However, now he can feel it flowing inside him. The energy starts from his right foot, moves upward into his body, circulates within him, and then returns to his right foot. He realizes that he can accelerate this cycle through his breathing and even release the gathered energy through the palm of his right hand. As Minato attempts to spin the fans, at first, the device starts registering the rotations normally. However, as he continues, the speed increases to an extreme level. The numbers on the display become unreadable, and even the coordinator loses track of the count. Suddenly, without warning, the fans explode, and intense flames engulf the testing area. The explosion is so powerful that students and spectators flee in panic, running for their lives. Even inside the headmaster's office, both the headmaster and Midori can feel the heat from the flames. At this moment, Midori is thoroughly impressed by Minato's performance. He acknowledges that Minato's abilities are remarkable, almost identical to his own when he took the test in the past. Seeing this level of power, Midori considers Minato to be the best candidate after himself. Without hesitation, Midori confidently declares that Minato has passed the hunter examination. The news spreads rapidly throughout the school and beyond. Everyone learns that Minato has not only passed but has set new records in every test he took. His achievements surpass all expectations. Minato feels immense gratitude toward his body, realizing that an incredible power has been hidden within him all along. He never imagined that he had such potential inside him. However, Hinoki is not surprised by the results. He has always expected Minato to achieve something extraordinary. For him, Minato's success is only natural. The true reason behind Minato's awakened strength lies in the fact that he once lent his body to the founders. This process allowed his hidden potential to emerge. Now, Hinoki explains to Minato that he is no longer just an ordinary person with the crest of nothingness. He also reveals that he has been searching for Minato for a long time, having recognized his immense potential. He believes that Minato could be the one to fulfill their long-awaited goal. While Minato is still standing outside, a sudden, overwhelming aura washes over him. A bright light flashes before his eyes, signaling an immense presence nearby. Hinoki immediately recognizes this as the same aura he had sensed earlier. Moments later, Midori appears before them. Minato is shocked by Midori's arrival. He has heard countless stories about him. Midori is known as the legend of their era, the strongest awakener. Minato cannot understand why someone of such status has come to see him. However, Midori goes ahead and extends his hand for a handshake, and Minato feels honored to shake his hand. Then, he congratulates Minato on passing the hunter's examination. However, he tells Minato that he has one more additional test for him, where he asks Minato to hit him once. This shocks Minato as he wonders how that is possible for him. Midori is a 23-year-old man who became a full-fledged hunter when he was just 9 years old. Even at such a young age, he was already recognized as the world's strongest hunter. No one could deny his power, as he was capable of turning thousands of demons into ashes in an instant. With just a tiny fraction of his strength, he could easily eliminate weak demons and even skilled hunters without any effort. It is said that Midori single-handedly put an end to the pandemonium outbreak that occurred 10 years ago, as well as the Kyushu outbreak 5 years later. Because of these extraordinary achievements, he is widely known as a living singularity in existence beyond human limits. Hearing all of this, Minato cannot help but wonder why someone as powerful as Midori would approach an ordinary person like him and even know his name. However, Midori explains the rules of the special test. If Minato can land a single hit on him within 1 minute, he will win. But even if he fails, there will be no punishment. To make the test more challenging, Midori also states that he will attack Minato once every 10 seconds. At this moment, Hinoki offers to assist Minato by asking him to lend his body once again, so he can help him land the hit. Meanwhile, Midori allows Minato to use any skill he wants. To make things fair, he promises not to use any of his own skills at all. Not only that, but he also offers Minato any weapon of his choice, ensuring that he has the best possible chance of success. A large selection of weapons is brought before Minato, and he is given the option to pick whichever one he prefers. Minato remains in shock. He struggles to understand why this additional test is happening, especially after already proving himself in the previous exams. He recalls Midori's earlier statement that his body is sharper than any blade and harder than any weapon. Striking him even once seems almost impossible. However, Hinoki is prepared to face Midori in battle, knowing that his strength is on par with the Founder's. Minato accepts the challenge and prepares to fight Midori. As soon as the countdown begins, the battle starts. Hinoki expects Minato to lend him his body, but Minato chooses not to. Instead, he decides to face Midori alone. He believes that if he truly wants to become a legend, he cannot continue relying on the power of the Founders. He must achieve greatness with his own strength. As the fight begins, Midori effortlessly dodges Minato's attacks while casually checking his phone. This shocks the spectators, who cannot believe how relaxed he is in the middle of a battle. However, some students notice the sheer force behind Minato's strikes. If an ordinary hunter were to receive those attacks, the damage would be severe. Even Minato is surprised by his own movements. He realizes that he can control his body exactly how he wants, and despite his rapid motions, he does not feel fatigued at all. This makes him wonder if his improved physical abilities are a side effect of lending his body to the Founders. He also senses that his body itself is changing, in ways he does not fully understand. 10 seconds pass, and as promised, Midori launches his counterattack. With just the tip of one finger, he pushes forward toward Minato's forehead. Minato barely manages to dodge in time. If he had failed to evade the attack, his head would have been destroyed instantly. At that moment, Minato realizes he must recall the feeling he had when he awakened his strong self. With this in mind, he makes another attempt to strike Midori with his sword. This time, his speed increases so dramatically that everyone watching is stunned, including Midori himself. The cameras struggle to keep up with their movements, forcing Midori to dodge at an even faster pace. Meanwhile, Minato quickly analyzes the situation. He understands that if he wants to defeat an S-rank opponent, his sword must be faster than ever before. However, as his speed increases, he notices something strange. The atmosphere around them begins to shift. He wonders if this phenomenon has something to do with the conditions needed to activate a hidden ability, but then he considers the possibility that the test organizers might simply be trying to keep something secret from the spectators. Despite all his efforts, Minato refuses to give up and continues trying to land a hit on Midori. However, every attempt proves futile. Midori's small counterattacks alone are enough to send Minato flying backward, slamming him into the walls with enough force to make blood spill from his mouth. Yet, Minato does not feel discouraged. Instead, he acknowledges his own progress. He knows that if he were still in his previous state, those same attacks would have killed him instantly. Facing the strongest hunter has already given him valuable experience, and he recognizes that he is growing stronger through this battle. As the fight continues, Minato gradually comes to terms with reality. He sees that defeating Midori is impossible for him at this stage. However, he does not regret the fight. He feels grateful for the opportunity to test his limits and expand his abilities. As the final seconds pass, his body reaches its limit, and he collapses onto the ground, exhausted and unable to move. Even Midori silently acknowledges Minato's potential. During their fight, Minato had used a single tactic so well that Midori himself barely had time to register it. Though Minato is still far from reaching his level, Midori recognizes that he is undeniably a genius. After the battle, Midori makes a call, requesting to head back. As he speaks, he considers expressing his disappointment in Minato. However, before he can finish his sentence, Minato suddenly stands back up. Without hesitation, he declares that Midori must not say he is disappointed in him. What Midori does not realize at first is that Minato is no longer in control of his own body. Hinoki, sensing Minato's exhaustion, has taken over. Now, using Minato's body, he confidently tells Midori that they should continue playing for a little longer. This unexpected turn of events catches Midori completely off guard. Midori never expects the situation to change so drastically. One moment, he is controlling the pace of the battle, and the next, everything shifts. Minato, now under Hinoki's control, moves with terrifying precision, and Midori's eyes widen in shock. His mouth parts slightly as he quickly realizes that this is no longer the same fight. Minato's speed and power have skyrocketed to an entirely new level. His movements are sharper, his reflexes nearly instantaneous, and his swordsmanship has completely transformed. His slashes are no longer predictable or easy to read. Each strike comes at an angle Midori has never seen before, making it nearly impossible to anticipate his next move. Deep inside his own mind, Minato remains conscious, watching in disbelief as his own body fights like a monster. Every step, every motion is far beyond anything he has ever achieved on his own. The sheer force behind his swings makes the air around them scream with pressure. For the first time, Midori feels himself being pushed back. His instincts sharpen as he is forced to focus all of his attention on the battle. He can no longer afford to test Minatothis has become a fight where a single misstep could lead to serious injury. The overwhelming clash of power shakes the entire area. Students who were watching from a safe distance now flee in terror, unable to handle the intense aura radiating from the battlefield. Those who remain standing begin to regret their decision as the pressure alone makes their legs tremble. The fight only grows more terrifying. Minato's slashes become even more chaotic, unpredictable, and relentless. Midori barely manages to keep up, blocking and dodging by the slimmest margins. The sheer power behind Minato's blade causes shockwaves with each strike, sending debris flying in all directions. The students who dare to stay and witness the battle begin to question whether what they are seeing is even real. The level of speed, strength, and destruction before them far surpasses anything they have ever imagined. Minato's emotions surge as he senses something in Midori's gaze. He's still looking down on him. Even after everything, Midori still does not see him as a true threat. That realization stirs something deep within Minato, fueling Hinoki's fighting spirit even further. Determined to shatter any doubt about their strength, Hinoki pushes Minato's body beyond its limits, ready to unleash everything he has against Midori. But Midori, recognizing the shift in Minato's energy, finally stops holding back. His expression hardens as he activates his skills, his aura surging to new heights. Without hesitation, he takes to the sky, soaring high above the battlefield. From this vantage point, he intends to dominate the fight, refusing to let Minato gain the upper hand. As the battle escalates, even the other founders residing within Minato's body take notice. They watch closely, impressed by Midori's ability to match Hinoki's skill. They had expected Midori to struggle, yet he is keeping up. His strength surpasses even their initial expectations. The intensity of the fight reaches a new peak when Minato, acting under Hinoki's control, seizes a fallen hunter's sword from nearby. The blade gleams under the light as he grips it tightly, preparing to engage Midori in close combat. Midori, in response, adapts instantly. He picks up any weapon within reach: a sword, a pair of battle fans, even a gun, attacking Minato with unrelenting speed. But Minato, faster than ever before, dodges each strike with precision, his movements seamless and fluid. Despite the thrilling clash, a flicker of disappointment appears within Hinoki. Even now, even after pushing Minato's body to its limits, Midori still stands his ground. No matter how much force he applies, Midori refuses to falter. How? Hinoki never anticipated that Midori would be able to withstand everything thrown at him. But then, a realization strikes Hinoki. Another minute has passed. Once again, Midori has extended the fight. He keeps giving them more time, allowing the battle to continue rather than ending it immediately. Whether it's out of curiosity, amusement, or another unknown reason, Midori refuses to put a stop to their fight just yet. Hinoki, unwilling to waste this opportunity, instructs Minato to activate his one-handed sword blade skill and use it in a final attempt to overpower Midori. Minato channels all his strength into a decisive strike, his blade cutting through the air with terrifying force. But just before his sword can make contact, Midori counters. With flawless timing, Midori unleashes a devastating attack of his own, striking before Minato can land his hit. The impact sends a shockwave rippling through the battlefield. Minato refuses to accept defeat. With no other choice left, he makes a split-second decision: he will take one last chance. Abandoning all hesitation, he clenches his fist, putting every ounce of strength into one final punch. With everything on the line, Minato throws his fist toward Midori, determined to see what happens next. The battle between the singularities, Midori and Minato, feels like it lasts forever from the inside. It is a fight for a single, small answer, yet it unfolds like a chess game where both players are equally skilled, making every move carefully and strategically. Minato, determined to end the fight, gathers all his strength for a final punch aimed at Midori. However, Midori unexpectedly catches his hand and, without hesitation, breaks Minato's arm. Then, in a surprising move, Midori takes Minato's other hand and pushes it against his own cheek, making it seem as if Minato has landed a decisive hit. With this, Minato is declared the winner. Minato is confused about why Midori would do such a thing for him, but before he can ask, Midori picks him up in his arms. He intends to take Minato to meet his personal assistant, Rin. When they arrive, Midori lies to Rin, saying that Minato won the fight fair and square. He then asks her to help fix the arm he just broke. Everyone around them is shocked when the official announcement confirms Minato as the victor. Rin gently lowers Minato to the ground and starts tending to his injured arm. While she works, she congratulates him on passing the test. Minato feels proud of his achievement, though he is still processing everything that happened. Midori also praises him, complimenting his attack strategies and how well he dodged throughout the fight. However, Minato knows deep down that those moves were not entirely his own, they were thanks to Hinoki's influence. After their conversation, Minato turns to Midori and asks what comes next now that he has passed the test. This question catches both Midori and Rin off guard. They fall silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Later that day, when Minato arrives home, the news of his victory has already reached his mother. Overjoyed, she immediately heads to the kitchen to prepare food for a celebration. As she cooks, she asks how many guests will be coming to celebrate with him. To her surprise, Minato tells her that only one person will be visiting. She had expected a crowd, considering the significance of his victory. However, what worries her most is the fact that Midori, a well-known figure, will be coming to their home. She wonders how he will perceive their modest house. But Minato reassures her that Midori is not the type of person to judge such things. Earlier in the day, after Midori announces Minato as the winner, he tells him that he will allow him to become one of his comrades. This shocks Minato because he wasn't paying attention when Midori mentioned it before their fight. However, Midori doesn't want to discuss the matter in front of the large crowd watching them. To avoid drawing attention, he suggests visiting Minato later that night to explain the rules he must follow if he wants to join and to reveal who their real enemies are. When Minato gets home that evening, his mind is restless. He keeps thinking about what Midori means by real enemies. As far as he knows, the tower is already destroyed, so he can't understand who Midori is referring to. The uncertainty makes him uneasy. While he is lost in thought, he is suddenly woken up by Hinoki. As he looks up, he sees the other founders standing around him. Confused, he asks why they are there and what they want to tell him. Hinoki then explains that they have made a decision about who will take ownership of his body. Just as Hinoki is about to reveal their decision, the sound of the doorbell ringing interrupts them. Thinking it might be Midori, Minato quickly tells the founders that he will return to them later. However, as he walks toward the door, something strange happens. The entire room suddenly turns dark. His heart pounds as he notices his mother lying unconscious on the floor. Rushing to her side, he tries to wake her, but she doesn't respond. Then, from the corner of his eye, he sees something even more disturbing: a man sitting at their dining table, casually eating the food his mother prepared. Anger surges through Minato as he demands to know who the man is. The stranger, completely unfazed, introduces himself as Heitani Gorowan, S-rank hunter and one of Midori's comrades. After his brief introduction, Heitani stands up, looks Minato in the eyes, and tells him to pack his things. It is time for them to leave. But Minato isn't concerned about Goru's introduction at all. His only worry is his mother. Fear and anger mix inside him as he stares at her motionless body. Without thinking, he lunges at Goru, determined to make him pay. However, Goru, being an expert fighter, effortlessly dodges the attack. He steps back slightly, his eyes narrowing in amusement as he asks if Minato actually intends to challenge him. Minato doesn't bother answering. Instead, his voice rises in frustration as he demands again to know what Goru has done to his mother. Memories flood his mind of his mother's sacrifices, of how she single-handedly raised him and worked tirelessly for his success. The thought of a stranger hurting her ignites a rage inside him that he has never felt before. But even with all his anger, Goru still doesn't seem ready to explain. He stands there, calm and unbothered, as if Minato's fury means nothing to him. Meanwhile, Hinoki watches everything unfold, and his own anger grows. The way Goru acts, arrogance, his disregard for Minato's emotions irritates him. In that moment, Hinoki makes up his mind. Perhaps Goru is the key to understanding how they should deal with Minato from now on. Goru has no idea what is coming until the moment he raises his hand to slap Minato. Just as his palm moves through the air, Minato reacts, instantly grabbing Goru's arm halfway and forcefully pushing him back. The impact is so strong that Goru stumbles, almost falling to the ground. One of the founders watching is shocked. The technique Minato just used is the same as his own skill. Even Goru is stunned, realizing that Minato's abilities are far beyond what he expected. But Minato doesn't care about Goru's surprise. His anger burns stronger as he keeps pressing for answers. He demands again to know why Goru would hurt his mother, and what exactly he has done to her. Finally, Goru sighs and decides to explain. He tells Minato that he poisoned his mother earlier because she was blocking his way when he entered the house. He needed her out of the way, so he used a poison that would put her into a deep sleep. However, he adds with a smirk that if she is lucky, she will only suffer minor side effects when she wakes up. Minato clenches his fists, barely able to contain his rage. He glares at Goru and demands to know why they would harm his mother when they supposedly wanted him to be their comrade. But that is when Goru finally reveals the truth. With a cold smile, he tells Minato that he has been deceived. They never intended to make him their comrade. Instead, their real plan is to turn him into nothing more than a puppet doll that follows their every command without question. Goru smirks and, without warning, extends his fingernails, piercing Minato's cheek. At first, Minato doesn't feel anything, but as he steps back, a burning sensation spreads across his face. His skin stings, and purple veins pulse from his cheek down to his neck, spreading like wildfire. Goru chuckles and finally reveals what he has done. He has poisoned Minato. He boasts that his body has the ability to produce countless poisons, each deadlier than the last. Then, with a smug expression, he gives Minato an ultimatum. If Minato agrees to join their organization, Goru will grant him the antidote. But if he refuses, the poison will only worsen. However, to Goru's utter shock, Minato does not beg for his life. Instead, he turns inward and speaks to one of the founders within him, the god of medicine, Valentine. Without hesitation, he asks her if she has an antidote for the poison running through his veins. Valentine calmly assures him that she does. As Valentine begins preparing the cure within him, Minato lifts his head and meets Goru's eyes with a fearless stare. He lets him know that he will not bow down to him just because of some poison. Goru, unable to believe Minato's confidence, decides to take things further. He moves in to inject even more poison into Minato's body, determined to make him beg for his life. But this time, Minato is ready. The moment Goru strikes, Minato swiftly dodges, evading his attack with ease. Then, something shocking happens. Minato begins unleashing the powers of the founders inside him, one after another. Each ability flows through him seamlessly, as if they are his own. Even the founders watching from within are stunned. They had only ever lent him their power before. But now, Minato is effortlessly copying all their techniques, both physical and magical. Goru barely has time to react before Minato launches a relentless assault. Using the combined strength of the founders, Minato overwhelms him, attacking with unmatched speed and precision. Blow after blow lands on Goru, forcing him into a corner. Pain racks his body as he groans in agony, unable to catch his breath. Minato does not let up. He slams Goru's back into the wall repeatedly, making him cough up blood. Every time Goru tries to recover, another attack comes, leaving him weaker and weaker. Minato comes dangerously close to ending Goru's life, with the sheer force of the powers he has unleashed. Each attack pushes Goru further toward the brink of death. Even Hinoki, who has watched over Minato from the beginning, is deeply impressed. The way Minato has not only borrowed but successfully copied their abilities is beyond anything they expected. Turning to the other founders, Hinoki speaks with conviction. He tells them that rather than simply observing, they should fully support Minato and teach him all of their powers. If they do, he will not only be able to carry out their wishes, but also become the strongest awakener in the world. The other founders, witnessing Minato's raw potential, silently agree. Meanwhile, Minato steps away from Goru, who is now too weak to even move. Without sparing him another glance, Minato rushes to his mother's side. Gently, he lifts her into his arms, holding her close. It turns out that Midori never sent Goru to Minato. Goru went on his own, hoping to recruit Minato to his side. However, Midori soon receives alarming news. 15 guilds are already on their way to capture Minato. Realizing the urgency, he tells Rin to move as fast as possible. By the time they reach Minato's house, they are met with a shocking sight. Goru's motionless body lies outside, looking as if he has died. Both Midori and Rin are stunned. They know Goru as an S-rank hunter, someone incredibly powerful, yet Minato has defeated him. The reality of Minato's strength begins to sink in. Eventually, they find Minato. Midori notices the faint marks of poison on his face and immediately checks on him. Minato, however, remains calm and assures them that he has already taken care of himself and his mother. His mother is now resting on the sofa, recovering from the poison. The founders, still inside Minato, understand that this is all thanks to Valentine, who had quickly prepared the antidote. Midori then apologizes to Minato for arriving late. He explains that he had been busy taking precautions against multiple organizations that have been targeting Minato. Ever since the video of their fight earlier that day was released, many powerful groups have been making moves to capture Minato for themselves. After hearing this, Minato finally addresses something that has been bothering him. He brings up Goru's earlier claim of being one of Midori's comrades. Midori clarifies that Goru was lying. Many people use his name to deceive others, pretending to be associated with him for their own benefit. Now that the situation has settled, Midori suggests that they all go inside to discuss Minato's future. With Rin's help, all the damage that Goru caused to the house has already been repaired. Later, Minato's mother wakes up, slowly regaining consciousness. Seeing that she is feeling better, Midori takes the opportunity to sit with her and properly discuss Minato's future. He explains that he will be taking Minato to live with him. He assures her that he will take good care of her son and promises that he will train Minato to become a great hunter. Minato feels a sense of excitement at this new chapter in his life, but his mother, as any parent would, is filled with concern. She knows that the path ahead will be filled with dangers, and the thought of her son facing life-threatening situations in the future troubles her. At the same time, she finds some comfort in knowing that Midori will be the one guiding him. However, the idea of Minato leaving her side makes her uneasy. Despite her worries, Minato's mother decides to speak from her heart. She tells Midori how much Minato cherishes the legacy of the founders. It has been a core part of his journey, and she knows how deeply he respects them. Understanding the importance of this, Midori makes a promise he will train Minato to become so strong that even the founders will not be able to defeat him. With the decision made, it is finally time for Minato to leave. Midori and Rin get into the car while Minato stays behind for a moment. His mother takes this time to say her farewell, giving him words of advice and reminding him of the things he should be mindful of since he will no longer be living with her. She does her best to stay strong, but it is clear that letting him go is not easy. Inside the car, as they wait for Minato, Rin turns to Midori with concern. She questions whether it was truly okay to make such a promise to Minato's mother, knowing that the future is unpredictable. Midori understands her worry, but he remains firm. Even if things become difficult, he tells Rin that he will do everything in his power to keep his promise. After standing outside for a while, Minato finally steps into the car and signals to Midori that they can leave. As they begin their journey, Midori tells him that it will be a long trip. He advises Minato to eat and rest along the way so that he will be in good condition when they arrive. Following Midori's suggestion, Minato eats the food his mother packed for him. The familiar taste brings him some comfort. After finishing his meal, fatigue sets in, and he eventually drifts off to sleep. Hours later, the car slows down, and Minato wakes up just as they arrive at their destination. Looking out the window, he is immediately struck by the design of the massive structure before him. The organization's headquarters is nothing like he imagined. The exterior is grand and imposing, with an aura of mystery that makes it clear this is no ordinary place. His gaze lingers on the building, trying to take in every detail. Noticing Minato's reaction, Midori explains that only a select few awakeners are allowed to be there. This is a place reserved for the strongest, and just being allowed inside already sets Minato apart from most hunters. Midori then leads Minato inside and takes him to the section where he will be staying, the anti-prophecy unit. As soon as they enter, the hunters stationed there immediately take notice of him. They quickly realize that Minato must be the new recruit. However, they all know how rare it is for someone new to join their unit. This alone tells them that Minato must be exceptionally powerful. But even with that knowledge, they are not fully convinced. Some of them exchange glances, silently coming to the same conclusion. They need to test Minato themselves to see if he is truly worthy of being part of the anti-prophecy unit. Earlier, when Minato steps out of the car, he immediately turns to Rin and asks what the anti-prophecy unit actually means. As Rin prepares to explain, an unexpected event unfolds. A figure suddenly descends from the sky, moving at an incredible speed. The air around them shifts as powerful magic surges forward in the form of an attack aimed directly at Minato. Reacting instinctively, Minato raises his defenses and blocks the attack head-on. The force behind it is strong, but he manages to withstand it without faltering. The attacker lands gracefully in front of them, a smirk on his face. He seems impressed by Minato's quick reflexes and praises his ability to block the attack so easily. Then, without hesitation, he introduces himself. His name is Hanada, and he is a member of the anti-prophecy unit. More importantly, he tells Minato that they will be comrades from now on. However, before Minato can fully process the situation, Hanada suddenly attacks again. This time, he engages Minato in direct combat, forcing him to fight back. Minato, confused by the sudden hostility, questions why Hanada is attacking him when they are supposed to be allies. But Hanada casually explains that this is the best way to introduce Minato to the anti-prophecy unit and properly welcome him. Minato is shocked. He never expected an explanation to come in the form of an actual battle. Yet, as they exchange blows, Hanada continues to talk, providing Minato with details about the unit while simultaneously testing his skills. Throughout the fight, Hanada not only explains the purpose of the anti-prophecy unit but also takes the opportunity to ask Minato questions about himself. In between dodging attacks and countering blows, Minato is forced to introduce himself properly while proving his strength at the same time. Midori and Rin stand to the side, silently watching as Minato and Hanada exchange blows. Despite being used to seeing Minato in battle, They can't help but wonder why so many people feel the need to test him. Midori recalls his own fight with Minato, then remembers the S-rank hunter who did the same. Now, Hanada has also taken it upon himself to challenge Minato. It seems like everyone wants to put Minato to the test, and neither Midori nor Rin can ignore the pattern. Meanwhile, as their battle continues, Hanada shifts the conversation to something more serious. He tells Minato that the dangers they face are far greater than the dimensional cracks that hunters normally deal with. He reminds him of the Founders, who once played a major role in the Pandemonium outbreak. Hearing this surprises Minato. He knows how disastrous that event was, and realizing that the Founders were involved makes him see them in a new light. Hanada explains that Minato will learn more about these events once he begins training at the academy. However, he warns that no amount of training can fully prepare him for reality. Sometimes, situations will arise unexpectedly, and there will be no time to rely on what was taught in a controlled environment. Emergencies will happen, and Minato will need to be able to act on instinct. This revelation shocks Minato. Until now, he has only thought about hunting monsters, improving his skills, and becoming stronger. He never truly considered the unpredictable nature of the world he is stepping into. But what completely leaves him speechless is what Hanada says next. He reveals that they are not only dealing with monsters but also enemies from another world, beings with malicious intent who have set their sights on their world. Hanada takes a step back and shares something that has been troubling him. He admits that he doesn't fully understand why Awakeners have been getting weaker compared to the era of the Tower. Back then, the world was filled with far stronger individuals. And yet now, despite advancements in hunting techniques, most Awakeners are nowhere near that level. He acknowledges that there are still a few people whose strength can rival that of the Founders, but they are rare. Hearing this, Minato begins to think more deeply about the current state of hunters. He then asks Hanada what their role is in dealing with this situation at that moment. Hanada takes a breath before explaining. The responsibility of identifying future dangers does not fall on ordinary hunters. It is the job of those with the ability to foresee the future. Some individuals possess unique skills that allow them to predict disasters and detect when powerful threats are about to emerge. Once these future dangers are identified, it is up to the elites to handle them. These elites are none other than the members of the Anti-Prophecy Unit. Their purpose is to take action against fate itself, opposing the very prophecies that warn of incoming destruction. It is only then that Minato fully understands the reason behind the unit's creation. Unlike other hunters, who simply react to threats, the Anti-Prophecy Unit exists to prevent them before they can even occur. With the explanation complete, Hanada finally lowers his guard. He has studied Minato's abilities throughout their fight, and now, he is certain Minato is more than qualified to be part of their unit. After confirming this, Hanada formally welcomes Minato, officially recognizing him as one of them. The other anti-prophecy members, who have been observing from a distance, acknowledge Hanada's decision. They agree that Minato has proven himself worthy of joining their ranks. With everything settled, Midori steps forward and places Minato's fate in Hanada's hands. Hanada, also known by his other name, Hiko, takes full responsibility for guiding Minato. As Hanada and Minato walk through the massive halls of the Anti-Prophecy Unit's headquarters, they quickly get along. Hanada, despite his earlier test, treats Minato as a comrade, guiding him through the facility with ease. Eventually, he takes Minato to his dormitory, where he will be staying from now on. Once Hanada leaves, Minato is finally alone. The silence in the room gives him a chance to process everything that has happened. Sitting on his bed, he reflects on Hanada's explanation about the Anti-Prophecy Unit. The idea of hunters actively preventing disasters instead of just reacting to them still lingers in his mind. It makes him realize how much more complicated the world of Awakeners is than he originally thought. As he is lost in thought, a familiar presence fills the room. Hinoki and the other Founders appear before him, their expressions serious yet filled with purpose. Hinoki steps forward, taking the lead in the conversation. He advises Minato to use his time in the Anti-Prophecy Unit wisely. With all the powerful hunters around him, it is the perfect opportunity to train and improve himself. But more importantly, Hinoki finally shares something the Founders have all agreed upon. They have decided that they will train Minato together. Every one of them will pass down their knowledge and abilities to him, ensuring that he becomes the strongest Awakener in the world, someone who can rival even Midori. But that's not all. The Founders do not simply see Minato as someone to inherit their power. They have made a greater decision. From this moment forward, they will recognize Minato as their disciple. Minato, still processing everything, brings up a concern. He asks if the Founders are not going to settle the matter of who will ultimately own his body first. He remembers that they had been debating this before, and it seemed like an important issue. Hinoki, however, calmly responds. He explains that they have already considered that possibility but ultimately decided against it. If they were to argue over ownership, it would only lead to conflict among them. Instead of wasting time fighting each other, they have agreed that it is far better to train Minato and help him grow stronger, rather than trying to use his body for their own benefit. Hinoki then reveals something that excites both him and the other Founders. He tells Minato that they have been observing him closely, especially during his battle against Goru, the poison user. During that fight, they noticed something remarkable. Minato was able to copy all of their magic basics, something no ordinary person should be able to do. This realization led them to understand just how much potential Minato holds. If he could already achieve such a feat now, then with proper guidance and support, he could grow into someone far beyond their expectations. Despite this, Hinoki admits that there is still something he does not fully understand. He is unsure whether Minato's incredible ability to replicate their techniques is due to his crest of nothingness or something else entirely. Regardless, what interests him most is Minato's learning speed. Even among all the legendary abilities possessed by the Founders, Minato's rate of growth surpasses them all. This only confirms one thing: for the Founders, Minato is not just their successor. He is someone who has the potential to surpass even them. As Minato listens to Hinoki's words, emotions well up inside him, and before he realizes it, tears begin rolling down his cheeks. His heart aches as memories of his past flood his mind. He remembers the countless times he was mocked and looked down upon, the days when he was treated as if he had no worth. Back then, he had not even discovered his own talent, and neither had anyone else. Even now, he knows that most people still do not expect much from him. Everything he is experiencing right now feels unreal, like a dream he might wake up from at any moment. He thinks back to the times when he was treated like trash, disregarded by everyone simply because no one believed in his future. Yet, despite that, Midori saw something in him. Midori chose to take him in, recognizing the potential hidden within him. And now, even the Founders, the very legends he had admired, believe in him. They see him as someone who has the qualities to become the strongest awakener in history. A strange feeling washes over Minato. He begins to question if the happiness he is feeling is even normal for someone like him. After all the suffering and loneliness he has endured, how is it that now, the very people he once looked up to, the ones he thought he could never reach, are the ones who believe in him the most? Breaking the silence, the Founders speak once again. Since Minato has allowed their souls to reside within him and has willingly given them space to exist, they have come to a decision. They will provide him with 100 hours worth of training every single day. They explain their plan. During the afternoon, Minato will train with the anti-prophecy unit, sharpening his skills alongside his new comrades. However, at night, while his body sleeps, they will take over his subconscious and continue training him. Since Minato learns at an incredibly fast rate, they have decided that they will no longer allow him to have peaceful sleep. Every night, he will enter rigorous training within his mind, ensuring that his progress never stops. Minato listens to their conditions and does not hesitate. This is what he has wanted all along: the chance to grow stronger, the chance to prove himself. Without a second thought, he agrees to their terms. Then, lowering his head, he bows deeply before them, showing his respect and acceptance. In that moment, he fully acknowledges them as his teachers. That night, the intense training begins. The Founders push Minato beyond his limits, making full use of the 100 hours worth of training they promised him, and by the time morning comes, Minato's body is exhausted despite having technically been asleep. When he wakes up, he sees Hiko, standing in his room, already waiting for him. Hiko takes one look at Minato's face and immediately notices the drowsiness in his eyes. Seeing how sluggish he looks, Hiko asks if he didn't get any sleep. Not wanting to explain the truth about his dream training, Minato quickly lies. He tells Hiko that it's probably just because it's his first night living there, and that he will adjust with time. Hiko, however, doesn't seem convinced. Deciding to test whether Minato is really awake or not, he suddenly kicks him, fast and without warning. Minato, without even caring, dodges the kick with ease. Looking super confused, Hiko can only stare at Minato strangely. Suddenly, Minato decides to head to the cafeteria and says goodbye to Hiko. Hiko watches him go, still confused. He wonders what the hell Minato is. He definitely did kick him faster than he did the day before, so how the fuck Minato could dodge it so easily this time? People don't just get stronger overnight, right? Well, he shrugs it off. Deciding to follow him, Hiko also heads to the cafeteria. When they arrive, they grab their food and look for a place to sit. They spot a young woman sitting alone at a table, quietly eating. As Minato approaches her, he immediately remembers who she is. She was one of the people Hiko had introduced to him the previous day. Wanting to be polite, he starts to introduce himself properly this time. However, before he can even finish saying his name, the girl abruptly cuts him off. She tells him not to bother, she won't remember his name until she officially welcomes him. Her definition of welcoming him, however, is very different from a simple greeting. She makes it clear that the only way she will accept Minato as a true member of the anti-prophecy unit is through training. And not just any training. She wants Minato to come with her to crush a prophecy. The prophecy traces back to 1945, when the first book of prophecy, called the Book of Doom, was found buried 3,000 meters under Antarctic ice. Its text looked like a child's rough scribbles, but it predicted a grim future. It warned of a massive attack 80 years later, followed by a chain of apocalyptic disasters. The book's heavy words convinced the world to take it seriously. As they drive, She asks him why people trust the book's dark predictions. He pauses, thinking, then glances at her, still unsure of her name. Before he can ask, she brushes off introductions and presses him for an answer. He suggests the prophecies must be true, but she quickly scoffs, mocking his reasoning. She warns that if even one event from the Book of Doom happens, the world will end. Stunned by this, he asks Hinata how many prophecies the book holds. Hinata guesses there are about 200, leaving him speechless. He wonders if the world is already doomed. Midori, however, assures him that around 180 prophecies have been stopped. Still grappling with the scale, he revisits why the world trusts the book. The woman explains that an explorer, Bernard Russell, found the Book of Doom. Its first page eerily greeted him with "Hello, Bernard," and listed the exact date and time, the 17th of March, 1945, 11:35 a.m., a sunny day, when he opened it. This chilling precision left no doubt of its power. Hours later, they reach Tokyo's Sumida ward, where a mid-level dimensional crack has formed. Guards block their way, declaring the area restricted, but they slip past with swift ease, leaving the guards stunned. When he hesitates, questioning if it's okay to proceed, Hinata confidently reassures him. The woman outlines the larger crisis. Disasters like the Third World War, the moon's dark side, a spreading pandemic, and floating trees are all deemed emergencies. The pandemonium outbreak Midori contained is especially severe. Though the Book of Doom is famous, it's just one of many grimoires worldwide. The anti-prophecy unit is tasked with collecting data, studying predictions, and acting to prevent them. Their work covers various threat levels. Rank 3 for regional destruction, Rank 2 for national crises, Rank 1 for global environmental harm, and a special rank for world-ending events. He listens closely, his alarm growing as urgency fills his voice. He questions whether these missions are now entirely their duty. The woman, unfazed, confirms that such tasks are a natural part of being in the anti-prophecy unit. Soon after, Kasuragi and his team notice them crossing the yellow caution line and quickly approach. Mistaking them for civilians, Kasuragi urges them to retreat, highlighting the risks of the area. She brushes off his warning, explaining that today's prophecy is a Rank 3 event. Although the dimensional crack in front of them seems like an intermediate B rank, it's actually a far greater threat. A Rank 3 disaster called Yellow Journal. She's confident the crack will grow larger, and almost as if on cue, it starts expanding rapidly. Rocky turns, horrified, as the fissure rips open fully. A swarm of monstrous creatures spills out, each more terrifying than the last. With a sharp order, he commands his squad to ready for combat, but the creatures attack fiercely, overwhelming his forces in moments with little resistance. Panic grips him as he swears quietly, realizing even B and C rank hunters are struggling to stand their ground. His focus shifts to a greater threat, the immense pressure emanating from a boss-level monster. As the newcomer steps forward, Rocky tries again to intervene, urging them to stay back, but the woman presses her hand to the ground and casts a spell named Trismegistus. Instantly, spheres burst from below, piercing the creatures in a swift, merciless attack. Their bodies fall, lifeless, as blood pools around them. Hinata also springs into action, moving with incredible speed. He flows through the battlefield, taking down every enemy in his path with precise, calculated strikes. Hunter, watching this display of skill, is left speechless. As an S-rank hunter, he's always seen himself as powerful, yet these individuals far outmatch him. He struggles to understand who they are or where they came from. Then the woman turns to him and, with absolute confidence, orders him to retreat. From their perspective, he's the civilian in this scenario. His eyes fall to her hand, where an emblem is etched into her skin. A flash of recognition crosses his face. Their presence here is no coincidence. They are government operatives. Before he can grasp the full meaning, a massive hand emerges from the dimensional crack, tearing it wider as the rift expands. A colossal beast, Julia, far beyond S-rank, steps forward, its terrifying form exuding overwhelming power. Without pause, the woman charges forward, ready to attack. Aggie shouts, warning her against a reckless assault, but she ignores him. Together, they launch their attack, undaunted by the towering threat. Hinata unleashes a rapid series of kicks at the beastman, only to realize in shock that his blows have no impact. The creature's anti-physical armor nullifies his strikes, forcing him to pull back as it charges toward the woman. She quickly gathers energy in front of her, preparing a counterattack. But before she can act, Carnegie appears between them, halting the beastman's assault with just his bare hand. The impact makes the beastman explode in a surge of energy, leaving everyone stunned as the dust clears. Hunter recognizes the move as a power thrust shock, but what truly shocks him is that Carnegie defeated an S+ rank monster with one strike. The realization hits him that Carnegie's strength has grown immensely overnight. The woman calls out, saying such force wasn't needed. He explains that when facing an enemy with high physical resistance, attacking from within is the best strategy. He learned this from Ontak, the Fist Saint, who taught him the fundamentals of power thrust attacks just the previous night. Nagi turns to the girl he rescued and asks for her name, pointing out that he deserves to know since he saved her. She eagerly shares that her name is Akane, with no pause to savor the moment. Kenji faces the battlefield again, boosting his physical strength to confront a fresh wave of monsters pouring from the crack. Unfazed, the woman launches her own assault, soaking her enemies in liquid mercury before triggering a massive explosion with her unique reject skill. As Nagi had noted earlier, attacking their foes from within is proving much more successful, so they push onward together. She gestures to Hinata, and without delay, they both charge toward the dimensional crack. Kiss, left behind, watches in astonishment, aware that the realm beyond the crack is a strange, perilous place filled with unknown threats, too wild for him to follow. Before Kiss can respond, the pair have already plunged through the crack without hesitation, leaving him amid the corpses of A-rank monsters. It dawns on him that these two are no ordinary warriors. They must belong to the fabled secret organization. As they step into the new dimension, a massive horde of creatures greets them. Akane surveys the scene and remarks that these monsters mirror those outside, down to the smallest detail. She summons a volley of mercury spears, piercing the creatures in an instant. Carnegie, dashing alongside her, admires her skill and recognizes her as the most formidable area of effect fighter in the anti-prophecy unit. After dispatching the other foes, Akane now faces a colossal bear monster. Just as Akane prepares to strike, Hinata leaps into the fray, catching her eye. The bear swipes its claws, but Hinata evades by vaulting onto the roof, then unleashes a flurry of kicks around the beast. Carnegie watches, awestruck by Hinata's fluid movements and playful giggle. To his surprise, Carnegie suddenly charges the bear, mimicking Hinata's kicks and asking Hinata if his moves resemble hers. Hinata is startled but grins in delight. After vanquishing the monster, they press deeper. Akane observes that the farther they go, the fewer enemies they encounter. They arrive at a vast, arena-like clearing. A sudden, intense aura surrounds them, and to their shock, an enraged Minotaur warrior monster leaps before them. This blind Minotaur, a triple S-rank boss, towers over them. While Hinata and Kenji are stunned by its presence, Akane stands calmly, questioning if this is truly the boss. Spears burst from the portal as Akane shouts for the others to unleash their mightiest attacks, promising to deliver the final strike. Hinata begins gathering his energy, while Kenji lingers in the background. Kenji marvels at their assaults but secretly fears they won't suffice against the beast. Hinata is stunned when he overhears Carnegie's doubts about their strongest moves. Despite a barrage of magical attacks, the beast swings its enormous weapon, carving a crater in the ground and sending shockwaves through the arena. As the dust clears, they're horrified to see the beast stands unharmed. Despite their best efforts, the group steels itself for another round. As Carnegie readies himself, he hears a voice praising his skill. It's his founder's spirit, Killik. Killik, Kalik, and Alchemist worry that Akane's purity, agility, and vast strength might be wasted if she dies so young in this fight. Killik explains that Akane gave her all, but this Minotaur's power is on another level, with complete physical resistance. Carnegie, growing anxious, asks what to do, and Killik merely chuckles. Meanwhile, Hinata and Akane struggle against the beast, regretting not bringing a magic specialist. When Akane glances at Carnegie, she's startled by the odd energy emanating from him. Carnegie has given up control of his body to Killik, who uses his potent mercury spell on the beast's legs, freezing its lower half and leaving Akane in shock. She is amazed not only that Carnegie employed a skill similar to hers, but also that he managed to completely immobilize the creature. Killik, now in Carnegie's body, gazes at Akane with a stern look and calls her foolish. He criticizes her for being rigid in her expertise, explaining that she still needs to master manipulating substances in 3 forms to become a true alchemist. As Killik speaks, he fills the Minotaur's body with mercury, and when the liquid metal seeps from its mouth, he casts a boiling spell. The mercury inside the beast heats up rapidly, boiling internally while its toxic fumes spread across the arena, making breathing difficult for everyone else. Akane is astonished, realizing Killik used extreme temperatures rather than brute force to defeat the monster. The Minotaur writhes in pain, its body overheating from within as the spell takes effect. Killik casually tells Carnegie he wants to take Akane as a disciple, but Carnegie dismisses it as a jest. The boiling mercury ultimately overpowers the Minotaur, leaving it a lifeless heap on the ground. The mission to defeat the level 3 prophecy boss ends successfully. Akane, in disbelief, struggles to process what she just saw, knowing the skill Carnegie used should only be available to someone with an awakening and a crest. She realizes Carnegie must be in the same class as Hiko, yet he wielded alchemy at her level. Still stunned, she demands to know Carnegie's true identity. With a confident smile, Carnegie extends his hand and introduces himself. Annoyed but curious, Akane reluctantly shakes his hand, vowing to remember him. Seeing Carnegie gain Akane's recognition, another person beams with joy. Meanwhile, outside Kizer, Augie and his men wait, stunned as the dimensional crack begins to close just before sealing completely. The trio escapes in time, and Carnegie asks if the mission is officially over. They are told they only need to report back to headquarters as they discuss their next steps. Kasaragi approaches, thanking them for saving his team and assuring them he won't pry into their identities or what happened inside. Akane expresses gratitude for Kasaragi's understanding and suggests he include details about the emblem in his report, as it will clarify everything to the authorities. As the trio walks away, Kasaragi offers his assistance if they ever face danger. Akane turns back, stating they will likely never meet again and advising him to return to his normal life. Hearing this, Augie realizes they are just civilians, existing in a world beyond his reach. On May 11th, in a prefecture village, a red flash streaks through the streets, catching a guard's attention, but he is left confused, unable to identify it. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoes through the village. At the anti-prophecy headquarters, the trio steps out of the car, and Akane reminds them to write their report. However, Hondo receives a message summoning them to the laboratory, an unusual request so soon after their mission. Curious, they head to the anti-prophecy HQ lab, where two individuals are already waiting. One stands on the stage, while the other sits in the stands, commenting in an authoritative tone that Akane took too long to defeat a rank 3 disaster. Carnegie recognizes him as the red-haired man from earlier. Akane, furious at his condescending attitude, is irritated that he speaks as if he were a leader when he is not. Hinata steps forward to ease the tension, asking Director Kurihara what he needs from the group. The man on the stage is revealed to be the director himself. As the room calms, he shows a video from the analysis team, displaying a glowing, red-hot charcoal piece that he identifies as a prophecy grimoire. He shares that it was found in a volcanic area and has been studied ever since. Carnegie questions whether a grimoire in such a condition can be decoded. The director, adjusting his glasses, explains that AI and X-ray technology allowed them to retrieve some data. While much remains unclear, they uncovered a single prophecy that directly references Japan. The room is stunned, especially Akane, as this prophecy is completely unknown to them. This prophecy is unlike any they've encountered before. The director notes that anti-prophecy research is highly advanced, collecting data worldwide, making an undiscovered prophecy rare. The red-haired man quickly realizes the implications, understanding that the four of them must investigate. The director commends his perception, adding that this task would normally go to the usual team, but they are currently unavailable. Kenji suspects this explains Midori's absence upon their return. The director instructs them to leave immediately, promising more details via email. Kenji is shocked by the rapid assignment of another mission. The red-haired man reassures him that he'll adapt. Kenji, feeling uneasy, clenches his fists as a sense of dread grows. The stakes feel higher this time, as the world's fate may hang in the balance. Suo slams his hand on the table, standing to declare that he and his 3 subordinates will take the mission. Akane, irritated by his bossy attitude, glares as they exit. The director issues a final warning to stay cautious, as the mission's dangers are uncertain. He also advises them to wait for the main force before acting if the prophecy starts unfolding. In the car, Nagi, uneasy about the mission's unknowns from the front seat, suggests they rest. Noting Nagi's recent first mission, Pride, the driver, refuses, insisting he can't order her. To her surprise, Hinata and Kenji quickly agree to rest. Akane fights to stay awake, determined, but as night deepens, exhaustion overtakes her, and she too dozes off. Later, the car stops, and Akane wakes to find it empty. Alarmed, she hurries outside, spotting the others on a cliff, gazing at a glowing light below. Akane is stunned by the sight of a massive magic circle stretching across the ground, far larger than they'd imagined. Hinata quickly recognizes the severity, realizing the situation is worse than anticipated and the prophecy is nearly fulfilled. Skeletal figures, trapped in giant crystals, emerge from the ground, their eerie glow casting a menacing light over the area. The chilling scene makes them fear they're already too late. These skeletons are the 23 village residents mentioned in the report. Suo recalls a similar event 30 years ago when the Wakayama mansion vanished, nearly opening a dimensional rift. As he speaks, the central pillar of the magic circle surges with bursts of energy. Seeing this, Suo pushes the group to hurry. Hinata, pulling out his sword, asks what their next move should be, and Suo says they need to stop it. Akane quickly points out the director's orders, which were to wait for more instructions. But before they can argue further, a powerful aura emerges behind them. Turning around, they spot Kenji, surrounded by immense energy, ready to fight. The group senses that Kenji's power feels stronger than before. Despite this, Suo stays calm. With a grin, he charges forward and tells the others to keep up. They all follow him, though Akane cautions Suo against being too impulsive as they race toward the magic circle. Suddenly, Hinoki Rei and the mage notice a familiar scent in the air, one that feels strangely unsettling. They've come across this smell many times in their past. At that moment, the ground shakes fiercely, and a huge hand bursts from the earth with a loud explosion. Hinoki Rei's eyes widen in realization. He now knows what the smell is. It's the odor of a forbidden technique. This matches the prophecy described in the Book of Doom. Hinoki Rei explains that Bantu Sajima, the Dark Magus leader named Awakening, committed mass slaughter during the Epic Era. He was eventually defeated by Agi's army, but an entire village was caught in the conflict. Shima used the blood of the fallen villagers to create a magic circle, securing his rebirth 1,000 years later. His aim was to consume everyone and rule the world as a demon king. Before his death, he left a forbidden technique detailing how living beings would be sacrificed for his revival. Now, in the present, Shima has returned as a boss of unknown rank, driven to fulfill the prophecy of scorching heat. Looking at his hands, he frowns, noticing his revival granted him less power than he expected. He wonders if the ritual lacked enough sacrifices. As he looks around, he finds it amusing that the place hasn't changed in a millennium. But his expression turns into a wild grin when he sees the anti-prophecy unit approaching, viewing them as more sacrifices to claim. Using his dark arts, he unleashes a plate of yen, triggering a massive explosion under the charging anti-prophecy unit. Carnegie watches in shock as the blast swallows Hinata and the county. But when the dust clears, they're unharmed. Still, Carnegie's face grows grim when he sees a dark magic circle forming beneath their landing spot. From this circle, the dark art death realm summons hundreds of spirits, their ghostly hands reaching to trap Hinata and Akane. They fight against the clutching spirits, realizing Shima's skill far exceeds their expectations. As Shima observes his spell's success, he suddenly feels movement behind him. It's Carnegie launching a precise surprise attack. Shima dodges effortlessly, weaving and sidestepping with a smirk, taunting Kenji as inexperienced before casting a plate of yen beneath him. The explosion roars, but to Shima's surprise, Kenji emerges unharmed. Kenji retaliates with his Thunderbolt Heydad skill, though Shima blocks it using his own dark magic. Even though he stops the attack, Shima is impressed by Carnegie's skill choice. From the swirling smoke, Swirl steps up behind Shima and casts the Chrysanthemum spell, launching a flurry of sharp knives at him. Shima is caught off guard but dodges easily by leaping into the air. While airborne, Swirl casts another spell, admitting he knew such a basic skill wouldn't defeat Shima. Swirl slams his weapon down, triggering the Autumn skill, which sends knives raining from the sky. Shima merely smiles, dismissing it as a shower of faint lights. He then transforms his hand into a sword and strikes at Swirl, who blocks it but feels a strong recoil. After being blocked, Shima recognizes Swirl as likely the group's strongest member. Carnegie, watching from the side, sees Shima's power as limitless, unlike any enemy they've faced before. Shima feels more powerful than even the founders, and as Carnegie reflects on this, he hears his comrades shouting to him from behind. When he turns, he's stunned to see Kani and Hinata being hit by dark magic attacks, though they manage to dodge the assault. Akane and Hinata charge towards Sejima, who is still battling Suo while fending them off. Shima calls forth 3 skeleton demons to confront Akane and Hinata, who continue their advance toward him. Hinata spots a demon summoned before him and throws a kick, but to his surprise, it has no effect. The demons' bodies are as sturdy as the minotaurs they fought before. One skeleton demon blocks Nagi's path by standing in front of him. Meanwhile, Suo and Bandhu Sejima trade a fierce series of blows. Bandhu Sejima taunts, saying he won't receive aid from his allies. But right after he speaks, Suho slashes at Shima's shoulder, asserting he doesn't need assistance. He points at Shima, warning him to keep his distance and saying his own strength is all he can trust. Wiping blood from his injury, Shima laughs wildly, proclaiming he also needs no one and will destroy everyone. With that, Shima rushes at Suo, who barely blocks the strike just inches from his body. As Suo struggles to resist Shima's onslaught, he hears a call from behind. It's Nagi, charging towards Sejima. Shima is shocked to see him, having sent a demon to stop him, but when he looks back, he sees the others still battling the demons. The demon sent to stop Nagi lies, sliced in half. As Shima processes this, Nagi lands a powerful punch to his face, sending him skidding across the ground. Suo is impressed by the strike, and Kenji proposes they team up to defeat Shima. Suo is briefly stunned, as Kenji and Akane haven't even overcome their own foes yet. This guy has, and now he's offering to assist. But Suo's pride takes over, and he flatly refuses Carnegie's help, insisting he's strong enough to fight alone. Carnegie is shocked, but before they can argue further, Shima suddenly closes in, unleashing his Magatsuhi breath technique. A massive beam surges toward them both. Suo manages to block it, but Carnegie is hurled backward, his body struck by the devastating blow. He slams into a tree, his vision fading as he slips into unconsciousness. As he drifts, he sees Hinoki Rei and the mage's souls before him. Hinoki Rei explains that he has passed out, so they've summoned him into his own mind. Despite the agony coursing through his battered body, Kenji struggles to rise, pleading with them to send him back to the fight. Before they can answer, a deep, commanding voice resonates through the space, ordering him to withdraw from the battle. Meanwhile, outside, Suo is barely holding his ground against Shima's relentless attacks. Shima smirks, commending Suo for sharing his mindset. Shima, with a wicked smile and a relentless desire to consume all, focuses his energy into a powerful strike, breaking Su's sword in two. Su, though shocked, quickly conjures another blade and swings at Shima, who dodges with ease, bending backward with eerie agility. Meanwhile, Sejima revels in Suho's struggles in the spiritual realm as Kenji's spirit form observes the fight. Hinoki-Rei notes that Shima's strength surpasses everyone present, warning that Kenji is outmatched. The mage remarks that Shima's deadly precision could have made him a demon king if more humans lived here. She cautions Carnegie that if Sejima takes his life too, his power will grow, threatening civilization. She dismisses their grimoire discovery as mere luck, and Hinoki-Rei steps up, asking Kenji to let them use his body to fight, but Carnegie firmly declines with an apology. He insists this is no practice but a real challenge he must face alone, as he will in the future, confidently asking if they agree. The mage tries to protest, but Hinoki-Rei, laughing, interrupts, saying Nagi has already bested them, placing a hand on Carnegie's shoulder. Hinoki-Rei reminds him of his bold claim to outshine the founders, urging Carnegie to use all he's learned and fight his way. This fuels Carnegie's resolve, and with a determined gaze, he charges toward the battlefield where Sejima and Su clash, asking the founders to watch over him. Su, bruised and exhausted, opens his eyes as Shima's strike sends him flying. Shima prepares a final blow, but as Suo braces himself, Carnegie grabs him midair, seizing his sword and body. With a swift throw, Carnegie hurls Suo to the ground, away from Sejima's incoming magic beam. Suo crashes hard, and Shima shifts focus to the airborne Kenji, unleashing a Magatsuhi breath attack. To his shock, Kenji, calmly wielding Hinoki-Rei's one-handed sword style, slices through the breath attack with precision, cutting it in half and severing Shima's arm from his body. Shima, shocked and terrified, stands speechless, grappling with the chaotic events unfolding before him. Trembling with rage, he shouts about who he is, though he cannot see his own face, which burns with resolute determination. He responds icily that he will outshine the founders. The mage, watching the intense fight, questions Hinoki-Rei about whether Kenji can defeat the Dark Magus, but Hinoki-Rei remains uncertain of the outcome. Hinoki-Rei, however, is confident that Kenji is far from foolish. He suspects Kenji may have gained new knowledge while dozing in the car during their journey. A broad grin crosses Hinoki-Rei's face as he ponders if Kenji has grasped something beyond his own comprehension. Observing Carnegie's swift and seamless movements leaves Hinoki-Rei astonished. Just moments earlier, he had dismissed Carnegie's assistance. Yet now, that very assistance is keeping him alive. Meanwhile, Kenji fiercely attacks Shima, forcing him to teleport backward and retaliate with his dark art skill, Pomegranate, unleashing a volley of energy blasts toward Kenji. Kenji attempts to evade them but soon realizes the blasts are homing in on him. Desperately leaping to avoid them, he finds the energy blasts relentlessly pursuing him. Suddenly, Kenji remembers a founder's skill, Aftershock, and slams his foot into the ground. He raises a stone wall before him, deflecting the oncoming attacks. Shima, surprised by Carnegie's strategy, quickly launches more blasts in response. Carnegie uses the broken stone pieces to shield himself again. Spotting an opening, Carnegie merges two skills to dash behind Shima, though Shima narrowly escapes at the last moment. Immediately countering, Shima unleashes a plate of blast, hitting Kenji. Though struck, Kenji absorbs most of the force, using a floating rock as a launch pad. He charges at Shima, drawing on the founder's teachings. Shima dodges again, but Carnegie's diverse techniques leave him stunned. The founders, observing from a distance, are equally amazed by Carnegie's swift progress and unyielding onslaught. But Shima is far from finished. With a menacing glare, he invokes a forbidden art, conjuring a massive skeletal monstrosity through skeleton fusion. This enormous creature towers over all, exuding a dark, sinister presence. Shima sneers, proclaiming this as the end. The giant skeleton swings its enormous hand toward Kenji as the founders shout for him to flee, but Carnegie remains still, gazing at the approaching strike. Lost in thought, Kenji admits that even at full strength, he lacks the power to overcome Shima. He realizes he needs something greater, beyond his current abilities. Recalling lessons from the mage and Hinoki-Rei, Kenji remembers how to wield Shining Flame and master one-handed sword techniques. He recalls Hinoki-Rei's guidance on the wave blade attack and various slashing moves. Drawing on both teachings, Carnegie channels Shining Flame into his hand while infusing his sword with Hinoki-Rei's skill, turning his weapon into a fiery blade. The mage and Hinoki-Rei watch in disbelief. Kenji has just accomplished the unthinkable, gripping his newly enhanced weapon. Carnegie stands prepared, having executed a technique called Blazing Fire Cutting Blade. Without pause, he rushes toward the skeletal beast, swinging his flaming sword as Shima watches in complete shock. Recalling Hinoki-Rei's lessons on the blade and the mage's magical arts, Carnegie yearns for more than just those skills. Fueled by that resolve, he wields the Blazing Fire Cutting Blade skill, enveloping his sword in flames with a rapid swing. He slices through the skeleton, cleaving it from head to toe while also cutting Shima in half. Everyone is astounded by this achievement, blending two magic skills in such an extraordinary manner. The founder of the Alchemist is astonished, praising Carnegie and Irregular for their knack for blending diverse skills seamlessly. He hadn't anticipated Carnegie's ability to fuse techniques so smoothly and believes there's even greater potential within him. Abruptly, the alchemist disappears, leaving Hinoki-Rei puzzled. Mage, catching the conversation, nods in agreement, realizing they might have misjudged Carnegie's capabilities. She begins to worry about the wisdom of nurturing someone with such power, while Hinoki-Rei is excited by Carnegie's strength and curious about his limits. As Carnegie collapses from exhaustion, he's stunned to see Shima, previously sliced in half, regenerating from his blood. Enraged, Shima growls that a headstrike could have killed him. Shima summons dark energy, forming a death ball and swearing to finish the fight himself. But before he can act, Suo slashes his throat from behind, decapitating Shima. Taken by surprise, Shima's body crumples, and Suo catches the unconscious Nagi. Holding Nagi, Suo recalls a memory of his older brother carrying him similarly. It was a frigid night under a bridge, snow blanketing the ground, and his brother promised food by morning as Suo started resting. They heard a lively parade above while they shivered, hungry and cold. This memory reinforces why Suo embraces solitude. Shima had tried to exploit Sue's loneliness, but watching Carnegie, Suo realizes he isn't truly alone and can withstand isolation. As he reflects, the surrounding barrier starts to fracture. Akane and Hinata rush in, alarmed to see Carnegie unconscious but relieved to find he's only fainted. Hinata notices the barrier crumbling from within and warns they must act fast. She asks what happens if the barrier's energy bursts outward, and Sue, gripping his sword, explains it could crush them all. Their only hope is to strike it with their strongest attack to divert it. Though Suo speaks confidently, he privately doubts their ability in their weakened state, but they have no alternative. As they prepare, the unconscious Nagi suddenly raises his sword, channeling energy. Suo notices, shocked. In Carnegie's mind, Hinoki-Rei takes over, guiding his body as the barrier detonates. Everyone unleashes their full strength, and Hinoki-Rei performs his one-handed splitting cloud attack outside the barrier. A red-haired man, Suo Makoto, hurries to the scene with two subordinates, who warn that the barrier is about to give way. It suddenly bursts, and though the men fear they're too late, a dazzling blue beam erupts from Carnegie's sword into the sky. Suo Makoto, captain of the anti-prophecy unit, watches in awe, recognizing the beam as a perfect, unhesitating sword technique. Suo Makoto wonders who could have produced such a feat. Later, on a plane over Peru, Midori speaks with Makoto, amazed that a new member thwarted an unknown prophecy. Meanwhile, in Japan, Makoto, still on the call, faces a rank 1 prophecy far more formidable than the last. Midori, perched atop the plane instead of inside, grins as he reflects on the anti-prophecy unit's growth, despite his absence. His amusement fades when Makoto reveals the core member who stopped the prophecy was Kenji, who joined the team just 2 days prior. Makoto, stunned, urgently asks who he truly is, and Midori boldly proclaims that Nagi is destined to end all prophecies, a figure they've long awaited. There was a strong sense of anticipation around him, as if he was the one they'd been expecting. Doubting such grand expectations, Makoto questions if their trust in him is really warranted. Instead of debating, he's told to witness it himself. Shifting focus, Makoto presses Midori to return, as his absence makes facing a formidable foe difficult. Midori laughs, briefly apologizing before moving on. Meanwhile, Rin contacts them, his voice urgent as he describes a major prophecy unfolding. A massive enemy, a top-tier prophecy known as the boss of suicidal infection, charges at Tom. Midori urges Makoto to stay strong, promising to wrap up soon. Without pause, he stretches out his hand, releasing a powerful divine wind turbulence in a hospital ward. Carnegie, startled, cries out and suddenly sits up. A nurse, seeing his abrupt movement, leans in to comfort him, explaining that he's finally awake. He's been in the anti-prophecy infirmary, unconscious since his mission ended. Kenji, hearing this, wonders if he only passed out, as his rest was so deep he didn't enter the spatial realm to train with the founders. The nurse reassures him he's okay, pulling back the curtain and telling him to call if he needs anything. As the curtain opens, Nagi sees Suho nearby, arms crossed, quietly observing. Noticing him, Kenji wonders if Suho watched over him the whole time he was out. Looking around, he realizes Hinata and Akane are absent. Curious, he asks about them, and Suho explains their training, upset about feeling useless in the last battle. Calmly, Suho notes that Carnegie's power was immense. This praise from someone like Suho surprises the powerful boy, but before he can dwell on it, Suho stands abruptly, demanding to know who he really is. In just 2 days since arriving, Kenji has defeated a rank 3 and a possible rank 1 boss using a rare fusion spell Suho has never seen. Pressing further, Suho asks who Carnegie truly is and how he can become like him. As Suho pushes for answers, Makoto suddenly appears, asking if Kenji is the one he's seeking. Kenji confirms, but Suho is surprised by his older brother's unexpected arrival. Makoto brushes past Suho, barely looking at him, while Kenji cautiously asks if he's really his big brother. The moment the words leave his mouth, Makoto swiftly draws his sword, swinging it close to everyone in the room. Both Suho and Kenji, caught off guard, dodge the sudden attack. Kenji ponders if the situation is a test, while Makoto, equally astonished, is impressed that a simple trainee dodged his attack. Makoto admits it was a test, which Kenji has successfully passed. He promptly introduces himself as Suo Makoto, the captain of Su's squad. The truth dawns on Kenji that Makoto is Solo's older brother. After a short pause, Makoto declares that due to Carnegie's remarkable performance against the top-ranked disaster, he will temporarily join his squad. The news shocks Carnegie, but Suo is even more stunned, feeling a pang of jealousy. Despite being Makoto's younger brother, Suo isn't permitted to join the squad. Without delay, Makoto instructs Kenji to follow him for a briefing, while Suo, in the background, clenches his fists so tightly in frustration that his knuckles start bleeding. In the training area, the anti-prophecy unit duo trains intensely. Akane handles multiple weapons, while Hinata focuses on deflecting her strikes. Yet, they both know that matching Carnegie's level is nearly unattainable. As they train, Midori enters, announcing his arrival with Peruvian chocolates. To his surprise, they ignore the chocolates and rush to him, eagerly asking how long he'll stay in Japan. When Midori shares that he'll be in Japan for a week, the duo insists on training with him during that time, determined not to let Carnegie outshine them. Caught off guard by their resolve, Midori agrees to train them but then inquires about Suzu's interest in joining. Just then, Suzu arrives, his face brimming with determination, confirming he will join the training. Meanwhile, Kenji hurries to keep up with Makoto's quick strides down the hall. Back in the training room, the group is surprised to see Suzu equally committed to joining them. Swirl shares that Nagi has been recruited by his older brother to temporarily join his squad, a revelation that stuns the duo and highlights Kenji's significant progress. Being personally selected by Makoto is a major achievement, but Suo sees it as a reminder of his own deficiencies compared to Kenji, spurring him to improve further. In the hallway, Carnegie, curious, asks Makoto about the upcoming meeting. Makoto explains it's about their next mission, set to begin the following morning. Suddenly stopping, Makoto asks if Kenji is close to his younger brother. Recalling their last battle when Suo lent him his sword, Kenji enthusiastically confirms their bond. Though Makoto appears detached, he privately worries about his brother, hiding his concern. This leads Suru to wrongly believe Makoto despises him and is indifferent. In reality, when Makoto visited before, he didn't ignore Suo. He simply couldn't face his brother's injuries. This misunderstanding drives Suo to think Makoto is dismissing him, fueling his resolve to risk everything and grow stronger to gain his brother's attention. However, Makoto doesn't want Suo to become stronger. He only wishes for his safety. This deep miscommunication pushes Suo to strive to surpass Carnegie, believing it's the only way to earn Makoto's recognition. Suo hopes to one day defeat Makoto himself. Meanwhile, Carnegie, still curious, presses Makoto, who finally admits he genuinely cares for his younger brother, warming Carnegie's heart. Back in the training area, as Suo explains everything, Akane finds it confusing. Though Suo speaks of surpassing his brother and proving himself, he still deeply respects him. As Akane continues training with Hinata, she notes that Suo ultimately seeks his brother's attention. Hinata finds this moving, but Akane's words ignite anger in Sue. Meanwhile, at the meeting, Kenji learns the squad's 3 core rules: act swiftly, sustain offensive pressure, and address weaknesses within the counterforce division. Makoto squad is renowned as the most formidable in combat strength, functioning with a tight-knit group of at least 7 elite members. Their focus is on threats ranked 1 or higher. As they are transported by helicopter to their mission, tension fills the air. Jakari, a squad member, casually notes that the captain accounts for 90% of the team's strength, with the others playing minor roles. Since Kenji is only a temporary member, little is expected of him. While Jakari explains this, Kenji is preoccupied, tapping away on his phone. Takeru calls him out, and Carnegie apologizes, saying he's reaching out to friends. Jakari, puzzled, asks what he means by contact. Carnegie clarifies he's messaging other anti-prophecy group members, as the founders are persistently pushing him to do so. During training, the group receives Carnegie's message, and its contents stun everyone, particularly Suzu, who questions what Kenji was thinking by sending it. They share it with Midori, who notices the message includes 3 distinct pieces of advice, each customized for a specific person. Midori is impressed by the detailed instructions on improving strength, a smile crossing her face. Midori extends his hand, asking if they'll follow the advice or dismiss it. Viewing it as a challenge, the group, especially an outraged Suzu, agrees to follow it, feeling Kenji has rubbed salt in their wounds. On the plane, Jakari tells Kenji they've reached their destination. Kenji wipes the window, awestruck by the vast snowy mountain landscape dotted with massive crystal spikes protruding from the ground. The squad's mission is to confront a rank 1 prophecy called Frozen Earth, a catastrophe threatening to encase the planet in ice as affected areas rapidly expand. If not stopped, it could engulf the entire Earth, wiping out all life. This crisis is unfolding in 17 locations across multiple countries, many in urban zones, amplifying the disaster's impact. Vice Captain Kashi updates the squad, emphasizing that delays are not an option since the freezing effect is spreading faster than expected. Makoto, leading the mission, orders the team to leap from the helicopter's rear hatch, as it can no longer proceed safely. Before they jump, he stresses that no human lives must be harmed. To rally the team, Makoto instructs them to chant the squad's 3 rules, which they shout together. At the back, Kenji reflects on his previous battle, where he leaned heavily on Hinoki Rei. Determined to grow stronger during this temporary mission, he sees it as a chance to learn from his teammates. As they exit the helicopter, Kenji vows to tackle this mission independently. At 10:17 a.m., the squad lands safely on the ground for their first Rank 1 prophecy. The air is bitterly cold, and despite being an awakened member, Jakari catches a cold. Confused about how the temperature affects him, Kashi explains that the cold is worse than reported, likely causing the issue. He adds that the area is expansive and proposes setting up a camp halfway through. Makoto listens but keeps his thoughts private. Meanwhile, Kenji asks Jakari if the Frozen Earth prophecy appears in any prophecy records. Jakari says no, explaining that the anti-prophecy unit predicted it using their specialized skills. Although many prophecies exist, this is the first time a member has accurately identified a Rank 1 prophecy, which is why Makoto's squad was selected. Given the mission's gravity, Carnegie's question is addressed, but Kashi notices his slight nervousness. Kashi reassures him that feeling nervous is better than being careless, though he shouldn't let it weigh him down. Takaru places a hand on Carnegie's shoulder, echoing Tosh's words and reminding him he's part of the anti-prophecy unit's finest crew. Kashi scolds the crew for their laid-back attitude, leading Takeru to quickly apologize. Jakara raises his hand, announcing that his radar has spotted enemies at 2 o'clock, about 200 meters away. Kashi nods at the report and disappears instantly, only to return shortly after. She confirms she scouted ahead and observed 30 monsters, estimated to be S++ rank. These monsters are ice gargoyles from the Tice tribe. Makoto promptly commands his unit to wipe out the enemy. The squad advances toward the monsters with impressive coordination, their teamwork and awareness leaving Nagi amazed. They perform at a level far above trainees, showing they are elite warriors compared to regular members. Eager to fight, Kenji requests permission, which Makoto grants, brushing off the enemies as merely S++ rank. With approval, Nagi charges forward and kicks a monster in the head, but is shocked when it explodes, sending shards everywhere. Kashi, dodging a dazzling monster's attack, warns that some extremely strong creatures are mixed in. Meanwhile, Carnegie unleashes his fire-cutting blade, obliterating a monster with a fiery strike that sends it soaring. Jakari is astonished that Kenji used a Fury Sword skill. Kashi is impressed, while Makoto, with a few swings of his sword, effortlessly cuts through the remaining monsters. He also notices Carnegie's fiery sword and realizes the blue light beam he saw earlier came from it. With the monsters defeated, the squad sets up camp in the mountains and starts eating. Kashi asks Shikamaru what else his radar detected. Jakari reports no boss-level threats within a 10-kilometer range. Relieved, Kashi confirms they can stay the night, but soon wonders where Kenji and the captain have gone. Elsewhere, Carnegie sits by his own campfire, trying to combine his spells as he did before. The captain suddenly appears behind him, startling Kenji by commenting on his training enthusiasm. Caught off guard, Kenji nearly leaps out of his skin, as Makoto's silent approach terrified him. After calming Kenji, Makoto sits beside him and asks if this is his first time camping and if he finds it tough. Kenji eagerly says he's fine, but is surprised when Makoto casually mentions wanting to go home and smoke. Kenji is stunned, not expecting the captain to mention smoking. To his shock, Makoto then says he's desperate to smoke his cat. Confused, Kenji thinks Makoto means drugs and questions him about the cat. Makoto, leaning close, shows a picture on his phone. Kenji asks the cat's name, learning it's Oraibi. Examining the image, Kenji notices the cat's fierce gaze but asks if Makoto truly misses him. Surprisingly, Makoto denies missing Oraibi, calling him a menace who scratches everything, vomits constantly, and is a general nightmare. Still, Makoto admits the cat is adorable, like his younger brother Suo. Carnegie finds Makoto's tone odd but listens as the captain, with hope, says he wants to talk with Suo one day as he's talking with Kenji now. Kenji, an only child, admits he can't relate but suggests Makoto treats Suo like his cat. Makoto smiles, agreeing, then shows Kenji videos of himself treating Oraibi like a baby, shocking him. Amused, Makoto playfully asks if such behavior is really acceptable. With a gentle look, he gazes at Kenji and asks if they can train together. In his thoughts, Kenji isn't eager to join. Before he can respond, Kashi shows up, looking for them. She urges them to head back to camp, noting they need to leave early the next day. Makoto nods in agreement without protest. That night, Makoto and his team remain unaware of a strange figure wandering into the snowy wilderness. Dressed lightly as if going to the shore, the figure ventures further into the icy landscape. When halted, he states he's on a quest to fulfill the land's prophecy. Clutching a small book, he emphasizes the mission's importance. He's a lone wanderer, heading toward the same mountain where Makoto and his group are camped. While resting, he dreams of training with the founders. Today's focus is archery to sharpen his focus. He wields a heavy bow under Margit's guidance as she coaches him. Seeing Kenji struggle, Margit asks if holding his concentration is tough during practice. Hinokirei grumbles loudly about why it's not a sword training day. The mage swiftly quiets him, pointing out it was his turn yesterday. Despite the commotion, Margaret is impressed that Kenji stays focused, showing great progress since their first session. Kenji shares that he's on a mission with an incredible team, which drives him to excel. His eyes stay fixed on the target. He fires the arrow, striking the bullseye perfectly. Margaret is stunned by the accuracy, while Ken Nagi collapses, relieved. Margaret tells him to hold on to that feeling and ends the training. Realizing the session is done, Hinokirei eagerly draws his sword, telling Carnegie to get ready for sword practice. Just as they begin, Kenji is abruptly woken by his team, as it's time to move on. Before they leave, Makoto briefs the group, saying they'll face the prophecy's boss today. As they advance, they encounter more monsters, this time a flock of bluebirds, and the team charges at them. The founders and Kenji remark that this mission should be simple with the team's strength, but the mage notices an older founder seems uneasy. After a tough fight, the team defeats the monsters, clearing their way. Makoto then instructs Chikari to scout ahead. Chikari reports a major boss about 2,000 meters away, heading straight for them. He shares alarming news that the monster will reach them in just 10 seconds. Soon, a massive figure called the God Calamitous charges at them with a wild, terrifying expression. Her presence feels unlike any foe they've faced. Makoto quickly orders the team to attack, and they move toward the boss in perfect sync. Chikara uses his powers to bind the creature, while Kashi strikes from every angle. To their dismay, their attacks cause no harm. The boss remains untouched, despite their flawless teamwork. As the boss prepares to retaliate, it senses something coming from above. It's Kenji, diving down with a mighty sword strike. Recalling Akane and Hinokirei's lessons on vertical slashes, he unleashes his strongest attack, striking with full power. Channeling his strength, Kenji swings his fiery blade, sending a blazing beam at the boss. To his shock, it has no effect. The boss swiftly counters, swinging her sword and sending Kenji crashing down. Hearing the impact, Chikari briefly thinks Kenji is dead. But Kenji survives, landing on an ice crystal that softens his fall. As Kashi battles on, she understands why this boss holds the top rank and looks to Makoto, who must now save them. Drawing his sword, Makoto triggers Jackfruit to bind Kenji and pull him from the fight, stating that interference would hinder their captain. As they fall back, the boss unleashes a full-force strike at Makoto. The attack's immense power sends a shockwave, causing Kenji to fear for Makoto's life. But to his amazement, Makoto halts the blow just inches away. The boss swings again, only for Makoto to block it with ease and retaliate with a fierce slash, cutting off one of her arms. Hinokirei, watching in awe, declares his desire to replicate the feat. Kenji, however, grows worried and firmly denies Hinokirei's request to take over his body. Facing the injured boss, Makoto calmly explains he wanted his crew to gain experience against such a formidable foe but will now finish it himself. His crew swiftly erects a protective barrier, and as it forms, Makoto infuses his red dragon skill into his sword, releasing a blaze of flames around him. Combining it with crimson light, he unleashes a massive firestorm that devastates nearly half the boss's body. Carnegie, stunned, notes Makoto's sword flame technique mirrors his own but is far superior. Realizing the barrier saved them from being incinerated, he quietly apologizes to the boss, stating his duty to protect the world. Suddenly, Carnegie meows like a cat, causing everyone to cringe in secondhand embarrassment. Kenji, closely observing, sees Makoto's technique far surpasses Hinokirei's, marking his skills as exceptional. Nagi, inspired, yearns to train under him. Meanwhile, Makoto lands a final slash, cleaving the boss in two. But in a flash, a light streaks across the battlefield, severing Makoto's arm. Shocked, he turns to see a hole in Chikari's body. Carnegie, horrified, watches as his comrades are torn apart, blood pooling on the ground as they fall. Kenji rushes to aid Chikari, but Takeru, with his last strength, pushes him away, collapsing. Carnegie reels as his allies, alive moments ago, now lie dead. Jack, near death, regrets failing to detect the attack that caused this tragedy. As he collapses, he hopes his team identified the attack's source and hits the ground. Kashi remains unharmed, but others are pierced by the same beam. Makoto, gripping his severed arm, shouts for his team to seek cover in the terrain, identifying it as a skill attack. Everyone flees, following orders. Kashi calls to a fallen comrade to join them, but he hesitates, concerned for their gravely injured captain. The attack that severed Makoto's arm is unstoppable, even by barriers, due to its ability to annihilate anything. Another beam speeds toward Makoto, but he narrowly evades it by leaping upward. Kashi, increasingly terrified, sees the boss relentlessly attack while regenerating. She realizes they must defeat it in one swift strike. Turning to Nagi, she finds him kneeling, paralyzed by shock. Kenji gazes at his fallen comrades' bodies, whispering a plea to the founder, Valentine. asking if she can revive them. With a sheepish look, Valentine admits she cannot revive the dead. Carnegie pauses briefly, then exhales deeply. He summons all the founders, confessing that although he intended to manage everything alone this time, he now sees he might need their assistance again. Hinoki Rei immediately steps up and takes over his body. Meanwhile, Makoto, studying the assault, understands it entirely evaded Jakari's radar. Since Jakari's radar only detects threats within 3 kilometers, the attack must have come from farther away. This single blow not only killed Jiru but also cut off Makoto's arm. This shows their concealed foe is at least as powerful as he is resolute to ensure his fallen comrade's sacrifices are not wasted. Makoto exceeds his usual limits, harnessing energy well beyond his typical strength. He concentrates his power, using sharpened senses to locate a spot over 3 kilometers away. Despite barriers hiding the enemy gripping his sword, he recalls those lost today. Their death strengthened his determination. Makoto infuses his blade with red light and releases a destructive fire surge. The blazing fire tears through the earth, destroying all in its path, until it finally exposes the enemy who unleashed the lethal spell. It's the same boy who arrived alone, dressed casually. He's impressed Makoto tracked him after his attack, as expected from the captain of the strongest squad. Yet Makoto is stunned. His attack was fully absorbed by this man. The boy remarks that if Makoto still had his left arm, that strike would have killed him. He uses a darkness spell, summoning dark orbs around himself as he approaches Makoto. He hurls one orb with deadly intent. Makoto swings his sword, creating an ice shield in response. He then strikes back instantly, disappearing and reappearing behind the boy, aiming for his neck. But before Makoto can comprehend what occurred, the same destructive beam hits again, ripping a piece from his torso. The boy, unscathed, calmly says he predicted Makoto's move. He adds that Makoto is the one nearing death. Those words fuel Makoto's fury with the little energy he has left. He charges, swinging his sword, but the boy easily dodges and delivers a strong kick, hitting Makoto's open wound. Yet Makoto is ahead, using the moment to strike with his sword's back, sending the boy crashing down. As Makoto observes, he wonders why the boy stopped using his beam attack after just a few uses. Despite its immense power, it seems the boy cannot maintain it endlessly. Makoto realizes the boy's spell isn't sustainable. In stamina, they're evenly matched. The boy, after crashing, lands on his feet, confirming Makoto's thought but noting their conditions differ. Makoto is at a clear disadvantage, with one arm gone and half his body damaged. Yet Makoto, our bold hero, rejects the idea of being at a disadvantage. He recalls the 3 rules of the Makoto squad, gaining strength from them. Resolve surges through him as he prepares to fight until his final breath. With steadfast determination, he channels fiery electric energy, searing his wounds to stop the bleeding. As he does, he shouts the squad's 3rd rule across the battlefield: overcome your weakness. With those words, he releases Scarlet Blaze. The boy's eyes narrow, realizing Makoto is burning his life force to boost his power. In response, he mirrors this, powering his darkness spell with his own essence. Makoto, summoning the spirits of his fallen comrades, stares at his foe. His voice echoes over the battlefield, warning him not to underestimate his squad. In the background, as Carnegie seeks assistance from his funders, his hair whitens as Hinoki Rei seizes control of him. The remaining squad members, still fleeing, are abruptly halted by the boss, who stands resilient while regenerating her arms. Kashi, observing this, becomes worried. Understanding she cannot defeat the boss single-handedly, she shouts to Kenji, who remains kneeling in the rear. It appears that Kenji's will to fight has entirely vanished after seeing his squad members perish. Understandably, he was just an ordinary individual who recently joined the team. Yet, to Kashi's astonishment, Kenji stands up. In a brilliant flash, he charges forward and delivers a powerful kick to the boss, sending her crashing backward. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Makoto and his adversary continue their intense duel, exchanging relentless strikes. Makoto, armed with only half his sword, releases a scarlet light. His opponent narrowly avoids it by tilting to the side. Though he escapes the strike, he grows anxious. The fight is becoming tougher. Makoto's flames, which his darkness spell should have extinguished, are reigniting and hitting him again. Moreover, there's a limit to how much he can manually wield his darkness, and that boundary is nearing. Recognizing this, he hurls a flurry of darkness orbs at Makoto, but Makoto nimbly evades, spotting a chance to charge and slice off his opponent's arm completely. Their roles now switch. Yet, despite the loss of his arm, the opponent surges forward, slamming his knee into Makoto's injured arm. Makoto crumples to the ground in agony as his foe slowly advances. Gazing down at him, the opponent declares that losing an arm is insignificant. After all, Makoto still has a hole in his stomach. He then discloses something unsettling. He had foreseen Makoto's tactics from the very first move. He knew Makoto would fight up close. He praises Makoto's strength, noting that he always makes smart choices and never squanders time. Yet, he also highlights Makoto's weakness. He's too predictable. That, he proclaims, is why Makoto will fall. Pulling a book from his bag, he holds it aloft. stating that Makoto's defeat is already sealed within its pages. Makoto's eyes widen in horror as he identifies it as the Book of Doom. The opponent flips open the book, unveiling a shocking truth. He explains that if an organization exists to thwart prophecies, it's only logical that another exists to ensure they come true. Makoto is stunned, unaware such a group existed. The opponent then delivers his final revelation. He is one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. He presents himself as the 12th of darkness, fated to bring the prophecy to life. Makoto, still reeling, demands to know why he's obsessed with causing destruction. Smirking as he leafs through the book, the opponent taunts, asking if Makoto would forgive him if he explained. Infuriated by the mockery, Makoto swings his sword with full force, nearly cleaving the opponent's shoulder. Makoto feels certain he can triumph, as his opponent seems depleted of mana and his body appears to be at its limit. Makoto summons the red dragon form, believing it will clinch his victory. However, the opponent, with his shoulder nearly severed, remains upright. Proclaiming this as Makoto's end, he drinks a potion, triggering a dazzling burst of light. A blinding light overwhelms Makoto, and within it, a forceful punch hits his face, knocking him to the ground. As the dust clears, Makoto is stunned to see that all the injuries he caused his opponent have vanished, and the guy stands fully restored. The guy boasts that he used a rare potion, an artifact that healed him completely, even with just one arm. Makoto swings his scarlet light blade, unleashing a wave of energy at the guy. The guy counters by scattering the attack with dark orbs and responds with a flurry of strikes. Makoto is astonished, knowing that the artifact the guy possesses is so powerful it's meant to be controlled by nations, not held by any ordinary group. The guy lands a brutal kick to Makoto's wounded stomach, sending him crashing down, struggling to breathe. Relieved, the guy thinks he's finally won. Meanwhile, Makoto, reflecting on his childhood and friends, reaches for his sword. He recalls Carnegie's advice about treating his brother like his cat, which brings a determined smile to his bloodied face. Makoto grabs his sword, but as he prepares to strike, a beam of darkness severs his sword hand. The guy, with a smug tone, bids Makoto farewell. Just as he moves to finish him, someone intervenes, shattering the crystal behind him. It's Kenji, supported by all the founders, ready to avenge their disciples' suffering. Makoto spots Carnegie and feels concern, but soon senses something unusual radiating from him. The guy also detects the strange aura around Kenji. No longer seeming weak, Kenji now appears as a fierce defender. Alarmed, the guy warns Kenji not to move, threatening to kill Makoto if he does. As the guy speaks, his arm is suddenly sliced off in an instant. Shocked, he can't fathom how it happened so fast. Kenji, from a distance, swings his sword, the force so strong it dulls the blade. The founders are surprised that one strike weakened the sword. The alchemist founder steps forward, crafting multiple weapons for Carnegie, his eyes burning with vengeance. Kenji commands the founders to unleash chaos on the guy. The guy fully regenerates his arm, leaving Hinoki Rei stunned. The mage founder explains it's a reversal skill, unexpected in a modern awakener. She theorizes the artifact continuously heals him until it expires. As she speaks, Kenji fires an arrow that hits the guy squarely in the head. The guy, caught off guard, instantly heals the wound. A founder asks the mage how to kill him. She explains they must repeatedly kill him until he stays dead. The guy casts a darkness spell as Kenji readies another arrow. Carnegie's arrow pierces the darkness, striking the guy in the chest and head. The archer founder taunts the guy, questioning if he thought he could block his arrows. The guy heals again and attacks with darkness orbs. Kenji, using the founder's agility, dodges and charges, landing a kick to the guy's face. He grabs the guy's hand, striking his face with a palm. A founder notes the guy can't use his annihilation beam when his own orbs block his sight, giving them an edge. With dodging now easier, Kenji delivers a crushing blow to the guy's stomach, sending him to the ground. The founders wonder how many times they'll see him die and regenerate. Carnegie approaches Makoto, who, barely conscious, asks if he's truly Carnegie. Carnegie explains, it's not just him. The founders are using his body as heroic spirits, powered by Valentine's healing abilities. Carnegie starts healing, and Makoto prepares for action as the healing progresses. Carnegie explains they need to move fast, and as he departs, Makoto realizes the founders are in charge. Nearby, a man stands up, stunned that his spells are easily dodged and countered, leaving him no time to react. Carnegie strikes him with a spear, piercing his heart directly. The man faces relentless attacks, dying multiple times without a chance to recover. A founder questions the mage about whether keeping the spear in the man's heart stops his regeneration. Yet, the spear goes through his body, and he starts regenerating again. As he begins to recover, Kenji lands a forceful kick from above, slamming him back to the ground. Carnegie ponders which body parts regenerate first if the man's body is entirely destroyed. The man starts regenerating from his hand, but by the time his body fully reforms, he's exhausted and gasping. Though he's being overwhelmed, he refuses to let a boy defeat him. Planning to kill Makoto and flee, he charges at him, only to see Kenji already there, guarding Makoto with a wild grin. Carnegie declares it's too late for the man. Hinoki Rei then takes over Carnegie's body, and using his sword technique, slices the man's body into fragments. Despite being destroyed, the man remains unafraid of death, believing he's fulfilling a prophecy. But his confidence falters against the terrifying presence of Carnegie. As he regenerates again, he tries to focus on his mission to complete the prophecy, pushing back his fear. The man reaches for another artifact in his bag, but before he can use it, his arm is severed. The artifact falls, forming a golden cage around Carnegie, called the Sand Cage of Time. The man's regeneration stops, leaving him unable to regrow his arm. Relieved, he thinks he's narrowly escaped. The founders, seeing the expanding cage, grow worried and debate their next move as the man's regeneration weakens. Standing outside the cage, the man boasts that even his darkness can't break it, so Carnegie can't kill him from inside. Nervously, he announces he's leaving. But before he finishes, Hinoki Rei shouts for him to pay attention. Suddenly, the man senses a powerful aura behind him and turns to find Makoto standing, still regenerating. How is Makoto so strong and dominant? It traces back to his childhood training with the elite Midori. Even Midori was defeated by Makoto in a sword fight, prompting him to recommend Makoto seek a superior master for further training. Following the advice of the world's greatest, Makoto sought out top-tier masters to train under. Yet, he surpassed every master he studied with, whether in swordsmanship, magic, or agility, and each gave up on him within a month. One master suggested he train with the strongest swordsman they knew at the time. Hinoki Rei Ichika, the younger sister of Hinoki Rei, became Makoto's final master, training him for 3 years. During a session with Ichika, Makoto asked about a sword technique called Indomitable from a book. Even Ichika didn't understand the technique, saying it was a skill only Hinoki Rei, the founder, could perform. Makoto was intrigued, having read about the technique. Soon, Ichika realized she had no more to teach him, as he had mastered Hinoki Rei's one-handed sword style. Makoto wanted to grow stronger, but Ichika was unsure how he could advance further. She likened him to a perfect bud, noting that even with all his training, fully blooming in this lifetime would be challenging. She wished for a day when a mightier swordsman would challenge him. Now, Makoto sees that moment unfolding before him. He observes Kenji wielding sword techniques completely unknown to him. Ichika notes that such a rare chance may only arise once, urging him not to let it slip away. Thankful for this opportunity, Makoto reflects on each person dear to him and starts pressing his severed arms together. Observing this, the founders are puzzled by Makoto's actions. Kenji grows anxious for his captain, who faces the enemy outside the cage. Makoto begins radiating the same energy as Kenji. At the same time, in the anti-prophecy faction's training area, Midori, practicing with Suo, detects a strong aura. An abrupt explosion shakes the ground, and when the dust clears, they are stunned to find a huge hole in the wall and Midori missing. On the battlefield, the opponent is baffled, witnessing Makoto achieve such a feat despite his injuries. He feels certain of his impending defeat. Hinoki Rei explains to Kenji that individuals, like flowers, shine brightest when they reach their full potential, whether in body, spirit, or by perfecting a supreme technique. For Makoto, this is his moment of ultimate brilliance. Standing behind Kenji, Hinoki Rei urges him to imprint the scene in his memory. Kenji grasps Hinoki Rei's metaphor of a blooming flower. Makoto raises his arms as if gripping a sword, and with resolute focus, employs Hinoki Rei's one-handed sword style, the indomitable technique he once read about. Despite the opponent's impeccable dark defenses, his body is cleaved in two without Makoto wielding a tangible blade. The opponent wonders if this moment and place mark his demise as his body collapses. Hinoki Rei commends Makoto for conjuring a sword purely from his mind. Meanwhile, though disoriented, Makoto feels he has finally become the swordsman he always dreamed of being. He views it as a gift to have shared moments with his family, friends, comrades, and subordinates. Every moment he's lived has fortified him, even if this is his final stand. He thinks of his younger brother and his cat, silently apologizing as he nears unconsciousness. He notices Kenji approaching, offering a hand with a smile. This sight convinces Makoto that his death may not be the end, as he can pass his legacy to the next generation through Kenji. Clutching Kenji's hand, Makoto expresses gratitude and collapses. As the cage dissolves after the enemy's defeat, Kenji hurries to his captain, sensing a profound bond through the crest of nothingness. Their other comrades lie lifeless around them, but as Makoto nears death, Midori swoops in, catching him just as he falls. Makoto passes away in Midori's arms at age 23. After the battle against the darkness, users in the chat pay their respects. Holding Makoto's body, Midori is overwhelmed with grief, unable to accept the reality. He recalls asking Makoto during training why he chose to lead the squad. Midori believed Makoto was the second strongest in the anti-prophecy unit, unmatched if he fought at full strength. Midori had questioned whether Makoto, with all his power, preferred fighting solo. Surprised, Makoto asked if Midori thought he was unfit for teamwork. Yet, to Makoto, the team meant everything. He struggled to convey this to Midori, but just then, his comrades reached out to him through the group's security camera. Chikara was thrilled because their comrade, Kazushiro, had successfully completed the level 2 assignment he had been working on. Shiro was equally excited, expressing his desire to share the news with the captain first. Chikari, delighted by the achievement, proposed that they all celebrate with a lunch outing. Midori, observing their strong bond, was deeply moved as they spoke. Makoto shared that he cherished his comrades dearly, stating that even if he were injured in battle, he would find peace knowing his comrades were with him. Returning to the present, Midori cradles his fallen friend's body, telling him that his dream of fighting for his comrades has come true. Though most of their comrades have perished, 2 remain alive. With tears streaming down his face, Midori gently closes Makoto's eyes, acknowledging that Makoto, as a leader, has honorably fulfilled his responsibilities, a feat Midori believes he himself could not have accomplished. Meanwhile, Kenji lies on the ground, surrounded by the founders. A growing darkness clouds his mind, and the mage suggests it stems from Kenji's guilt over the station's destruction and his feelings of inadequacy. The founders, too, have endured the pain of losing comrades, friends, and family. Their hearts ached as they witnessed their comrades' deaths, and many, like Hinoki Rei, struggled to heal from their emotional wounds. Hinoki Rei approaches Carnegie, who kneels in despair. He calls out to him, his voice heavy with hopelessness. Kenji confesses that he no longer wishes to fight, his heart shattered. He believes that if he had allowed the founders to fight from the start, no one would have died. He now realizes that in trying to be strong for others, he has become merely a vessel for the founders' cause. Hearing Carnegie's words, Hinoki Rei attempts to respond, but Carnegie is consumed by his thoughts. He feels the warmth of Makoto's handshake burning in his mind, a reminder that Makoto entrusted him with his legacy. This realization brings tears to the founders' eyes, but Carnegie's next words stun them. He vows not only to surpass the founders but to do so with every moment of his existence. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light strikes Carnegie as he proclaims his resolve. He swears that no one else will die under his watch. His mental strength surges to extraordinary levels. A month later, in Nagano Prefecture at Motoki Mountain, Suo trains in hand-to-hand combat with Nagi. He unleashes a flurry of strikes at Kenji, who deftly evades each one. Carnegie retaliates with a piercing attack, which Suo blocks, though the force generates a shockwave behind him. Carnegie is astonished that Suo so easily redirected the power of his piercing spell. As he processes this, Suo launches a counterattack. Carnegie, prepared, uses Aikido to maneuver around Suo. Suo attempts a mid-air kick, but Carnegie blocks it and responds with a forceful kick of his own. Just as the strike is about to land, a loud shout halts them both. The voice belongs to Ichika. The squad's near-total destruction has left a profound mark on the anti-prophecy unit. At the funeral for the fallen, grief overwhelmed everyone. Suo stood motionless before his brother's photo throughout the ceremony. Later, as Kenji walked to his room, he noticed smoke rising from Makoto's room, where he found books and a cat. Carnegie recognized the cat as Oraibi, a frequent topic of Makoto's conversations. Suo was stunned that Carnegie knew about his brother's cat, a detail even he hadn't known until entering Makoto's room. Suo was unaware of the cat, the books, the clothes, the food, or even the thoughts his brother held. He only learned of these things by sorting through Makoto's possessions. Kenji observed that Suho carried several diaries, which he intended to keep. Makoto had left these diaries for his brother to read in the event of his death. They detailed Makoto's daily training and missions. However, Suho noticed something more. Every entry in the diaries concluded with Makoto expressing concern for Suho's well-being. He wrote about Sue's condition, the chilly weather, and Sue's accomplishments and milestones. Alone in his room, Suho read these words and collapsed in tears, huddling on the floor as he understood that his brother's writings were all about him. If you're crying too, leave a tear emoji comment. As Suho shared this with Nagi, Nagi revealed that Makoto often spoke to him about Suo and his cat or rib. Hearing this, Suo's eyes welled up, and he vowed to grow stronger so his brother in heaven wouldn't need to worry about him anymore. With that, they approached Hinoki Rei Ichika for training. Initially wary, Ichika relaxed when they explained that Suo was Makoto's brother and that Makoto had died in battle. Though stunned, Ichika maintained her calm composure. Suo and Kenji both asked Ichika to train them to become more powerful. Now in the present, Ichika marvels at their progress, especially Suzu's remarkable improvement. Carnegie inquires about his own growth, and Yuko, with an exasperated sigh, says she has nothing more to teach him since he already knows it all. She playfully suggests he should teach her instead. Ichika then kicks a stick toward them, grinning wildly, proclaiming herself the sword and daring them to attack. They charge, Suo striking from the front, Kenji from above. As they battle, Kenji is resolute in becoming stronger, confident he'll be the world's mightiest awakened hero. Meanwhile, in London, England, a man in a hat and coat strolls alone through the night. Turning a corner, someone identifies him as Quatre, one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Quatre recognizes the approaching figure. It's Midori. Midori bluntly demands Quatre disclose his base and comrade's location, threatening death if he says anything else. At this, Quatra summons his weapon, a peculiar heart-shaped pike, and challenges Midori to fight. Suddenly, blood spurts from the alley, and Midori emerges unscathed. Outside, anti-prophecy group members wait. Midori hands them a book and departs, noting 7 apostles remain. They now hold 5 books, having slain 5 apostles, and Midori heads for his next target. In the anti-prophecy's covert facility, the hunt of everlasting secrets, someone presents Midori's collected book to an elderly woman, Io, the anti-prophecy unit's superintendent. The man delivering it confirms it's from Midori and explains these prophecy books belong to the 12 apostles. This man is trustworthy. He's the superintendent's assistant. Another assistant, Shiki, is there, suggesting the books might be fragments of one larger, divided book. Io opens it, noting that killing apostles and collecting books isn't the core issue. The real problem is Midori acting independently, seemingly driven by Makoto's death. This scar has deeply affected Midori, Shiki observes, asking what to do. Smiling, Io says to leave Midori to her, promising tea when he returns. Jingan and Shiki suggest that since Makoto's squad is gone, leaving a void in the anti-prophecy unit, they're ready to lead a new squad. Io ponders this deeply. Meanwhile, near Tokyo, a rank 2 prophecy, the rebellion, unfolds, led by the God of Down. Anti-prophecy unit members battle the prophecy's troops, but struggle to defeat even a few. In their anxiety, they call out for their captain, Hibiki. Hibiki, the captain of the Hibiki Setsuna squad, steps forward, viewing the enemy troops as dull and easily defeated. She glances back at Akane, a new member of her squad, and asks if she can manage the situation. Akane, with her charm, casts a spell that forms a large blob of mercury. She cautions everyone to stay back as she directs the mercury to flow across the ground toward the troops. Once the mercury engulfs the troops' feet, Akane uses a gasification spell to turn the liquid into gas, causing the troops to cough and choke. She then transforms the gas back into liquid mercury, now inside the troops' bodies. Using crimson heat, she boils the mercury within them and finally solidifies it, creating spikes that instantly kill the troops. The entire squad is stunned, as Akane has annihilated the enemy in mere seconds. Snapping her fingers, Akane turns to the group, declaring her task complete. Hibiki approaches, clapping, and commends Akane for masterfully using all 3 states of matter in 4 attacks within 1 skill. She lifts Akane's chin, noting it's unfortunate that Akane is only a temporary member. Hibiki suggests that after Akane completes her training, she should join the squad permanently. Akane, thrilled, says she'll consider it. The other squad members, impressed by Akane's strength and charm, wonder if she'll join, while Hibiki sees her as a way to make battles even easier. After Akane departs, she contacts Kenji, reporting that she has mastered Lesson 7 on controlling the 3 states of alchemy, and requests the next lesson. Kenji, busy protecting his lunch from a cat, agrees. The founder, Alchemist, overhearing, is astonished that Akane has reached level 7. Kenji asks the founder to prepare 3 more lessons for Akane, which he happily agrees to do. Kenji relays this to Akane, who expresses her gratitude. She mentions that Hinata has advanced to Lesson 8 in a prefecture where a rank 2 prophecy earth-eating beast, led by a boss Sphinx, has appeared in Tokoroa City. Hinata, sent to defeat the boss, uses his lightning kick to obliterate it in 1 strike, completing his level 8 lesson. The captain of the Total Roki squad praises Hinata and invites him to join their team. Hinata, like Akane, wants time to decide which squad to join. He seeks Akane's advice, and she, eager to compete, claims she'll defeat him regardless of his choice. Kenji, on a joint call with them, is pleased to see their growth and resolves to start training himself. While Kenji speaks, Suo grows frustrated that Oraibi, the cat, always clings to Nagi instead of him. As Suo complains and tries to separate the cat from Kenji, Akane asks if they've heard about a new squad forming. Kenji, unaware, listens as Akane explains that a new squad is being created to replace Makoto's. The new squad's captain will be chosen based on the member with the greatest achievements. Kenji takes the news casually, but Akane has another concern. She reveals that the real question isn't about the captaincy, but whether Kenji wants to form his own squad. Initially, Kenji laughs it off, but then he pauses, struck by the idea. Sensing the gravity of her words, Kenji asks Akane why she brought it up. She explains that the anti-prophecy movement desires a force capable of ending all prophecies. Akane admits she shares this desire and believes the squad needs a strong-willed leader. She sees Kenji as someone with the qualities to become an effective squad captain. When Akane, the squad captain, calls for her, she politely excuses herself from Carnegie and bids him farewell, leaving him to ponder the idea of becoming a squad captain. Meanwhile, ECA inquires about Carnegie with Suho, who shares that they discussed his potential captaincy. Ichika agrees, stating that if Nagi desires it, he could effortlessly take on the role, and Suho concurs with her assessment. Carnegie, lost in contemplation, seeks guidance from the founders, who seem just as uncertain about what to recommend, having spent their lives following a master and lacking leadership experience. The mage founder, recognizing their inadequacy, calls them ineffective teachers for failing to advise Carnegie in this moment. Hinoki Rei then asks Ryan, the founder of military strategy, for his perspective on the matter. Ryan, however, declines to step in, explaining that the timing isn't right since someone else is already suited to guide Carnegie. Before Carnegie can fully grasp this, a wooden spear suddenly strikes Hugh of his thoughts as it lands close to him. Looking up, he sees Ichika approaching, urging him to stop overthinking and focus on training, her face lit with a wild grin. Ichika challenges Carnegie to use his flash step against her, and he accepts, leaping from a rock and combining flash step with ripple step to land gently. Ichika, amazed, wonders about Carnegie's true identity, as his skill level after only 6 months of training is extraordinary for a typical awakening. Recalling Hanki's grueling training sessions where he repeatedly failed while mastering flash step, Carnegie chuckles. But before he can linger on the memory, he senses a surge of energy rushing toward him and sees Ichika charging with her wooden staff, now infused with power. He narrowly dodges her strike, which hits a rock behind him, splitting it cleanly in two. Swirl, observing, is astonished. Ichika, unfazed, reminds Carnegie that she doesn't care if he's focused or not. Ichika declares she'll force Carnegie to be fully present. Now, slightly anxious but alert, Carnegie holds his stance. Within him, Hinoki Rei realizes Ryan meant Ichika as the one qualified to guide Carnegie. The mage founder also recognizes Ichika's remarkable strength for a modern awakening, as expected of a Hinoki Rei descendant, though Hinoki Rei denies having children, suggesting it might be his brother instead. Hinoki Rei acknowledges Ichika's strengths, noting that since she trained someone as formidable as Makoto, she could be a living successor. But as he speaks, he sees her use a new technique, Skyfall, an electric zap that Carnegie barely dodges. Recognizing the attack's immense power, Carnegie realizes Ichika is fighting him with full force. Ichika charges again, unleashing her Purgatory Sword technique, a powerful strike aimed at Carnegie. Hinoki Rei watches excitedly, realizing Ichika has crafted a new technique by refining inherited knowledge. As Carnegie evades the attack, Ichika is impressed. He's dodged a technique he's never seen before, showcasing his remarkable skill. She commends Carnegie's one-handed sword technique, observing its similarity to the founder's methods. This remark surprises Carnegie, and before he can reply, Ichika suggests he might be concerned about matching Makoto's strength. Carnegie is shocked, as this mirrors his exact thoughts. Suo, listening nearby, is equally startled. Carnegie's hold on his sword strengthens as he remembers seeing Makoto's remarkable power directly. Makoto's exceptional leadership as a squad captain fuels Carnegie's doubts about ever reaching that level. Unexpectedly, Ichika advises him that he doesn't need to emulate Makoto. She suddenly shouts for him to focus, channeling her energy into her tango dance sword technique, unleashing a forceful water tornado. She clarifies that this technique evolved from the founder's methods, developed by past masters. Though these techniques may never equal the founder's immense power, the masters persistently refined them, gradually improving. Carnegie grasps her meaning. Ichika then admits she's unsure of Makoto's full greatness as a captain, but from what she knows, he was an extraordinary leader. She notes that Carnegie's journey will differ initially, but with dedicated skill refinement, he has the potential to reach Makoto's level. Pointing her wooden stick at him, she urges him not to mimic Makoto but to follow his own entrusted path. This reminds Carnegie of the moment Makoto shook his hand. Reflecting on that handshake, Carnegie realizes he should focus on the future rather than comparisons. Smiling, he hears her vow to personally train him for that future. They dive into rigorous training, pushing each other's limits. 2 weeks later, at the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, squad captains Hibiki and Todoroki review a list of newly recommended squad candidates. The superintendent's list includes Kenji and Ichika, which some members find surprising. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, a shadowy figure speaks on a phone, confirming they've infiltrated the facility and noting the new squad captain exam in 3 days. Holding the Book of Doom, they boldly claim they'll soon lead the Anti-Prophecy squad. This figure is Iva, a member of the 12 Apostles of Apocalypse. Her heavenly demon skill lets her assume the identity of anyone she kills. She aims to become the new squad captain and dismantle the Anti-Prophecy from within. As Midori continues his deadly campaign against the Apostles, over half have already perished. Unable to defeat Midori directly, the Apostles plan to undermine the Anti-Prophecy internally, driven by their commitment to fulfill the prophecy. 3 days later, at the Anti-Prophecy's grand training field, the captain selection exam begins with all participants assembled. The instructor announces 4 tests, with only 4 advancing to the final stage. The exam uses a point system: 3 points for first place, 2 for second, and 1 for third. The candidate with the highest total score will become the new squad's captain. The superintendent observes as the instructor encourages all to give their all, and the participants shout, "Yes," in unison. Kenji feels the pressure of everyone's attention among the 8 candidates. Koki from the Yogarama squad, Akane from the Eurasia squad, Sonobe from the Oshima squad, Hisagi from the Kakabe squad, Sakazaki from the Tarizaki squad, Chaya Kami from the Todoroki squad, and Jiru from the Hibiki squad. Yet, the true threat is that one of them is Eva, an apostle imposter hiding in plain sight. Carnegie stands out as the sole squad captain, with Ichika absent due to her usual overresting. She sends him a stern message, threatening consequences if he fails to win. Determined to avoid elimination before Ichika's arrival, Carnegie prepares for the competition with resolve. Meanwhile, Ichika hurries to the training ground, riding on Swallow's back, urging him to speed up to avoid missing critical moments. Confident in Carnegie's ability to triumph, she is determined to witness his victory. At the training field, the first test begins, surprising everyone as a measurement challenge. Carnegie unleashes a tremendous surge of energy, destroying the measurement device and claiming first place. Akihina from the Eurasia squad, ranking 5th, is astonished by Carnegie's immense power. Sakazaki earns 3rd place, and Shinobi takes 2nd, both recognizing Carnegie as an extraordinary talent. Sarcasm comments that such outliers occasionally emerge when a genius in physical strength or mana appears in the exam, suggesting Carnegie is a prodigy like Shikami, who ranks 7th. Carnegie leads with 3 points as the instructor introduces the second test, hand-to-hand combat, where each participant faces an opponent, earning 2 points for a win. Shikami volunteers to challenge Carnegie, known as the strongest regular member in hand-to-hand combat and considered exceptional since infancy. At 2 years old, Shikami survived a monster emergence from another dimension, single-handedly defeating them as a baby in a cart, astonishing his mother and becoming a legend. Hibiki accuses Todoroki of unfairness by selecting Shikamaru for the combat test, but Todoroki defends his choice, noting Shikami's exceptional magical talent and physical strength. He boasts that since joining the squad, Shikami has remained undefeated in hand-to-hand combat. Hibiki wonders if the match will end quickly, given Shikami's near-invincible combat skills. As the fight starts, Shikami calmly approaches Carnegie, questioning if he has been mentoring Hinata. Recalling the founders, Carnegie explains he is only a messenger. Shikami, puzzled, insists someone is guiding Hinata, a super genius who would surpass his current level even without Carnegie's help. Carnegie agrees, frustrating Shikami further. Enraged, Shikami activates Violent Bite, transforming into a monstrous form and lunging at Carnegie with incredible speed. Carnegie dodges just in time, but Shikami follows with a fierce claw attack. Todoroki is thrilled watching his fighter's intensity as Shikami swings powerfully. Carnegie sidesteps, adopting Kudo stance, grabbing Shikami's wrist and slamming him into the ground with immense force. The impact creates a massive shockwave, scattering rocks across the field and stunning onlookers. As the dust clears, both Carnegie and Shikami are airborne, leaving other participants in awe. Though Carnegie merely redirected the attack, its power devastated the battlefield. Even Carnegie is impressed by Shikami's strength, though Shikami assumes he is being sarcastic. Even after a fierce strike, she gracefully touches down on the ground, astonishing everyone that he could land safely amidst the ruined landscape. Akane, studying the scene on his laptop, notes that this result was unavoidable. Shikami's physical enhancement is unpredictable, and his body's resilience greatly exceeds that of a typical awakened hero. Regaining her focus, Shikami rushes toward Carnegie. Carnegie understands that merely blocking Shikami's assaults won't secure victory. He must adopt a new strategy. By tapping into his founder ability, he delivers a gentle kick to the oncoming Shikami. He then amplifies this move with the power thrust technique Luminance Kick, hitting Army multiple times while he's still in midair. Spectators are stunned as Shikami plummets to the ground, defeated. The instructor swiftly steps in, halting the match before it intensifies further, and names Carnegie the victor, granting him 2 extra points. The other squad members are in awe. This guy just physically overpowered Shikami. Despite Akane's prior assertion that he was an irregular hockey, Hina, now frantically typing on his laptop, hadn't anticipated Kenji's remarkable hand-to-hand combat skills. He initially thought Kenji would fade out naturally if ignored, but it's now evident that Nagi is becoming a hurdle in his schemes. As Shikami slowly regains consciousness and opens his eyes, he's stunned to see Kenji casting a spell over him while he lies on the ground. Nagi assures him that he's mending his injuries, which leaves Shikami even more amazed. An irregular with both mana and physical strength, now able to heal as well. It feels almost unreal to Shikami, who is still grappling with the situation. Shikami asks Carnegie if there's anything he can't do, prompting Kenji to recall the time he frantically tried but failed to revive his fallen Makoto squad members. After healing Shikami for a bit, Kenji tells him he should be able to stand now as they talk. A sudden loud bang echoes nearby, and Kenji explains that it signals the final match of the hand-to-hand combat exam. Now alarmed, Shikami wonders how long he was out. Carnegie calmly informs him it's only been 5 minutes. According to Nagi, after their bout, the other fights began at the same time. 2 pairs finished quickly, but Akihito and Hisagi are still battling after 5 minutes. Both remain resolute, trading a relentless flurry of full-force blows as Hisagi charges at Akihito. She repels him with a strong attack, ridiculing him for lacking unique abilities. She mocks that without special skills or traits, he's unsuitable to be a captain. Akihito steadies himself and refutes her, saying he's not one to chase the spotlight. He believes that even if an ordinary person took the captain's role, they'd only face death. He asserts that a captain must be adaptable to any scenario to boost the squad's survival odds, even by just 1%. Akihito proclaims this as his aim, determined to avoid the fate of the Makoto squad. This resonates deeply with Nagi, as Akihito speaks of his fallen comrades in such a way. Shikamaru takes offense and cautions Akane to choose his words carefully. Back in the fight, Hisagi unleashes her disciplined chainsaw technique, creating an energy whirlwind as she charges at Akihito. Though Akane blocks the assault, its sheer power sends him crashing down. Hisagi swiftly follows with another strike, but just as she's about to connect, Akihito unexpectedly surrenders. The instructor promptly ends the match, proclaiming Hisagi the winner, leaving her stunned. Another squad member restrains her as she rages, furious that Akihito surrendered so easily instead of fighting harder. Akihito, however, explains that he expected the battle to last longer, so he opted to conserve his energy for the upcoming tests. As he walks away, he realizes he could have beaten Hisagi if he had pushed himself, but he chooses to hide his true power for now, especially with Kenji watching the match closely. The second phase of the exam, hand-to-hand combat, ends with Kenji at the top of the leaderboard with 5 points, followed by Snow no Bei with 3. The instructor calls for a 30-minute break before the third exam begins. The instructor also announces that in the next round, the 4 lowest-scoring participants will be eliminated. As the lunch break starts, Kenji wonders about Ayaka and Su, who are missing despite being expected. Meanwhile, outside the anti-prophecy headquarters, Suo arrives, exhausted from carrying Ichika. He's puzzled when she heads toward the courtyard, instead of the training area. When Suo asks why, Ichika explains she senses an aura indicating someone recently died there. She believes it's the trace of an awakened being killed by a far stronger monster. Suo is shocked by this revelation. If an awakened being was truly killed at the headquarters, it suggests someone may have breached the anti-prophecy's secret location. Ichika insists that the 12 apostles are powerful enough to have discovered this hidden place, shocking Suo even more. When he asks about their motives, she dodges the question and suggests they go to the training venue. In her mind, she suspects the deceased was at a squad captain's level, despite no official reports confirming such an event. The situation grows more complex as Midori, Ichika, Suho, and especially Kenji all share the goal of avenging Captain Makoto's death. During the lunch break, while others tend to their injuries, eat, and chat, Akihito sits alone, engrossed in his laptop. Kenji, sitting with Shikami, perks up when he sees his comrades Ichika and Suho arrive. The mood shifts, and tension rises as others become uneasy. Suo, one of the 5 elite members of the Anti-Prophecy Special Task Force alongside Midori, feels unsettled watching the gathered captains. Ichika had claimed a captain was killed, yet all 7 captains are present at the training ground. Hearing this, Ichika smirks and pulls Kenji aside to share critical information. Ichika reveals everything to Kenji, stunning him with the possibility that one of the captains could be a disguised member of the 12 apostles. Based on the aura residue Ichika sensed in the courtyard, she's confident the deceased was at a captain's level. Yet, with all captains accounted for, the situation seems highly suspicious. Logically, it seems impossible, but if someone is impersonating the victim, an imposter is among them. Kenji grows anxious, and Suho agrees, realizing the person who killed a captain-level figure is standing nearby. Suo, referencing an Among Us-like scenario, warns that if they don't resolve this soon, more could die. If left unchecked, a prophecy predicting human extinction might emerge. Ichika, with a sinister grin, proposes a brutal solution: kill everyone present to eliminate the threat. Suo and Nagi quickly reject this, insisting they only need to identify and remove the 112 Apostles member hiding among them. Excited, Ichika notes that facing the 12 Apostles could be their chance to avenge Makoto, as they caused his death. She asks Kenji if he shares her resolve, and as he recalls Makoto and their squad's fate, he agrees. Suo, gripping his fist tightly, also reflects on the loss of his brother. Kenji consults Azure, the detective agency's founder, for guidance. Azure advises inspecting the crime scene first, but notes that the ongoing examination makes it impractical. Kenji thinks about rushing to the scene before the lunch break ends. Azure cautions that this could tip off the culprit, especially if the apostle is as powerful as the one they encountered at the snowy mountain. Such an enemy could easily eliminate everyone present, so they must be ready for that possibility. Considering this, Carnegie opts to visit the training ground after the test but wonders if even the founders could miss any aura traces at the crime scene. Hinoki Rei shares that he's been training near a volcano for the past month, perfecting his one-handed sword skills. He suggests the volcano's energy might disrupt their ability to detect residual aura. Mage adds that if the aura is only detectable up close, it likely belongs to a 12 Apostles class enemy. Azure, frustrated that others are encroaching on his detective role, starts to object, but Hinoki Rei cuts him off. urging them to focus on capturing the culprit so he can deal with them. Back in the interrogation, Azure prompts Carnegie to ask a question. Carnegie inquires if the apostle might have infiltrated as a candidate rather than a captain. This surprises Ichi, but she admits it's plausible for captain candidates, though squad captains shouldn't be ruled out either. Carnegie nods, already forming a plan for the next test, assuming it will involve combat skills. Moments later, the instructor announces the third stage, revealing it's a written test, which stuns Carnegie. Candidates are placed in isolated rooms with no phones, preventing Kenji from gathering intel on the infiltrator. The test covers anti-prophecy rules, a topic Kenji barely grasps, but he persists. When the results are announced, Carnegie scores 0, while Akane climbs to second with 3 points. The bottom 4 candidates, including Kami, are eliminated. Kenji feels humiliated by his low score, but Akane approaches calmly, reassuring him that he did his best. Kenji and Shikamaru both score 0 on the written test, but Kami is particularly upset that Akihito earned full marks. Still, he commends Nagi for holding first place and promises to root for him in the exam's second half. He speculates about who will become the new captain and mentions that the superintendent will assess the new squad's functionality post-selection. Kami explains that a squad needs at least 7 members, so the captain must recruit 6 others. He advises Kenji to start thinking about potential recruits if he becomes captain. Placing a hand on Carnegie's shoulder, Kami offers himself as a member, highlighting his physical strength, then walks away with a grin, wishing Kenji luck for the remaining exam. As Kami departs, Azure approaches Nagi, instructing him to check the crime scene. Carnegie senses confidence in Azure's tone, realizing he's already pinpointed the culprit. Azure confirms this but says he needs concrete evidence for an official conclusion. He then announces they'll take an aggressive stance against the 12 apostles. The mage recounts all the events that have unfolded, noting that Detective Azure helps Kenji with his reasoning and techniques. This frustrates Hinoki Rei, because the mage speaks indirectly, though she does so on purpose to ease the tension with her storytelling. They are at the crime scene, where Azure steps in for Kenji and starts inspecting the surroundings. As anticipated, everything matches Azure's suspicions. With the victim's identity verified, he also identifies the culprit. Hinoki Rei, upon hearing this, understands that their adversary is one of the 12 apostles, possibly in possession of the Book of Doom, the same one held by the previous apostle. The mage then asks what their next move should be. Just as Kenji begins to answer, a sudden burst of energy engulfs him, and he finds himself in a misty realm. In this cloudy realm, Kenji meets an old lady who, when questioned, says she's just a random grandmother passing through. She asks about his investigation, and Kenji shares that a murder has occurred, with the culprit disguising themselves as someone else and demonstrating great skill. The granny suggests tracking down the culprit immediately, but Kenji explains that they already know the culprit's identity, backed by solid evidence, not just speculation. Despite this, he admits he's not ready to reveal the truth yet. The granny, puzzled, believes exposing and stopping the culprit right away would be ideal. Kenji counters that there are actually 2 culprits, and it would be wiser to confront them both together when they're in the same location. Kenji decides to handle the situation the following morning but asks the old lady, who is really the superintendent, to stay out of it and simply watch. She smiles, wishes him luck, and insists she's just a passing granny who won't meddle. As she prepares to leave, Kenji introduces himself, earning another smile from her. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surges through him, and he regains control of his body in a highly confidential location. The assistant questions the superintendent, wondering if it was right to leave. The assistant questions the superintendent, asking if it was wise to leave things as they are. The granny, however, assures her that she doesn't mind, as Kenji seems close to the truth and appears to have a plan. She claims that she is merely interested in seeing what he will do next. The superintendent then instructs the assistant to tell the other officers to support Kenji if anything goes wrong. The assistant agrees but mentions that even after examining the residual traces, she found nothing particularly noteworthy. Still, the superintendent trusts Kenji's words. The assistant is confused about why the superintendent has such confidence in him. In response, the granny explains it's because of the confidence and resolve she saw in his eyes. The next day, as Kenji walks through the woods, Sakami joins him, explaining the details of the upcoming test. This test will assess their abilities as a squad captain. Sakami expects Akihito to rely on his strategic skills, but he voices his support for Kenji instead. Carnegie expresses gratitude, but abruptly questions why Kami intentionally failed the examination. After a brief, ominous silence, Kami turns to him, explaining that he altered his strategy, choosing to serve under a capable captain rather than led. Kenji, suspicious, accuses Kami of sabotaging the squad by targeting its strongest members. Ichika, concealed in the trees for safety, overhears this. Kami candidly admits he's willing to kill for a replacement if needed, revealing that during the third test, his mind could only recall stored information, leading to a 0 score. Labeling himself foolish, Kami acknowledges it would have been simpler to dispose of Akihito's body. As they enter an open field, squad captains and members encircle them, with Todoroki chained at the center, flanked by Hibiki and another captain, who exudes her usual confident swagger. Hibiki dubs Kami Mr. Apostle, and prompts him to introduce himself. Realizing his cover is blown, Kami deepens his voice, unveiling his true identity as Eva, the ninth apostle. Eva describes her ability to extract information from a host's brain, admitting she killed Kami for his exceptional physical strength. Hibiki, smirking, questions if Eva aims to undermine the anti-prophecy from within. Eva confirms this, but, acknowledging her failure, declares she must now eliminate everyone present. Before acting, she demands to know who uncovered her identity. Hibiki points to Kenji, standing beside Eva with a sly grin. Eva glares, surprised by his boldness in standing so near. Turning to confront him, Eva emits powerful energy, demanding to know who Kenji truly is. Flashback reveals that before Eva possessed Kami, Todoroki had confided he'd nominate Kami for squad captain. Thrilled, Kami was cautioned the news was confidential until the next morning. Excitedly, Kami jested that their loud discussion might tip others off. Todoroki reassured him, praising Kami's unmatched physical strength and potential as a captain. Inspired, Kami vowed to excel, but as they fist-bumped, something sliced Kami apart instantly, leaving Todoroki stunned. A deep voice then mocked Kami's weakness, questioning the anti-prophecy unit standards for captain candidates. The voice answered itself, crediting the squad's strength to artifacts it supplied. Emerging, the figure introduced herself as Eva, one of the 12 apostles, eagerly anticipating their future. Approaching Kami's lifeless body, Eva used her heavenly demon skill to seize control. As she channeled this power, Todoroki, enraged, obliterated her with his Vajra punch, reducing her to a bloody mess. Breathing heavily, Todoroki was shocked to hear applause behind him. The same Kami, presumed dead, now clapped, commending Todoroki for slaying a 12th apostle with one strike. Todoroki, stunned by the sight of Kami seemingly alive, turns to face him, but before he can react, Eva, disguised as Shikami with a sinister grin, slices his body in half. She then uses the necromancer dance artifact to revive Todoroki as a corpse Slav under her command. Now loyal to Eva, Todoroki acknowledges her as his master, but she slaps him hard, nearly knocking him down, when he tries to speak further. Eva corrects him sharply, insisting he address her as Shikami to maintain her disguise and avoid suspicion. Todoroki nods in obedience, and they share a sinister, twisted laugh. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, Kenji and Azure investigate using Azure's unique ability. The theatrical detective rewinds time to observe the events that unfolded, his powerful skill allowing him to replay past moments at a crime scene for a clear view of the truth. Azure's ability requires him to hold the evidence and personally deduce the culprit, not just by observing clues but by reaching his own conclusion. This skill also lets him predict future crimes before they occur. However, if Azure ever fails to solve a case correctly, he will lose this ability forever. He explains to the founders that this means he would be unable to use it for the rest of his life. The founders are appalled by Eva's deceitful tactics, killing and controlling bodies. But the room falls silent as all eyes turn to Kenji, whose mana overflows with intensity. Kenji's rage burns uncontrollably, and with fierce resolve, he swears not to forgive the apostle. In the present, Kenji, still fueled by fury, unleashes a devastating flash reflection punch, enhanced by a power thrust spell, aimed at Eva. He follows with a luminance fist, striking her face, causing a massive energy blast that sends her flying, skidding backward as she struggles to land. Eva, barely regaining her footing, laughs loudly, calling Kenji cruel despite the powerful techniques he used against her. She mocks him, referencing his friendship with Shakami and questioning his merciless attack. Kenji, anticipating this, he knows he cannot defeat Eva with his current strength. Still reeling from the blows, Eva dismisses the punches as insignificant, taunting that his attacks feel like mere play. As the recoil fades, she shouts that such moves are useless against her. Kenji agrees but reveals his true purpose was to stall, allowing the mage founder to take over his body. As the founder assumes control, Kenji's body surges with converging energy. Eva, witnessing this, suspects Kenji might be the one the satellites warned about, a completely transformed person. Instead of fear, she grows thrilled, summoning hundreds of mummies from the sky with a wicked grin, their terrifying screams resounding. Eva proclaims that life lacks excitement without the threat of death, urging her opponents to fight with all their might. Azure, observing the descending mummies, remarks that they are mere shells controlled by Eva, using bodies she has stolen, before laughing. Eva boasts that each mummy possesses the same physical strength as Shakami, and dares her enemies to challenge her. Hibiki, scanning the scene, notes there are about 100 bodies, all as powerful as Kami, shocking a nearby candidate. From within his consciousness, Kenji finds Eva's use of her victims' bodies repulsive. The mage beside him observes that both Kenji and the founders have undergone profound changes. As the mummies plummet toward the ground, the mage possessing Carnegie's body proclaims that Eva has misjudged her strength. She releases a barrage of electric bolts, zapping all the mummies in midair and startling Eva. Taking it personally, the mage calls forth her minions, letting them drop in front of her, compelling her to attack them before they hit the ground as the flaming mummies cascade from the sky. Eva stands puzzled, questioning what Kenji just accomplished. Some achieve unmatched precision through rigorous training, yet Kenji effortlessly used his ability, striking every target flawlessly. The mage directs Kenji to stand by her side and observe her closely. Kenji is astonished that, despite occupying a frail body, she can still cast her spells effectively, beckoning him nearer. The mage clarifies that while Kenji sought power solely for himself, the founders were keen to channel their strength through his form. Kenji is baffled, unclear about her meaning. The mage elaborates that, despite Kenji's intoxication with vast power, he felt nearer to his aim of growing stronger. Meanwhile, the founders are equally enthralled by Kenji's exceptional talent. Yet, after the sorrow of losing a trusted friend who entrusted Kenji with the future, the mage determines that Kenji harbors deep anger. Gesturing at the excited founders, she asserts they admire the present Kenji. Eva, overhearing, is perplexed. She rushes at Kenji, shouting that the world's rule is straightforward. The weak are crushed by the strong, but as Eva prepares to strike, a sudden electric spark halts her charge. Confused, Eva looks up to see the sky unleashing a torrent of lightning. The mage discloses that many share Eva's mindset, but she recalls witnessing a being strong enough to demolish the tower, only to be toyed with and consumed by creatures from another realm. Having seen her allies fall, the mage now defends the weak, swearing to avenge them. As she approaches Eva, still controlling Carnegie's body, she taunts Eva for her lack of power. Eva struggles to rise, repeatedly struck by lightning. The mage knows that, despite Kenji's outward laughter during mountain training, he inwardly craved vengeance. She affirms that the founders believe Kenji will one day match their prowess. Extending her hand, the mage promises that if Kenji needs aid, they will provide it, and if he feels sorrow, he should identify its source, and they will end the prophecy decisively. Kenji points at Eva in the air, and instantly, lightning bolts shred her body into fragments. Everyone is stunned, and the instructor sees a young Midori in Kenji, a budding monster, as Eva lies shattered on the ground. She cannot fathom how this boy not only vanquished her minions but also annihilated her body. Carnegie, advancing toward her, asks if Eva now grasps their power and mentions he has many questions for her. He notes his access to skilled interrogators and desires to discuss everything with Eva. In a deep voice, Eva admits she cannot face Kenji in her current state, conceding her boss was correct. Abruptly, a coffin rises from the earth, which Eva calls her final weapon. Carnegie is appalled as Eva reveals that centuries ago, a founder dubbed the 10,000-man army slasher destroyed the tower. To Carnegie's dismay, Eva unveils Hinoki Rei's body within the coffin. The founders, particularly Hinoki Rei's spirit, are speechless, shocked that Eva possesses his corpse. The mage unleashes a thunderbolt spell that obliterates the coffin, startling Hinoki Rei. The mage declares that the situation is now critical, as Eva has taken over Hinoki Rei's body right before their eyes. Hinoki Rei's corpse rises, clutching his sword tightly. Eva, exhilarated by her new strength, boasts that she can now challenge them as an equal. Kenji, overwhelmed by the intense aura in the air, recognizes that this power surpasses even what he experienced during his training with Ichika. With a snap of her fingers, Eva conjures hundreds of minions from the earth, labeling them the second wave. Kenji grows anxious, but the mage calmly assures him it's manageable. As Eva continues to summon her forces, a sudden explosion erupts behind her. She turns to see Carnegie's allies arriving, with Ichika, Suho, and others poised for combat. Eva, irritated, had assumed Kenji was alone in this fight. As she watches him speak, Kenji notices that the corpse's voice and mannerisms are identical to Hinoki Rei's. Despite the arrival of their allies, they struggle to defeat the minions. Eva gloats that these minions are far stronger this time, equipped with a physical hardening ability, rendering even a full-powered attack from one of the group ineffective against them. To their dismay, each minion possesses a distinct skill, making them daunting foes due to their sheer numbers. The anti-prophecy members find it increasingly challenging to confront them directly. Hibiki, closely analyzing the battle, unleashes her sound visualization skill, conjuring a sound phoenix that instantly annihilates a cluster of minions. Yet, despite her potent attack, she remains cautious, aware that each minion's strength is amplified by their unique abilities. As the chaos escalates, Todoroki suddenly breaks free from his restraints and delivers a devastating slam dunk on one of the younger members. Hibiki reacts swiftly, saving them from disaster. Amid the turmoil, Eva revels in the disorder, clearly enjoying herself. She arrogantly claims that in such a battle, only the squad captains stand a chance of surviving. Hearing this, Kenji consults the other founders, but they remain silent. He then turns to the mage, requesting to take control of the body briefly. Though surprised, she agrees. Now in command, Kenji boldly taunts Eva, accusing her of underestimating his allies, a mistake she will regret. Meanwhile, Hinata, surrounded by minions, recalls Nagi's 7th lesson, channeling his fist technique. He summons a dragon, using it as both a power source and a foundation for his strikes. With explosive force, he obliterates every minion charging at him. Founder Hwantak, observing Hinata's muscular yet agile frame, notes his reliance on precise, concentrated strikes combined with his speed. Another founder, AI Lawson, had previously suggested that while Hinata's technique was solid, it could be refined with their guidance. Now, Hinata seamlessly blends all their teachings, moving like a coiling snake, striking from every angle and annihilating minions with pinpoint accuracy. Simultaneously, Akane holds her ground, prepared to face the swarm of minions rushing toward her. Akane recalls Carnegie's advice about the transmute technique, which transforms flawed materials into perfection. Once limited to crafting low-quality weapons, she now wields her alchemical skills to surpass those constraints. She creates stone golems from the earth itself, a skill she perfected in Lesson 8. With this mastery, she effortlessly destroys the minions' hardened forms. Carnegie inquires about Sumo, and Hinokirei reassures him that Su is managing well. Though not as exceptional as his sibling, Su possesses unique abilities. Currently, he adeptly uses Hinokirei's one-handed sword style paired with the Skyfall skill, dispatching a group of minions with one mighty swing. He amplifies this move by blending it with Calendula, producing a floral-shaped slash that hits the minions across a broad area. Ichika, observing this, swells with pride at her students' fluid integration of techniques and skills. Yet, she believes Carnegie's intricate combinations remain unmatched. As she absent-mindedly cuts through minions, a massive fire tornado suddenly catches her eye, startling her. This spectacle signals that the clash between Kenji and the 12 Apostles has already started. Focusing on the fiery vortex, Ichika's astonishment grows upon realizing Nagi is battling the legendary founder Hinoki Rei. Eva charges at Carnegie, employing Hinoki Rei's one-handed blade style combined with a wave-cutting technique. However, Carnegie dodges effortlessly, moving with Goku-like ultra-instinct precision. Though Eva misses, her strike devastates the ground beneath them. Kenji swiftly responds with a mage's thunderbolt attack, but it barely affects the formidable Eva. She counters with her destructive D-slash skill, fragmenting the battlefield into countless cubes, inadvertently cutting down her own minions. Carnegie survives, leaping onto a floating cube, recalling he has previously withstood this very skill with his body. As the battlefield transforms into shifting cubes, the team struggles to maintain balance. One member desperately grebs, another teetering on the edge of a chasm, but the dice severs his arm, causing her to plummet while still holding the severed limb. Kenji spots them just in time. Without pause, Kenji casts a bubble spell to lift everyone to safety. Mage Spirit, growing anxious, asks Hinoki Rei for their next move, but Hinoki Rei leaves it to her discretion, telling her to act as she sees fit. She nods, just as Eva unleashes Splitting Cloud, a massive beam blast that engulfs the entire battlefield. Even Hibiki, a squad captain, is stunned by the chaos. Eva, meanwhile, revels in the prowess of a founder's body, marveling at how Hinoki Rei's form is ideal for combat. Still, she feels compelled to use an even mightier skill, activating Hinoki Rei's secret technique, Indomitable. As she prepares to strike, Nagi astonishingly catches her sword barehanded. Hinoki Rei's spirit remains unmoved, while Mage mockingly remarks that despite Eva using Hinoki Rei's body, she remains weak. Infuriated, Eva yells, questioning how a founder's legendary body could be deemed feeble. Desperate for a stronger ability, she rummages through Hinoki Rei's memories, delving deeper into his mind for something more potent. Eva's eyes well with tears, overwhelmed by a terrifying glimpse of Hinoki Rei's past. The memory, from when he was alive during the era of the towers, nearly drives her to madness. In the vision, Hinoki Rei cleaves an entire tower with a single swing of his blade. Despite his awe-inspiring achievements, he becomes increasingly cold and distant with each battle. Eva finds it hard to grasp how a human's wisdom and skill could reach such an extraordinary level. Hinoki Rei's memories are filled with endless acts of destruction, including severing human bodies, slaying monsters, cutting through the sea, and even harming the planet itself. The overwhelming weight of these memories crushes Eva's spirit, causing her to collapse under the immense pressure. Eva desperately questions where she should go and how she can become stronger, but the burden feels unbearable. Her soul begins to crack, teetering on the edge of complete destruction. Hinoki Rei's spirit, calm and unfazed, casually suggests that Eva's spirit should simply break apart. Another founder quickly warns that if it does, it will go out of control, slaughtering everything around it, much to their horror. That is precisely what occurs. Eva's spirit shatters, releasing a piercing scream so powerful it resonates as far as the city of Takasaki. The scream's force prompts an immediate evacuation, with residents checking their phones and learning the aura's source is in Nagano Prefecture, 100 kilometers away. Despite the distance, the shockwaves still reach them. Panic spreads as people fear the apocalypse or the emergence of a monstrous entity. On the battlefield, as Eva's scream echoes, rocks begin to float off the ground. The overwhelming aura presses down on everyone present, weighing heavily on their shoulders. Weaker individuals cough violently, their bodies pinned to the ground by the sheer force. Nagi, witnessing this, calls out to Hinoki Rei, but the spirit remains unconcerned. Still relaxed, as if nothing is happening, he simply states that he has entrusted everything to the mage, who agrees. As Eva approaches Nagi, the mage raises her sleeve, revealing the seal of truth on her arm. With firm confidence, she declares that if she must use Carnegie's body, she will end this with a single strike. As she activates the seal of truth, Carnegie's body radiates immense energy. Akane, seeing this, is in complete disbelief. The alchemist spirit within Carnegie speaks, instructing him and Akane to observe closely. He explains that whether through magic or alchemy, they are seekers of truth, and in this moment, Kenji will attain one of those truths. As he speaks, Carnegie's arms become marked with the same seals the mage once carried. The alchemist spirit questions whether Carnegie's body can endure the fragments of truth, or if it will collapse under such power. Meanwhile, Eva's soul is already shattered, and her body is driven only by the lingering remnants of her spirit. Yet her body moves instinctively, as if driven by primal instincts, like a wild animal. Hinoki Rei, once mature and composed, long ago abandoned his body to this state, a phenomenon they call truth ignorance. As Eva grows more furious, she releases a surge of dark energy, her aura twisting and distorting the air around her. Mage, observing the scene, envisions a future where the energy grows so intense that it annihilates everyone, including Kenji, and impacts people across the continent. Eva could potentially bring about the world's end in that moment. Kenji, grasping the gravity of the vision, acknowledges its danger. Mage then employs one of her abilities, Magus of Truth, a technique crafted to neutralize the target's skills. The technique's immense power nearly overwhelms the world itself. As Eva channels dark energy into her arm and swings at Carnegie, he easily halts her attack. To her astonishment, he firmly grasps her hand. At that moment, Mage unleashes a searing light attack, producing a brilliant explosion that engulfs the entire area. As the dust clears, Eva is reduced to a charred skeleton, with Carnegie still holding her hand. Using Carnegie's body, Mage bids a final farewell to Eva's fading soul as her ashes are carried away by the wind. The other founders observe with resolve, but Hinoki Rei rises, visibly frustrated that his soul and body are now entirely separate. Mage grins and turns to Kenji, asking if the display will aid his training. As Carnegie regains control of his body, he's stunned to see the field clear, with his comrades cheering as if he defeated a monster. Ichika, however, is concerned that he didn't use his sword at all. This makes her teachings seem ineffective in size and impact. While Zuo commends Carnegie for incinerating a formidable foe with a single strike, Akane sees deeper. She realizes Carnegie thoroughly analyzed his opponent's abilities and nullified them. This realization makes Akane's hands shake as she questions whether a human can achieve such a feat. Despite her doubts, Akane finds renewed determination, vowing to accomplish the same. The instructor grows anxious about the massive crater in the field, as it was only meant to be a test, but events escalated dramatically. Even Todoroki is dead, irritating the instructor, who now faces the prospect of organizing another exam. As the group collects themselves, one member spots a strange glowing circle and reacts with fear. The instructor is equally shocked, but to everyone's surprise, it's the superintendent. Carnegie, recognizing her, recalls she's the old lady from his consciousness earlier. The lady's assistant, accompanying the superintendent, is puzzled by her presence. Suddenly, the superintendent kneels before Carnegie, declaring she has awaited his return for centuries, as he and the founders stand before her at last. Zuo and the others look to Ichika for clarity, but she simply says they should have known, though it might be their first encounter with her. Ichika explains that the old lady is a founder of the anti-prophecy and holds the highest rank in the Japanese branch. Zuo, exasperated, retorts that they already know this, but the real mystery is why she's kneeling before Carnegie. Ichika confesses she's unsure herself. Meanwhile, Carnegie is equally confused, wondering why the old woman from before is bowing to him. The founders within him ponder deeply, trying to piece together the situation, but they find no answers. Suddenly, Kenji is struck with awe as he senses her immense aura. The old lady rises and asks if Carnegie remembers her, noting how she has aged. To clarify, she turns and begins shaking her back, calling out to Hinoki Rei to witness her performing the waist dance. The founders are baffled, but then they realize the old woman is Ao. Hinoki Rei swiftly asks Kenji to switch with him, and as he does, he greets her warmly. The scene erupts in chaos as everyone is stunned, and the assistants swiftly adopt an aggressive posture, viewing the act as an insult to their superintendent. Furious, they announce their plan to eliminate Nagi and restart the examination. However, Ito, still twirling with Hinoki Rei, calmly instructs them to back off, reassuring them that everything is all right. Hinoki Rei, in a teasing mood, pats Ito's head, chuckling that she's already turned into a grandmother. Io suddenly recalls Ito's familiar way of speaking, reminiscent of their shared past. Soon after, the group starts repairing the training grounds and regrouping. Meanwhile, in a clandestine location deep within the anti-prophecy, called the Hut of Everlasting Vision, Kenji is awestruck by the beauty of its garden. Io clarifies that, to conceal her appearance, a protective barrier typically surrounds the area, allowing her to reside there undisturbed. When Kenji inquires if she knows all the founders, Io begins sharing her history. She discloses that she was orphaned, having lost her family during the Tower era, and was rescued and raised by the founder. Kenji is astonished to learn that Io was just a child back then. When she mentions that these events occurred 300 years ago, his shock deepens. Revealing her age exceeds 300 years, Io explains that she has halted time using an artifact that freezes it as long as she stays within the headquarters. Kenji's memory is jogged by the mention of the artifact. Meanwhile, Hinoki Rei's spirit informs Valentine that the artifact operates much like her preservation ability. Valentine nods, noting that in her prime, she could have accomplished a similar feat. She wonders, though, where Io acquired such a potent artifact. Io reveals that a covert division within the anti-prophecy collects artifacts, and their existence remains a closely guarded secret. Io discloses that the facility housing these artifacts was recently raided, leading to the theft of many items. As a result, a special task force, including Midori, was assembled to recover the stolen artifacts. The detective located her within a container. Nagi speculates that the 10 apostles might be behind the attack, which would account for their formidable power in the current era. Kenji is amazed at how swiftly the detective pieced this together from a brief exchange. The detective then shares that when Eva mentioned her boss supplying her with artifacts, he probed her memories and verified it. Another founder notes that rather than recruiting 12 awakened beings stronger than Makoto, it would be simpler for the enemy to use artifacts to boost weaker awakened ones. Hinoki Rei concurs, observing that the two enemies they faced earlier were not as powerful as Makoto. Io agrees, admitting they were unaware of the 12 apostles' existence until the facility was attacked. She explains that the apostles now wield power equal to the anti-prophecy's greatest foe, making them too dangerous to overlook. She adds that they are working hard to locate the apostles' leader, but Midori is likely to find them first. This revelation stuns Carnegie. Meanwhile, in Detroit, Michigan, the streets are unnervingly deserted. In a battle-scarred area, a violent spell unleashes a tornado that crashes into the ground with tremendous force. At the heart of the chaos is Midori, who has just uncovered a startling truth. They had believed the 12 apostles comprised 12 members, but a 13th figure is observing him through an orb. A man lounging on a couch grins, impressed that Midori arrived sooner than anticipated. With a menacing tone, he casually asks if Midori would like coffee or black tea. Without missing a beat, Midori demands his death, addressing him as Number Zero. Midori unleashes another massive turbulence beam toward the hovering Number Zero, its power so immense that it reverberates far into the distance. Nishino, a member of the Special Task Force, spots something unusual, and Makoto, who is with him, comments that the city is deserted, so they should be safe, but he's confused about why Midori is unleashing such an intense attack. While they talk, they suddenly detect a powerful strike heading their way. They quickly jump off the building just as it's cleanly cut in two. The building collapses into fragments. Safely on the ground, they decide to let Midori deal with Number Zero while they focus on confronting Kamaraj, one of the 12 apostles. Meanwhile, Midori grows irritated, unable to break through the shield around Number Zero despite using his most forceful wind attacks. He wonders if the barrier is due to a special ability, or possibly an artifact. After finishing his tea, Number Zero steps out of the bubble, taunting Midori and asking if he's finished. Without delay, Midori casts a spell called Wall of Cutting Pearls, hurling huge rocks at Number Zero, causing a massive explosion. To his dismay, Number Zero walks away unharmed, casually likening himself to a whale among fish in front of Midori. Midori soon realizes Number Zero has other ways to protect himself, even without the bubble. Facing Midori, Number Zero starts mocking him. He says that normally, Midori's strength would be so fearsome that he wouldn't dare consider him an opponent. But now, Midori is weakened by grief over his friend's death at Number Zero's hands, making him pitiful. He adds that from the moment Midori was born, he was merely a creature crafted for combat. Despite being created for battle, Midori still couldn't save his cherished friends. These words spark a fierce rage in Midori. Furious, he charges at Number Zero with immense force, his eyes filled with murderous intent as memories of the past rush through his mind. He recalls events from 23 years ago when, deep in the mountains, Nishino, a special task force member, stood stunned, gazing at a brilliant burst of energy rising from a huge crater. Shouting in shock, he realized this was all that remained of the Midori family's mansion. Superintendent Io, also present, observes the ruins of the destroyed mansion at the heart of the destruction. Something is releasing an enormous amount of energy. As she moves closer, she discovers the source, a baby emitting an overwhelming aura. The energy's intensity convinces them that the child's birth caused the entire catastrophe. Without pause, Superintendent Io hurries toward the baby, enduring numerous cuts on her body from the intense energy surrounding it. Despite the agony, she presses on and reaches the child, gently lifting it and whispering soothing words. assuring it that everything is okay now. Feeling the warmth of Io's embrace, the baby gradually stops crying, and the violent winds around them fade, revealing Io battered and bleeding but steadfastly holding the child. She announces that the child will be raised by the anti-prophecy. Later, the baby is named Midori. 9 years later, Midori, now a young boy, is preparing to leave the facility. A teacher, Hinoki Rei, and a 12-year-old Ichika try to stop him, cautioning him against causing trouble. The teacher warns Midori that if he proceeds, the anti-prophecy will pursue him. Undeterred, Midori agrees. But as the teacher turns away, he mysteriously says this was exactly why he allowed Midori to live. Ichika, standing nearby, senses the heavy atmosphere but suddenly bursts into laughter. Annoyed, the teacher asks why she's laughing. Midori has always been incredibly strong, surpassing every record and viewing others as weak. But one day, he meets Makoto, who casually tosses a wooden stick at him and asks if he wants to be his sword training partner. Confused, Midori watches as Makoto simply smiles and extends his sword, inviting him. At the time, Makoto was the same age as Midori. They start training together, but Midori couldn't beat Makoto in sword fighting. Frustrated, he kept challenging Makoto to spar again. Wanting Midori to learn, Makoto agrees to fight once more, and the outcome remains the same. Midori loses. Feeling frustrated, he shouts, asking why he can't seem to win no matter how hard he tries. Nishino, standing nearby, explains that Midori's strength is overwhelming, which might explain why Midori doesn't grasp his struggle, as he consistently loses to Makoto. A voice from outside adds that this is actually a compliment to Midori. The voice is Makoto's, who was just 14 years old at the time. Midori keeps snapping his wooden swords during spars with Makoto, so Makoto points out that even if Midori wins, his sword will still break in the fight. To make his point clearer, Nishino holds up an egg, saying that using full strength makes it hard to avoid crushing the eggshell while gripping it in a battle. Midori, still puzzled, watches as Makoto grabs the egg and hurls it with all his might. To his shock, the egg hits the ground but doesn't crack at all. Makoto explains that Midori needs to balance his attacking energy with a protective energy to shield the eggshell, and this balance isn't a technique but something that develops over time. As he speaks, Nishino tosses all the eggs at the wall, and even after the impact, none of them shatter. Midori is astonished that not one eggshell breaks. Makoto hands him an egg and says that to beat Makoto in swordsmanship, he must fine-tune his energy. By doing so, his powerful energy won't harm those around him. As Makoto begins to walk away, Midori calls out to him but gets hit on the head with an egg. Makoto turns and sees Midori, who invites him to train together in aura control. Makoto, in return, asks Midori to apologize first. He then kicks the egg crate, using his power to make the eggs float. When Midori tries the same, the eggs either explode or shatter around him. But after persistent effort, Midori manages to blast a hole in the wall with an egg, and the eggshell remains intact. They begin training in swordsmanship, and with Midori now able to manage his aura, they can trade blows for an entire day. Seeing this, Nishino and Makoto get excited and challenge him to spar with them next. 4 years later, Midori joins the special task force, while Makoto sets off on his own path. Midori heads toward a mission to aid the European branch. Having heard of a high-level prophecy called the Pandemonium, he asks if Makoto is still searching for a swordmaster to train him. Makoto confirms this, recalling Midori's advice about finding a master on his own. Makoto extends his fist, saying he wants to stand as Midori's equal. Smiling, Midori bumps fists with him, promising to wait for him. After that, Midori does everything for his friends as long as they're alive, driven by his resolve to act for their sake. All he ever wanted was friends, but the 12 apostles took that from him. Back in the present, fueled by these memories, Midori charges at number 0 with full killing intent, while the man stands there calmly. Just as Midori is about to attack, number 0 pulls out a golden egg artifact and smashes it in front of him. This unleashes a wild life stampede spell, creating a blinding, sunlight glow between them. Other special task force members notice and wonder if Midori caused it. As the light fades, Midori emerges, glowing with a strange yet potent aura. Seeing Midori, Makoto asks if he's already defeated number 0. Midori stays silent. They call out to him, but to their horror, Midori says he doesn't recognize them. Nishino quickly senses something terrible has happened and shouts for Makoto to retreat, but it's too late. With an evil grin, Midori places his hand on Makoto's forehead and casts a turbulent spell, unleashing a fierce whirlwind. When 3 members of the Japanese branch of the Special Force vanish, a U.S. task force, including Maki and Ashton, is dispatched to investigate. Upon arrival, Ashton senses powerful residual energy in the soil, confirming the area as the site of a massive explosion. Maki marvels at the enormous crater left by Midori, recognizing why he's known as the world's strongest man. Maki puzzles over how someone as formidable as Midori could vanish with his team, and Ashton has no answers either. The news of Midori's disappearance reaches the Japanese branch, throwing it into disarray. At the everlasting Vision Hut, the assistant superintendent grows anxious upon hearing the reports. struggling to accept the shocking news. Io, equally troubled, asks if there's truly no trace of Midori's whereabouts. She questions Midori's assistant, Rin, but Rin explains that the artifact linking her to Midori has been destroyed. The group finds the situation deeply troubling as they discuss it. Kenji arrives, now a squad captain adorned with the captain's cape, feeling a bit self-conscious about his new role. The assistant superintendent shares that Kenji's promotion was unanimously supported by all squad captains and the superintendent. Carnegie had even bested Eva in combat, convincing everyone he's the only one able to fill Makoto's void. Kneeling, Kenji recalls his pledge to outshine the founders quickly and prevent further losses. He expresses gratitude for their faith in him and, with the founders' legacy at his back, vows to meet the expectations of the anti-prophecy. Io, thrilled by this, declares she always knew Kenji was the ideal captain, but her tone shifts to seriousness as she asks his view on an urgent issue. Previously, Carnegie had been recruiting anti-prophecy members for his squad. Now, he sits before the superintendent, who seeks his perspective on a critical matter. The situation escalates rapidly. As the superintendent speaks, a door with a tiger drawing suddenly appears behind Io, startling Kenji. When it opens, Io introduces Nishino and Makoto, two battered Special Task Force members. Io reveals that Nishino and Makoto were on the same team as Midori. Midori and Makoto are the only ones who know the truth of what happened. Makoto explains that in Detroit, his body was possessed by the leader of the 12 Apostles, leaving Kenji stunned. Makoto continues, noting that the ability used to control Midori resembles one Eva once used. He suspects an artifact is behind it, though its details are secondary for now. Makoto stresses the dire truth. Midori, once a guardian of his allies, has become an enemy of humanity. This revelation rattles Carnegie deeply. Makoto adds that Midori fought the control as long as he could, giving Nishino and Makoto time to escape before fully succumbing. Midori issued a final apology and a last request. He urged Kenji to defeat Number Zero in his place. Kenji, overwhelmed by Midori's words, is left speechless. The assistant superintendent rests a hand on Kenji's shoulder, expressing high expectations but reminding him that his squad still lacks the required 7 members. With only Honda, Akane, and Suo, Kenji must urgently recruit 3 more. The assistant superintendent assigns Kenji the urgent task of expanding his squad, prompting Nagi to dash out in search of new recruits. He notices a young boy from the Hibiki squad and eagerly chases him, begging him to join Kenji's team. The boy, overwhelmed and anxious, frantically runs around, loudly declaring his unwavering loyalty to the Hibiki squad and refusing to leave. As the boy believes he's escaped, he suddenly encounters Akane, who stands calmly in his way, presenting a permission letter signed by Hibiki himself. Stunned, the boy struggles to accept that his captain would permit his departure, but after verifying the letter's authenticity, his shock gives way to reluctant acceptance, and he agrees to join Kenji's squad. With this, Kenji and Akane successfully recruit their 4th member. Meanwhile, outside, Hinata is trying to enlist Akihito for the squad using an unconventional approach. He performs an odd, exaggerated leg-stomping gesture as an invitation, which Akihito finds completely strange. Hinata, however, insists it's a direct order from the captain and expresses his desire to have Akane on their team. Akane firmly declines, explaining that his ambition is to compete in the upcoming captain's exam, especially since a position has become available following a recent death. Undeterred, Hinata abruptly delivers a powerful kick toward Akihito to test his reflexes. To Hinata's surprise, Akihito effortlessly evades the attack, demonstrating his exceptional dodging abilities. Impressed but persistent, Hinata continues to pursue Aki. Intrigued, Hina proposes a challenge, agreeing to join the squad if Hinata can touch him once within 60 seconds in the courtyard. Hinata asks if he can use any methods to succeed, and with Akihito's approval, he summons a glowing dragon around himself, fully committed to winning the challenge. Inside the limestone cave of the anti-prophecy unit, Akihito starts a timer on his laptop. He then meets Captain Suzuki, who is fishing in a 17th dimensional crack known as the Underjaw. Suzuki mentions occasionally catching large fish there, and noticing Akane inquires if he's applying for the replacement exam for the rookie squad. Akane confirms his interest but emphasizes his desire to become a captain who avoids death. Suzuki responds that Akane's goal is achievable without needing to become a captain, surprising Akihito, who questions if the captain doubts his suitability for the rookie role. As Suzuki reels in a massive shark, he suggests that Akane is missing a certain quality. Back in the present, Hinata charges at Akane, who skillfully avoids all physical contact. Despite coming within inches, Hinata fails to touch Akane, marveling at his evasive abilities. Hinata realizes Akane is using a unique skill called Omni-Egos, which he has kept hidden from others for a long time. Omni-Egos enables Akane to teleport to a chosen location within a 100-meter range, provided he has visited it at least once before. Once set, he can teleport with speed and precision. Despite Hinata's relentless attacks, Akihito dodges every blow using this ability. This challenge tests Hinata, but he views it as valuable practice for future battles against Midori, who also teleports and evades attacks. Akane asks Hinata what redeeming quality he sees in Carnegie. As Hinata continues his assault, he admits he lacks specific knowledge but launches a kick toward Akihito, revealing that he's aware of Akihito's vision of an ideal squad captain who could boost the squad's survivability by 1%. Hinata respects the quality but says he wouldn't trust a captain who values survival above all else. This remark irritates Akihito, but Hinata notes that self-centered thinking prevents achieving destined goals. While hearing this, Hinata remembers his childhood, seeing his family's bodies scattered, killed due to a prophecy. This memory fueled his resolve to stop all prophecies with that intent. He realized Kanji had the power to do so, leading him to become Kanji's subordinate. Listening, Akihito understands what he lacks as a captain, the ability to be trusted by others, while he refocuses on dodging. Akihito knows he's winning the fight, and plans to use this talk as a future reference. With 5 seconds left on the countdown, Hinata texts someone on his phone, saying they're right on time. Akihito is puzzled when Suo suddenly attacks from above, using his calendula spell with Skyfall, demolishing the entire courtyard where they stood. This attack nullifies Akihito's teleportation ability, and Hinata takes advantage. He jumps off the building, using a flash kick to rip a piece of Akihito's clothing. The clock reaches 0, but the torn cloth counts as a touch, declaring Hinata the winner. He lands as Suo questions if wrecking the courtyard was worth it. Hinata shrugs it off, thanking Suo for his assistance. In the background, Akihito is enraged but calms down after typing on his laptop and agrees to join Nagi's squad. At this, Hinata and Suo high-five, while Kenji and Akane bring in another member, Aru, who has Carnegie chained up. Carnegie is stunned by the ruined courtyard, but Suo says he's relying on Carnegie to write an apology letter for the damage. Hinata tries to settle everyone, suggesting Rin could repair the courtyard, but the bigger issue is needing one more team member. Akane doesn't know anyone else and asks if Carnegie has suggestions. Kenji points to special task force members Ichika, Makoto, and Nishino, saying he's already recruited them to his squad. From that day, they temporarily serve under Carnegie and will fight in his squad at the watchtower elsewhere. The remaining 5 of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse meet, confident despite their reduced numbers because they possess the world's strongest weapon, Midori's body. They feel closer to destroying the anti-prophecy unit. Number 0 reinforces their motto. All their actions aim to bring prophecy into the world.
Anyway, inside the prophecy research room, the assistant superintendent was grilling the director, wanting to know if he got what they needed. The director said, "Yeah, he got it," and then dropped this big reveal. The Book of Doom was actually one single book that got torn into a bunch of pieces. Using the 8 books Midori brought back, they figured out that the crazy stuff happening lately was all part of a prophecy, and it was connected to some mega rank called Bhagavad Gita. According to the director, the apostles needed Midori's power to blow up the world. And honestly, that dude's power alone was enough for it. Sounds like nobody was safe. Meanwhile, things got even weirder in the sky. Over the sea, Number 0 and this guy Hajime from the 12 apostles were just flying around like it was the most normal thing ever. Then, out of nowhere, he asked Hajime if he had ever read the Gita. Hajime was like, "Nah, never read it." Number 0 started giving him a little lesson, saying the Gita was some famous Hindu scripture about doing your duty with a clean heart. He figured that whoever wrote this prophecy must have really hated humans. The two of them flew straight over New York's Times Square, dude. Some family spotted them, and the little kid absolutely lost it, yelling that Midori was the world's strongest awakener. Suddenly, the whole crowd went nuts, trying to snap pics and calling both guys heroes, even calling Hajime a samurai. Everyone was hyped up, totally clueless about what was coming next. That's when Number 0 turned to Hajime and told him to start the mission. Hajime didn't wait a second. Suddenly, he started charging up this huge energy ball, hand glowing, looking all epic. The crowd kept cheering, totally not getting the danger. A dad was even taking a picture with Midori in the background. Right then, Number 0 let loose with the energy ball, blasting it into the sky. It blew up into a massive tornado, and inside the mess, the real Midori was screaming for Number 0 to stop. But bro, it was already game over. Number 0 had already used his spell, and the whole city got wrecked. Back at Anti-Prophecy's cafeteria, our boy Minato was eating when Suho bolted in looking totally freaked out. He shoved his phone in Minato's face, showing breaking news. New York was burning, all thanks to Midori. The report said some awakener just straight up destroyed the whole city. This was big trouble. Meanwhile, at the Everlasting Hut, things got even more heated. The American branch boss, Vice, was losing it, yelling at Io to do something because Midori just erased New York from the map. Io tried to keep her cool, but everyone knew how bad the situation was. Countless people gone in the middle of the world's biggest city. Io explained it wasn't actually Midori who did it. It was the leader of the 12 apostles, hijacking his body. She explained that the guy was Warren Hastings, some English dude, and guessed he was working with visitors from another dimension. Vice was totally blown away by all this. Io also said the apostles were using stolen artifacts that anti-prophecy couldn't track, so clearly they had some big supporter in the background. Even after hearing all that, Vice told her the whole mess was still on her, since Midori came from her special team. He dropped another bomb, said the White House was thinking about nukes, but even nukes probably wouldn't touch Midori, so he wanted to know what Io was planning next. Back at the cafeteria, our MC Minato asked Suho if he finished lesson 15 with everyone else. Suho said yeah, but then totally blanked when Minato told him he was now the squad's vice captain. Minato told him to make everyone keep studying until they got new orders, and also said that Irion and Akihina needed to chill out and work together if they wanted to be perfect. Suho was curious what our boy planned to do next, and Minato just casually said he was going to sleep, and that it would be serious, deep sleep this time. He ordered Suho not to let anyone wake him up, and Suho, trusting him, agreed. Since it's Midori, he knew everything must have some meaning. Then, back at the Everlasting Hut, Io revealed her big plan. She was about to go face Midori and the Apostles head-on, bringing out their strongest squad for this fight. Yeah, it was going to get insane. So, Minato headed to his room, crashed instantly, and started dreaming. But of course, this wasn't just any nap. Inside his dreams, he whipped out his sword and started sparring with Rei, while all the other founders stood by, ready to teach him. Except bro, Rei straight up sliced Minato into pieces in 1 second. Not even kidding. Minato's body regenerated, and Rei chopped him up again like it was nothing. Rei reminded our poor guy that he was the one who said not to hold back in training, so now he had to deal with it. Some other founder tried to jump in and help, but Wantak and Mage stopped them, saying Minato needed this extreme training if there was any hope to beat Midori, the strongest awakener in this era. The other founders were arguing, saying they understood why this was necessary, but Minato was dying too much, and if things kept going, his soul might just fall apart. One founder warned there might be a limit to how much pain Minato could take, but the alchemist just laughed it off, saying Minato wasn't some delicate flower. Mage, watching Minato get sliced up over and over, still believed he would power through somehow. Minato, fighting through the pain, apologized to Rei, feeling like he was freezing on a mountaintop just standing in front of the guy. But he focused, caught his breath, and charged Rei again, only to get split in half instantly. But this time, our hero actually managed to cut off one strand of Rei's hair. That was a huge deal, man. Before, he couldn't even get close. Now he'd actually managed to do something. Even after dying a million times, Minato refused to give up. He kept getting up, ready to go again, determined to get stronger no matter what. That's how you know our boy is built different. Somewhere else, at Mumbai's Gateway of India, that's where Aradib from the Indian branch of Anti-Prophecy showed up, all hyped to see Midori. But let's be real, he was also kind of sweating. He reminded Midori that, back in the day they actually saved the city together, and if Midori hadn't been there, Mumbai would have been toast, literally. But now, Aradib wanted to know if Midori really came to destroy it this time. Number 0 inside Midori's body was straight up using him like a puppet, and he wasn't shy about it either. He just laughed at Aradib and called his words old school, saying Midori had zero chance of taking back control. To make it worse, Number 0 actually forced Midori's real voice out, all trapped in his own head, apologizing and telling Aradib to run for his life. But Aradib just shook his head. He wasn't going anywhere. This was his home, so he was ready to fight to the end, even if it meant getting killed by his hero. Meanwhile, over at the Everlasting Hut, Io was running a war room meeting. She started explaining the whole ugly history between humans and those freaky beings from other dimensions. Back in the Founders' days, she said, it all started with the tower popping up, then came the crack, then those nasty prophecies, and as long as there were monsters, there were also humans dumb enough to help them out. Traitors, basically, always trying to end the world. As all this was going on, one assistant was glued to the news, watching India get smoked, and suddenly realized the enemy was making a beeline for Europe now. Io just nodded, like she saw it coming, but actually thought it would have been better if they headed to Japan instead. The assistant thought she was nuts, so he asked why she would want that. Io told him that Number 0 just took control of Midori's body, so he was still figuring out how to use all those insane powers. Plus, Midori's body was one of those types that only got stronger during a fight, so the longer they could hold out, the less chance Number 0 would figure out all the hacks. She then told the assistant to call in all the captains right away. She looked at her other guy, Tanjin, and let him know he was getting sent to the battlefield too. Tanjin, not missing a beat, joked that they only ever dragged him out during wars, but never for the easy jobs. That got a tiny laugh, but then Io dropped a bombshell. She was going to join the battle herself. Dude, the whole room probably needed a new pair of pants after that. Back to the Minato squad, they were still getting their act together, and Io told everyone straight up that this group was the only hope of actually stopping Midori. Until the squad was ready, her plan was simple. Have the other units slow him down, whatever it took. Hibiki and the other squad captains, looking super stressed, wanted to know how much time they had to stall. Io said, According to Minato, he needed 2 days. 2 days, bro! That's like asking a goldfish to fight a shark. But hey, that's all they got. Then, she said their target was the Pacific Ocean. And that's where they'd try to hold the line. On the ocean, the entire Japanese anti-prophecy branch was stacked and waiting. As Number Zero came flying at them, he immediately threw down a wild spell, his signature turbulence move. But Io, just standing there with her squad, shut it down with her own shield like it was nothing. Number Zero got this look. Like, wait, what the hell just happened? Io just grinned and pretty much told him not to underestimate her. The other captains were all staring, jaws on the floor, because none of them had ever seen Io go full power. Number Zero, digging through Midori's memories, recognized Io as the big boss, almost like a mom to Midori, but he had no clue how strong she really was. Then Io made an announcement, saying this was her first time in 100 years using her abilities for real. She popped off her big spell, the 8880A mirror. Bro, this thing was insane. In stage 1, it could block any move as long as she understood how it worked, which basically meant nothing could touch her. That's a straight-up cheat code if you ask me. It worked even better since she's got all that mage brain power for analyzing things. Number Zero wasn't going to just stand there, so he blasted her again with his blazing tornadoes, the same move that roasted all of India. The squad captains freaked out because they saw how deadly that spell was. But Io just blocked it again and looked bored doing it. Then, she activated the second stage of her spell. Once she'd reflected an attack, she could copy it herself. So she sent her own tornadoes, smashing them into Number Zero and blowing his away completely. Dude, I wish I had a grandma that strong. For a second, Number Zero actually started focusing, probably realizing this wasn't going to be a walk in the park. As he concentrated, he sensed someone trying to sneak up on him. One squad captain went in, using some infinite fist move, just hammering him with a million punches. Each hit made Midori's body feel like it was going numb, but he barely flinched. The poor captain realized all those punches meant nothing. Suddenly, the captain managed to grab Number Zero right in the air and signaled the others. It was now or never. Hibiki instantly let loose with her Phoenix attack, and the other captains followed up, blasting Number Zero with all their best moves at once. But guess what? Number Zero just hit back with his Wall of Cutting Pearl spell, launching another monster tornado that wiped out all their attacks. The whole squad got thrown back, and when the dust settled, he was still floating there, looking fresh and mocking Io for bringing weaklings to fight him. But the show wasn't over yet, bro. Number Zero suddenly felt this massive, wild power coming from above. Looking up, he saw the superintendent's assistant summoning a giant energy ball, almost as big as the sun, and he was about to drop it right on his head. So, right away, Number Zero noticed that this gigantic energy ball the anti-prophecy crew was making just kept getting stronger the longer they charged it up. Dude tried to fight back and summon his own move, but the female assistant hit him with some slave maker spell that literally shackled his hand. He was not ready for that one. Turns out he totally underestimated them, because now he couldn't even cast his usual spells. While he was stuck, the male assistant finished powering up and just chucked this insane fiery sphere right at him. And bro, Number Zero realized too late there was no way he could dodge. He started thinking, alright, maybe if he dropped his strongest wind attack right at the last second, he could at least take some of the edge off. But nope, that's when he saw there was another fireball coming in from the opposite direction. This one was from Io, and she used her mirror spell to copy the original attack. Now, these two massive fireballs smashed together, blowing up everything and totally engulfing Number 0 inches this fiery blast. Io wasn't playing around at all. She made it clear. If she had to end Number 0 to save the rest of the world, she was going to do it. No hesitation. Meanwhile, Number 0 was cursing Io from a distance. The US team was watching all this go down, and one of the soldiers thought for sure they'd landed a solid hit. Somebody else was checking out the data and said that Fireball was so hot there was no way anything could survive it. Not Midori, not his crew, not even a cockroach. But Mr. Richard, one of the higher-ups, was not celebrating yet. He noticed some kind of massive purple energy field still hanging around the enemy. As for Number 0, he was just shocked that so many strong hunters were willing to risk everything for one shot at him. Not something he expected, that's for sure. But here's where it gets nuts. Midori's body just tanked all that heat, like, we're talking several thousand degrees Celsius, and didn't even get a scratch. Bro, that's not normal. Then every US missile in the area started raining down on him, but Number 0 just stood there, laughing in the middle of the explosions like it was a summer barbecue. He fired off his turbulence attack at their ships, but then Marque, one of the defenders, jumped in, barely holding it back and struggling big time. Number 0 was having a blast, yelling for everyone to witness the real beginning of the apocalypse. Richard was shaking his head, too scared, but he wasn't quitting. But Number 0 did notice one scary thing. He was running low on mana. Io picked up on this too. That's when she whipped out her secret weapon, the one she'd been saving for exactly this situation. Flashback time. Before this whole brawl, Io and her squad argued about how impossible it would be to actually beat Midori's body. Hibiki said it straight. There was no way. But Io had another idea. She showed them this rare artifact, something called the Sand Cage of Time. Back in the present, this golden barrier started closing around number 0, and he instantly recognized it. Io reminded him he'd once given a similar cage to one of his own goons. So, she bet he didn't expect they had another one. She explained that breaking this thing took a crazy amount of chakra, and with how drained he was, there was no way he'd bust out anytime soon. Number 0 just smirked. He told Io this was just a trick to buy time, and even if he did break out, she'd never be able to actually take him down. Io just smiled and told him to chill there for 2 days, promising to show him something special when he got out. Yeah, she was banking on Minato getting ready for the final round during that time. At first, number 0 tried to play dumb, but then he just spilled his secret. He already knew about Minato. Turns out, after digging through Midori's memories, he found out Midori himself thought Minato was the guy who would end all prophecies. That was a plot twist, even for Io. She could barely believe Midori respected Minato that much. Number 0, not holding back, said there was no way he'd let a kid like that live. He was already planning to wipe Minato out first chance he got. He straight up told Io that she was the one who didn't see the big picture. Then he grinned, getting real smug, and explained that all this power everyone saw so far was just from the sleeping aura in Midori's body. Basically, they'd only seen the tip of the iceberg. His true strength was way scarier. Before Io could finish her 8th mirror move, number 0 just blitzed her with one punch, knocking her out cold. She dropped fast, and just like that, he was free to go after his next target. He looked straight at Japan, ready for round 2. His target? Of course, our boy Minato. While all that madness happened, Minato was still stuck in his brutal training with the founders inside his own mind. The news hit, Io got taken out by number 0, and every effort from the Japan branch to slow him down had totally flopped. What they learned was ugly. Number 0 was finally figuring out how to pilot Midori's body for real, tapping into all its hidden energy and getting even deadlier by the minute. Back in Japan, on the coast of Soto in Niigata, Ichika and Shinji were training when Ichika suddenly felt that evil, creepy energy. She realized it right away. If she could sense something this nasty, it had to mean the whole crew failed. She looked at Shinji and said it was time to head to HQ and face the monster themselves. Shinji was all in, no questions asked. Meanwhile, over in the Anti-Prophecy HQ's monitoring room, Ren was freaking out watching the footage of the US fleet getting blown to bits. Her assistant told her they lost all contact after number 0's attack. Ren wanted to switch to satellite view and started beating herself up because she couldn't use her Raven's Eye skill to see what went down above the ocean. Just then, the rest of the team rushed back in. Shiki came up, looking desperate, and begged Ren to use her healing skill because Io was almost dying. As soon as Ren saw Io's state, she was totally shocked. Then came a quick memory from before the operation. Io had called Shiki over and told her that she was super important for the team. Io's orders were simple. As soon as the captains made their big attack, Shiki had to teleport everyone out of there and keep tracking the enemy. Once Tengen and Shiki used their Heavenfall skill, her job was to get the whole crew back to HQ. Shiki said she'd do anything for the mission, even risk her life, but Io was not having it. Io snapped, saying death was off the table. Her job was to survive, no matter what, and rescue everyone when the time came, even if Io herself was in trouble. And when Shiki tried to argue, Io just glared her down. But Shiki admitted she really didn't want to see Io die. So Io gave her this tiny smile and promised she wouldn't let any of them die. Bro, with the way things were going, everyone on the squad was going to need that promise. Now, Io was barely hanging on, like clinging to life for real, while Ren tried every healing trick she knew. Shiki was basically begging Ren to do more, but Ren was already at her limit and told her that. Ren explained her power was time reversal, but even that wasn't cutting it. Because Io was using this weird artifact to stop time around herself, which just made the healing not work right. The other healer in the room just shook her head and said, honestly, even if they all worked together, Io's wound was way too bad. And they were lucky she was even alive at all. Shiki, getting more desperate by the second, suddenly came up with a wild plan. She said Io could only use the time freeze artifact while inside their anti-prophecy headquarters. So maybe, if they dragged Io outside, the artifact would stop interfering, and Ren could actually heal her. Of course, Tengen immediately lost it, saying that was way too risky with Io in such bad shape. But before anyone could argue more, the room just went completely silent, and everyone froze. This insane pressure crashed down on them, like the air itself was being crushed. They all looked up and, bro, there was number 0 just floating in the air, surrounded by the other apostles. This was a nightmare come true. Shiki's anger just exploded. Even while Ren tried to stop her, Shiki teleported herself right up to the apostles, ready to throw down with every single one of them. She didn't waste a millisecond. She used her Void Parquet skill, this bonkers teleport move that lets her jump between dimensions. It's super precise if you use it small scale. But the bigger you go, the crazier and more dangerous it gets. Sometimes things just break. And yeah, that means people too. Tangen was cursing her out in his head, knowing Io was still inside the building. But number 0 wasn't about to wait around. He called for Hajime to handle business. Hajime busted out this artifact called the Divine Throne of the Distorted World, and then just went full psycho, slashing a Kurikara attack right through Shiki's dimension. It was so strong it didn't just shatter the dimension. Dude actually sliced off part of Shiki's arm. The apostles started cheering for his brutality, but Hajime wasn't fooled. He realized Shiki had teleported out at the last second. He started scanning the area and, sure enough, spotted Shiki. She was bleeding and looked half dead, but Shinji was already there, blocking her from another attack. Plus, the rest of Minato's squad were showing up, ready to throw down. Number 0 just glared at them, clearly annoyed, and asked if they seriously wanted to get in his way now. Ichika, cool as ever, stepped forward and drew her sword. She told him straight up that Minato was still sleeping, and until he woke up, she and the squad would keep number 0 busy. Number 0 started analyzing his new opponents. From Midori's memories, he recognized Ichika and Shinji, but 2 others, Konime and Sakazaki, he didn't know at all, and decided they couldn't be worth anything if Midori never remembered them. But when he looked at Koname, something about the guy made him pause for half a second. Not that it changed anything. Number 0 just fired off his turbulence skill instantly. Suddenly, Shiki noticed everyone around her was gone, even Ichika and Shinji. Sakazaki called out that it was his doing, and Koname started complaining that he'd helped too, so stop acting like it was all Sakazaki. Shiki, clutching her messed up arm, just told them both to shut up and explain fast. They told her that it was this combo of their skills. Koname's, my house is your house, could amp up Sakazaki's everything everywhere all at once. Normally, Sakazaki can only teleport himself, but Koname's boost lets him teleport others, and even pick where they all go, but only to places where Sakazaki left his own stuff before. Koname makes that range even bigger. With the 2 of them working together, they managed to teleport everyone, including number 0 and the apostles, to different places. But get this, they sent number 0 somewhere really special. Cut to number 0, who opened his eyes and realized he was somewhere with no up, no down, no clue which way was which. He saw a ton of weird ocean creatures swimming by and just then figured out he was underwater. But not just anywhere. The guy was deep inside some monster stalactite cave beneath a place called the 17th Fissure Lower Jaw. This cave grows every year, and nobody can ever fully explore it. Midori himself had never managed to destroy it, because there was this old prophecy saying it was untouchable by humans. Sakazaki used his brain and threw his pen to that nasty place and swapped it to Midori. He just laughed to himself, wondering if number 0 could really break even that rule. Meanwhile, up on Mount Antake in Nagano, Hajime came face to face with Ichika. He figured out right away he'd been teleported. Ichika was seriously loving that their plan to split up the bad guys had worked. Hajime demanded to know where number 0 was, and she just told him, super smug, that he'd been sent to a place of no return. Hajime was not buying it. He said, if that place actually existed, why not dump all the apostles there? Ichika explained that she couldn't, because at least one of their enemies probably had an artifact to get out, and if they risked moving everyone at once, it could backfire. Plus, number 0 might just escape eventually, but by then Io would be long gone. At best, she could take out one. Hajime didn't want to hear it. He grabbed his sword and got ready to attack, but Ichika didn't even blink. She told him that, except for number 0, none of them could take her, because they were all just losers stuck in the past. Next second, Hajime fired off his Kurikara slash at her, but Ichika dodged it like it was nothing, using her skill Dawn's Solitude. This ability let her understand everything about her body and surroundings. She could feel every cell, every little thing inside and outside her, and use that to make every move perfect. That meant she dodged Hajime's attack and countered with a slash that cut his side clean. In the world of martial arts, your own body is the best weapon, and Ichika was straight up the poster child for that. Looking at Hajime, she just smirked and called him out, saying he was acting like a kid and was even weaker than Makoto. Ouch, bro. That's gotta sting. At the same time, things were not looking good for Makoto and Nisha. These 2 just got dumped in front of some seriously bad news. The leftover apostles of Apocalypse. One of the Apocalypse, Seth, started up with the trash talk, grinning and asking if they really thought just the 2 of them could take on 2 apostles, especially after seeing what number 0 did. Yeah, she was feeling cocky. She turned to her buddy Asura and asked what he wanted to do next. And that just started fake crying like a total troll, saying he was ready to handle both of them himself. That kind of attitude did not sit well with Makoto, who just snapped and rushed at him, ready to throw hands. Meanwhile, Nisha started thinking about Makoto, his childhood friend, and got so mad he just grabbed Seth using his hair magic. But instead of freaking out, she just laughed, like she was having the time of her life. Before anyone could blink, her power exploded into a storm of red attacks, and both Mikado and Nisha had to dodge for their lives. Seth slipped free from Nisha's grip, totally chill, and then fired up her Queen of Hearts skill. Nisha noticed right away. Seth was controlling anything around her, and she used her creepy enchanted cards to fly out and go hunting for Minato. These cards just whipped around her in a wild red storm, and Nisha realized she wasn't even there to fight. She was after their main guy. He tried to stop her, but Asura wouldn't let him get close, blasting out another attack that forced him back. Over in the corner, Asura started powering up his own freaky skill, 100 Faces. This move lets him turn feelings into power, and this time he pulled out the face of pure rage. He wasn't playing anymore, he roared that he was going to kill everyone, and suddenly the whole ground was getting blasted apart by red lightning. Bro, these apostles were not messing around. Jump over to Tokugawa City, and things were going just as wild. Akane and Hinata were fighting one more of the apostles, a guy named Dre, and he was not some pushover. Akane used her Stone of Truth, sending a massive stone statue charging at Dre, but, dude, Dre just sliced the head right off like it was nothing. Hinata tried to back her up, but then Shinji, who was there too, hit his one hunter sword style and did this crazy Tengu dance move, filling the place with dust and rubble. Dre cleared the whole mess in a second, and when the dust settled, 3 of the squad did not even give damage to that apostle bastard. Akane cursed, because they all knew Dre would be tough, but not this tough. Dre looked around, sizing them up, and asked who they were, since he could tell they were dangerous. He told them they might as well die now, because he needed to save his strength for something more important. Hinata scoffed at that, saying Dre was underestimating them, but Shinji didn't care. He was just burning for revenge. Akane could see it in his face. All he wanted was payback for his brother dying. Dre picked up on Shinji's family name and just started clowning him, making fun of his brother for dying so easily. Bro, that was cold. Shinji lost it, charging at Dre. But Dre was waiting for him and used a move called Camellia La Traviata, which nobody saw coming. Back at headquarters, things were a total mess, but with a twist of hope. The healers were still fighting to save Io, and finally, they got her heart beating again. Yushima didn't waste a second, calling her squad for an update, and they let her know the squad captain's injuries were almost healed. Makabe told everyone to regroup with Kagi squad, but suddenly, one of the crew pointed outside and freaked out. Seth's magic cards were coming, hundreds of them, flying straight at HQ. The squad realized right away, Minato was their real target. Tangent took over and ordered everyone to get ready to protect Minato, no matter what. The air got super heavy, and Tangent could feel a weird power in the air. One he recognized, but also didn't want to believe. Outside, Shiki and her group felt the whole ground shake. Sakazaki's eyes went huge. He could tell something insane was coming from the cave where they dumped number 0. Even Captain Surasaki could feel it. Koname flat out refused to believe that number 0 could have escaped. But Sakazaki grabbed him and said they had to move fast because they needed to save Surasaki. But right then, a blinding blue light exploded out of the headquarters. Inside the building, the reason for that light? You guessed it, Minato. Our hero just woke up, standing there surrounded by this crazy aura, and somehow his energy alone started healing Io right in front of everyone. Ren could barely believe it, staring like she'd just seen a ghost. Minato wanted to know how long he'd been out, and Ren told him it was only half a day, not the 2 days he'd planned for training. She was worried that wasn't nearly enough time to fight number 0, but Minato just nodded and said he'd win anyway. Bro was flexing hard. Before he did anything else, he turned to Io and apologized for making her wait. Then he pulled out this wild founder skill, Valentine's God's Medical Book, page 364, Divine Nectar. The move was straight up legendary. It let him heal at the highest possible level. Ren and Yushima just stood there, totally stunned, as Io's wounds went from nearly fatal to totally gone in seconds. Yushima, who was a healer herself, couldn't even wrap her head around it. She said there was no way someone could pull off a miracle like that. Io slowly woke up, and for a second, she didn't see Minato at all. She saw Valentine, one of the old-school founders, standing there holding her hand. She apologized for not being helpful in the battle, but he just told her she was amazing and she needed to rest. Valentine, still using Minato's body, told her the wounds were gone and that when she woke up, they were all going to eat together like old times. That got Io all teary-eyed, and she finally relaxed, ready to rest for real. After that, Valentine looked at everyone else and just laid it out. Get ready, because the real fight was about to start. No more playing around. Our boy Minato and his hero squad were back in the game. Anyway, outside HQ, Akihina and Hagi were in the thick of it, dealing with a straight-up nightmare. Seth's magic cards were coming at them by the hundreds. Seriously, it looked like a blizzard of deadly paper. Akihina went full beast mode with his High Steel's Thousand Strike, slicing cards to shreds so fast you could barely see his arms. Hagi was right there with him, smashing cards with her taijutsu and that chain whip sword of hers. They were sweating hard, both of them thinking there was no way stupid magic cards should be as strong as the monsters they'd fought during the whole Eva mess. Bro, these cards were on another level. Out of nowhere, one card tried to sneak up on Hagi from the back. Akihina tried to warn her, but before she could do anything, the card socked her right in the face. Ouch. She stumbled, but the girl refused to quit. Gritting her teeth, she remembered Makabe telling her about taking responsibility for this world. She was not about to go down now. She promised her captain, and she was going to keep that promise, even if it killed her. And as if the universe actually listened, Makabe himself showed up, smashing through the card swarm with his rock strike. Hagi's jaw basically hit the floor, but she was also super relieved. Makabe gave her a grin and told her he was back, ready to fight. Dude wasn't alone for long either, because Captain Yorozuya crashed into the scene, swinging his golden bat around like he was in a baseball anime, knocking out a bunch of cards in one shot. Both captains shouted to their squads to get ready, and you better believe Akihina and Hagi snapped to it, ready to wipe out every last card. But then, up in the air, everybody just stopped and stared, because there was Minato, burning with that wild blue energy. He looked like he'd just leveled up 10 times overnight, sword glowing and all. With one insane move, he dropped Rei's one-handed sword-style wave, slicing a shockwave through the sky and obliterating hundreds of cards in a blink. Akihina and Hagi were basically fanboying at that point, totally stunned by how strong their MC had become. Meanwhile, Seth could feel her cards getting destroyed and just froze. She looked like someone had unplugged her brain. Asura, who was fighting nearby, noticed her weird face and asked what the hell just happened. Seth muttered that 10 whole decks, over 500 of her precious card soldiers, were just gone. Bro, 500. Even Asura was shook, and he instantly figured Minato had to be behind it. He told Seth to hurry up and finish the job while he turned back toward Mikado, who was still refusing to die. He was starting to lose his cool. He told Mikado and Nisha that their little never-give-up routine was getting real old. Mikado just stared him down and made it clear. This wasn't their funeral. It was Asura's. Asura got all huffy, but then something wild happened. A glowing magic seal started to form on his arm. Mikado activated his anti-demon divine seal, and suddenly the whole field was full of these glowing projectiles. At first, Asura just mocked them, saying they looked slow as snails. He thought they were harmless. But as they got closer, he finally realized Mikado had left a seal on him way back at the start. These projectiles? They weren't random. They were locked onto his marked body. Too late, Asura tried to dodge, but Mikado blitzed behind him and basically decked him into next week with a crushing blow. Mikado even teased him, letting him know the projectiles were the real threat, not just his fists. He broke it down for the crowd. Every time he marked Asura with a seal, those little energy balls got faster, like double the speed every time. The more marks, the more projectiles, and the faster and nastier they hit. At first, Asura dodged a few, but then it was like the Matrix on fast forward. Projectiles were everywhere, and Mikado just kept landing more seals. In no time, they were zipping around so fast nobody could even see them. Mikado crushed Asura with another hit, and that bastard finally realized he was totally outclassed. Things got even more desperate for the bad guy. Asura, shaking and freaked out, pulled out his Face of Fear move, spreading this gross, corrosive fog all over the place. Mikado didn't back down, just watched as the toxic mist rolled in. While all that was blowing up, Seth tried to run, but Nisha was already on her. She begged Nisha not to kill her, saying she didn't want to die pathetic and wrapped in shame. Too bad, because Nisha's hair started moving on its own and wrapping around Seth and trapping her in this weird, suffocating cocoon. She struggled, but her magic drained out of her body, and when it was done, she looked like a mummified doll. Nisha just glanced at Asura and told him that now he finally understood what fear felt like. Back in the brawl, Mikado helpfully explained his secret trick to Asura, even though the guy was already in panic mode. Those projectiles? They might start off slow, but every last one smacked as hard as his meanest punch. With each hit, a new seal appeared, making everything even faster and deadlier. 20 hits in, Asura was covered in marks, and the next wave of projectiles just turned the battlefield into a fireworks show. The sky lit up with explosions, and when the smoke cleared, there was nothing left but rubble. Mikado stared at his own hand, realizing just how much he'd powered up. Cue the flashback to when they were kids. Makoto used to complain that Mikado fought dirty, since once he landed a hit, the fight was basically over. Mikado explained that, sure, the move was strong, but it burned up his energy like crazy and was tough to pull off, since it took over 10 seconds to even get the first seal going. Midori wondered if there were even enemies strong enough to survive that long. Makoto pointed right at him, saying Midori was definitely one of those freaks. When Midori asked about the weird kanji symbol, Nisha told him it meant divine seal. Makoto wondered if the power was connected to his brother, but Makoto said it was all about his own strength. Midori then told him to get swole and keep training, and Makoto promised that once he joined the special task force and had his move perfect, he'd never lose again. not even to Midori. Just before the flashback faded, Midori did his classic thing, jumped in the air, yelling at Mikado to do his best. Mikado acted like he was annoyed, but you could tell he respected the guy. They made a pact to fight together again once they all leveled up. He promised that next time, he'd at least land a solid hit on his old friend. Back to now, Nisha walked up to Mikado, looking all serious, and thanked him for backing him up against those insane enemies. He nodded at Seth's body lying nearby and said his job there was finally done. Mikado agreed, but reminded her they couldn't just chill yet. There were still more crazy strong enemies out there, and Shinji and the rest needed backup. He made it clear. No way anyone could handle opponents like this solo. But Nisha wasn't finished. He mentioned that something super weird had happened earlier. Before anyone could ask, the story cut straight over to poor Shinji, who was having the worst day of his life. So, Dre was right up in Shinji's face, talking trash about meeting his brother. Shinji angrily asked if the preparations were all set, but Akane just told him to keep quiet and hold tight. Then she activated one of her big moves, Trismegistus, and called in her skill Mephiles Zale, letting everyone know she was about to wipe their enemy off the map. A little flashback time. Founder Killich, the legendary alchemist, had once taught Minato that real alchemy isn't just magic tricks. It's about understanding how the world truly works, then making something better from it. COD knowledge was the key, Killich said, and transformation would come later. He always told Minato that in a fight, punching hard came first, and that alchemy lessons could wait. Killich figured if Akane ever decided to pick it up, she'd crush it no problem. Back in the present, Akane's power was building, but Dre wasn't waiting around. He kept sending attacks with his magic power, and his attacks came in so fast and wild that even Hinata and Shinji could barely keep up. Dre landed a nasty hit on Shinji, making Hinata yell out in panic, but Shinji still managed to block, barely. You could tell both of them were hanging on by a thread. Dre was loving every second, mocking them for being weak and saying there was no hope. That's when he decided to show off something special. He told them his boss wanted him to save this for later, but he figured why not? Dre busted out an artifact called the Purgatory Star and chucked it at them. This thing looked like a giant evil eyeball in the sky. Dre started bragging about how it would launch projectiles from every angle, each one just as deadly as the main shot. He said the attack would hit from every direction, covering the whole sky, and started cackling like a full-on villain. Flaming weapons started raining down, and both Shinji and Hinata just froze, totally overwhelmed. With nowhere left to run, Hinata called out for Akane. Suddenly, she was right there beside him, sensing the danger. She unleashed her own counterattack, but at the same time, the Purgatory Star fired off a monster blast that exploded across the battlefield. Dre just laughed, sure that nothing could survive a hit like that. He remembered how Number Zero had given him this power, the same power that let him get revenge on everyone who ever laughed at him. Dre was losing it, talking about burning the world. But then bam, his laugh just died. From under all that fire, green lightning exploded upward. Akane stood tall, completely unharmed, and unleashed her power straight at Dre. The dude's jaw probably dropped. He fired another huge blast, but Akane whipped up a shield like it was nothing. His attacks couldn't even scratch her now, and you could see Dre was going from cocky to completely freaked out. Akane finally told him what was up. Her skill, Mephiles Zale, let her change the nature of any attack she'd seen. She turned Dre's killer explosions into healing magic instead. Yeah, seriously, so now every time a blast hit, it just made her squad stronger. Everyone's wounds started healing up, and they felt their energy coming back. She told them the boost would last about a minute. Dre just stood there, confused and scared, not sure what the hell was happening. Akane, looking way too calm, told him none of it mattered anymore, his time was up. That smile of hers made Dre freak out, and he tried to run. But Hinata wasn't about to let the guy escape. He unleashed his bird's coil move, 8 crazy fast strikes, followed by his 8-headed serpent attack that tore Dre through the air like he was nothing. Dre got absolutely wrecked, left bleeding and broken. Hinata could actually feel the strength coming back into his own body, and his injuries just vanished like they never existed. Then it was Shinji's turn. He stepped up and pulled off a combo that was way above his pay grade, combining Rei's famous one-handed sword style with Diced Slash and Autumn Thistlemaster Annihilation. Dude channeled everything he had into one final hit. The attack sliced Dre clean through, and his body just shattered into pieces before disappearing completely. That was it. One of the 12 apostles. Gone for good. Silence hit the battlefield. Shinji stood there, out of breath, but his mind flashed back to how Dre used to mock him about his brother. Quietly, he wished that in another life, maybe his brother would take him out again. Though he figured it would only happen if a guy like Dre ever got a ticket to heaven. Yeah, not likely. So, Dre was finished, and Akane, Hinata, and Shinji just stood there, breathing hard, trying to take in what they'd just done. Akane was frozen in shock, realizing that Shinji had just pulled off a move way too advanced for him, but somehow, he made it work. Shinji, still full of fresh gratitude, told her the win was all thanks to her. But before he could finish, Akane just dropped to the ground and passed out cold. Her mind drifted into the past. In her memories, Akane found herself talking to Midori, apologizing for what she'd said 7 years ago. Back then, she'd screamed at him, asking why he came too late, why he didn't save anyone when it really mattered. Midori had just stood there, looking totally destroyed, and whispered that he was sorry. See, Akane's dad had been a famous warrior working to stop prophecy disasters. One day, he found this cursed painting, and the second he triggered it, their whole world twisted into a nightmare dimension centered on their mansion. By the time Midori heard the alarm and jumped into that hellish painting to shut down the prophecy, everything was already ruined. Akane's family, the servants, everyone she knew, all gone except her. In her pain, she blamed Midori, crying and yelling at him for not saving them. Even when his teammate tried to explain, Midori just stood there, letting her grieve. Later on, Akane learned the truth. That same day, Midori had actually been halfway around the world, fighting another disaster and saving hundreds of thousands of people. When she figured it out, she realized just how cruel she'd been, putting all that blame on a 16-year-old kid who was already carrying the weight of the world. But Midori never got mad at her. He just told her to live her life fully and never to feel guilty for surviving. He explained why he trained so hard and why his only goal was to stop more prophecies from ruining people's lives. Hearing that, she said Midori is too kind, even to save a selfish girl like her. But the goat Midori corrected her gently, reminding her that he wasn't alone. His friends in the task force were always with him, no matter where they were fighting. Their hearts were connected by trust, even if they were miles apart. He even showed her a picture of his whole squad on his phone and told her one day she'd get it. And honestly, after everything Akane had just been through, maybe she finally did. Now, her eyes finally opened, but she looked totally wiped. She then closed her eyes. Once waking up, she saw Shinji and Hinata kneeling right next to her, both of them looking seriously freaked out. Shinji leaned in and asked if she was awake, and Akane, sounding weak, let them know she'd just wake up. Hinata jumped in to explain she'd only been out for about a minute, so it wasn't like she'd missed much, except, almost dying. Akane sat herself up, ignoring how dizzy she felt, and immediately said she had to apologize to Midori herself. Shinji chimed in, saying he also owed Midori a huge thank you, especially for his brother Makoto. That guy was his irreplaceable friend. Akane shot him a surprised look, finally getting how much Midori meant to all of them. Hinata threw in his smile, saying his dream was to beat Midori one day. Guess these three were all on the same page. There was no way they would let Midori die now. Shinji smiled and suggested they go after their hero right away. And, just like that, the squad took off, flying into the sky with crazy determination. But while they were having that moment, things were not so chill in a certain limestone cave, deep underground. Captain Surasaki was hanging out near the 17th dimensional crack when our MC Minato showed up. The captain asked if Minato was done with his crazy training, but Minato told him, "Dude, you gotta get out. Like, now." Minato said that number 0 was about to blow up the whole headquarters using some maxed-out turbulence firepower. Captain Surasaki, being a stubborn legend, refused to run away. Our boy just nodded and said he would make everything quick and come inside the mysterious place. Suddenly, the creepy voice of number 0 echoed from the depths, coming out of Midori's body. He welcomed Minato and guessed that he was there for a beatdown, but our boy set him straight. This wasn't about fighting, he said. He was here to save Midori. Number 0 just repeated him, all smug, and remembered something Io had said earlier about sticking around for 2 days, hinting that something big would happen. He figured Minato still needed another day and a half to be ready, and started laughing at how ridiculous that was. That's when Minato suddenly went full beast mode, launching a wild combo move, King of Light, Penetration, and Luminous Kick. He slammed into number 0 with everything he had, and for a second, it looked like something epic would happen. But then Minato noticed something weird. His body just stopped moving, like he'd hit a wall, and his attack basically did nothing. Number 0 told him that his speed and power were insane, but that this was the end for him. So, number 0 switched on his own turbulence skill, filling the whole area with wild, destructive energy that started breaking everything in sight as he tried to bust out of that other dimension. Not to be outdone, Minato activated his own turbulence, fighting back with the same kind of chaos. Inside Minato's mind palace, one of the founders realized Skier, one of the spirits in his head, was still snoozing on the job. He freaked out and told the Dragonclaw founder, Rowan, to wake Skier up with a bite, which, bro, sounded painful. Skier screamed awake, and once he got the picture that if Minato died, he'd die too. He said he'd taught Minato the divine wind skill for situations just like this. Back outside, number 0's jaw basically hit the floor when he saw Minato handling turbulence just as well as he could. Minato made a small safe zone around himself, keeping the chaos away, then charged straight in, ready to smash things up. Our hero whipped out the Seal of Truth, Muggle Hemet, and started absorbing and canceling out number 0's wind attacks like it was nothing. One of the founders was watching carefully, and figured out they couldn't win by fighting from far away. The plan was to fight wind with wind, close the gap using Mel's speed boost, and then hit hard, but only if Minato mixed the skills together just right. Minato listened for once, and fused Rei's sword style with Wave and Thunderbolt to make a new move called Violent Thunder. He blasted number 0 so hard the dude crashed out of the sky. Not wasting time, he fired up Trismegistus and stacked up Spear of Annihilation, Deadly Bow, and Moon Rain Annihilation. He charged and unleashed Thunderbolt Hadad, basically a giant thunder cannon from his fingers, which exploded right on number 0. The Apostle was shook. He couldn't believe Minato was combining totally different skills with no artifacts and started realizing that, maybe Minato really was the guy fate picked to end prophecy itself. But number 0 wasn't done running his mouth. He yelled that even that attack couldn't actually hurt him. Our boy let out a tired sigh. This was getting heavy. One of the founders sensed trouble, noticing Midori's power was growing way faster than expected. Number 0 got cocky, thinking Minato hadn't had enough time to prepare and that this was the end for him. He started charging up for a finishing move, but before he could throw it, Minato shouted Midori's name. What he said next made Midori freeze. Minato told him that Io was still alive. That hit Midori like a truck. His eyes turned back on one side, completely stunned, while number 0 was shocked that this Midori was still fighting back to take control of his own body. Minato kept going, telling Midori that Makoto, Nisha, Shinji, Hinata, Akane, Io, and Ren, yeah, all their people, were still waiting for him. He reminded Midori of their past, and admitted he still owed him for all the times he helped him out. You could tell that thought gave our guy a ton of strength. The founders watched, feeling the weight of all that pain and hope. One called for Patanjali, who stepped up, put her hand on Minato's back, and pumped him full of Nadi Mukti energy. Our boy's whole aura changed, going totally fired up. Number 0 saw the transformation and was absolutely stunned. The founder watched quietly, knowing this was the real deal now. Minato stood tall, ready to give everything he had from that point on. First, we had a little flashback to when Minato was training with Rei. Inside his own mind, the founders were all chilling in their special strategy room. And, let's be honest, the vibes were not great. Ryan got everyone's attention and dropped a bomb. Even if Minato trained for 2 days, it would never be enough. He'd need like a whole week just to have a shot against number 0, and even then, it still might not work out. Some of the founders totally freaked at that, not gonna lie. Another founder reminded the squad that Midori was getting stronger at a stupid fast rate. He started talking about how, back when Minato and Raichuru fought Midori, the special task force kept talking about all the wild stuff Midori did as a kid, like causing legendary levels of destruction. The more they pieced together, the more the founders realized, oh hell. Midori was basically reaching founder-level power right in front of their eyes. That had everyone sweating. Then Ryan said there might be one way, but it was the kind of method that makes everybody nervous. Patanjali explained it. She could bust open all Minato's chakra flow points at once, making his life energy surge everywhere. That would crank up his power like crazy in seconds, but it would totally wreck his body and maybe even his soul. No way to undo that kind of damage. Irsen freaked out, saying it was way too dangerous. But guess what? Our boy Minato had already agreed to it back then. While he was locked in training, Rei watched him and was like, dude, this guy is focusing on me and talking to a whole council in his mind at the same time. He is really leveling up. Minato told them all he just wanted to save Midori, and if things got bad, he wouldn't hesitate to go all in with the risky move. The founders eventually got it and decided to trust him. Okay, now back to the present, where things got absolutely nuts. Minato's voice exploded with conviction and, dude, the energy bursting from him was insane. He punched Midori in the face so hard that even Midori's next-level defenses couldn't tank it. Suddenly, turbulence was flying everywhere, both of them unleashing wild energy that crashed together midair. Number 0 realized his own turbulence was getting straight-up cancelled by Minato's. He freaked out and told Minato not to get cocky, then charged at him, but our boy just stayed cool. He turned on his Tranquility style, Kudu's move, and pointed straight at Midori's chest. That made Midori's whole body freeze up, like he got hit with some magic pause button. Minato went in hard. He pulled out Rei's sword style, mixing it with Wave and Wave Cutting Blade, then dropped a Purgatory sword on him. Bro did not stop. He kept stacking up attacks. Diced Slash, Tengu Dance, Solitary Moon, Thick Cloud, each one landing like a truck, breaking through number 0's defense, and leaving him looking seriously wrecked. The founders, who usually had plenty to say, just sat there in his head, straight up shocked. Ryan stared at Minato and finally realized, wow, this kid's got way more in him than anyone guessed. They all knew the fight was reaching its peak. Then Minato went for his final move, Splitting Clouds. This strike hit number 0 so hard it launched the guy into the sky. He was panicking now, and his survival instincts kicked in. He whipped up a massive wind wall to try and save himself, but Minato wasn't done. He glowed with thunder energy. Yeah, the full lightning show. Then stacked Thunderbolt Hadad with Beak, Dragon's Claw, Penetration, and finished it off with Flash Kick. Basically, he made a combo that was straight fire. He blasted number 0 in the chest with Burning Light, and the whole battlefield exploded. When the smoke cleared, Midori looked absolutely wrecked, mouth hanging open, eyes glowing, and barely holding it together, while Minato was still standing, completely on guard. Just as Minato moved in for the knockout, Midori pulled an elixir artifact out of nowhere and chugged it, instantly getting all his strength back. Yeah, talk about cheating. With his power maxed, Midori fired off a monster turbulence blast straight at Minato. The explosion was so wild that our hero barely got a shield up, but the shockwave still ripped the whole area apart. In the middle of all that chaos, number 0 started laughing like a maniac, trash-talking our hero and telling him he'd already lost. Minato was hurting, but he stayed standing, determined to hang in there until the elixir wore off. But then, dude, things got bad. Sparks started popping all over Minato's body. The aftershock from Midori's last blast was tearing him up from the inside. Next thing you know, Minato crashed down hard. Number 0 saw what was happening and realized the truth. Minato's own crazy strength was destroying his body, and he wouldn't last much longer. Deciding to end it, he powered up another turbulence beam and aimed it right at the falling Minato. But, plot twist, Akane jumped in front, activating her Mephiles spell. She then remembered when she first met Minato, when he was practicing Turbulence, Midori's original spell, and how he'd told her to study it with her magic, promising he'd explain everything after the fight. Akane was shocked that our boy could use the same Turbulence skill. But hey, if she could find a weakness in it, it would be a huge help in the fight. Minato also made her promise to protect everyone when this final battle started. Now, Akane was keeping her word. She changed Midori's super deadly spell into a wave of healing energy, and it rained down on Minato, bringing him back from the brink of death. Midori was losing his mind, furious that his best attack just got flipped into a heal for his enemy. But as the dust settled, the whole team realized they'd survived. Minato's squad rushed over, ready for whatever came next. Minato, even after all that, stepped up and told his team it was time they were going to free Midori from number 0. No hesitation. As soon as he said it, the squad jumped into action. He and Suho attacked from both sides, their swords flashing perfectly together. Hinata followed up, bringing down a dwarf strike knee that smashed right into number 0. The guy was almost down, but he tried to make a comeback by activating the wall of cutting pearl. Too bad for him, Shiki showed up, bending around the spell and messing it up before it could even finish. Things just got worse for number 0. Mikado delivered a wild uppercut, then a storm of punches and kicks that left him reeling. Even after all that, number 0 somehow broke free. But Nisha was waiting and caught him with her forbidden hair spell, which, honestly, was kind of terrifying. Mikado ended the combo with a massive magic blast that shook the whole place. And while all this chaos was going down, Ichika just watched from afar, letting the younger heroes have their shot. Our MC, Minato, stood ready in the air with his sword, staring up at number 0. He told everyone that he could see Midori's power fading, and honestly, even number 0 could feel it too. The artifact that was boosting Midori's strength was running out of juice, so number 0 was getting pretty nervous, sweating over how to defend himself. That's when the boys, Minato and Shinji, decided to go all in. Our boy is even preparing to launch one of the strongest Raise One Sword styles. They focused hard, poured all their energy into the move, and then unleashed a united slash so strong it didn't just hit Midori's body. Nope. It actually sliced right through number 0's soul. That guy was practically shocked he could lose like this. The explosion lit up the whole forest, bro, like it was daytime for miles. When the light finally faded, Midori was free at last. The combined sword move they used can use a cutoff effect, and wasn't just about swinging a blade. This thing was a soul-level attack, and you could even pull it off without a real sword if you had the skill. Number 0 was losing his mind now, crawling around in agony, stunned that anyone could actually cut his soul like that. He got kicked out of Midori's body, and you could finally see Midori getting his senses back. Akane ran right over, looking so relieved she might actually cry. Suho felt a huge weight lift off his chest, like he could finally breathe again, because Big Bro was really back this time. When Midori landed, Akane hugged him tight, while Minato rolled up with a solid, genuine smile. Midori and Minato even shook hands. Dude, it was a total bro moment. But just as things were finally chilling out, a flame burst out from Midori's palm. That got everyone's attention real quick. Midori freaked out, thinking maybe number 0 was still lurking inside him somewhere. Then he remembered the artifact, oh no, and shouted for Minato to get away. Too bad though. The artifact went off right then, and everything turned blinding white. The whole crew was stunned, but Midori could already tell what was happening. He realized that number 0 wasn't trying to grab him anymore. Instead, he was now aiming to hijack Minato's body. As the light faded and the dust settled, Midori kept his eyes on Minato, feeling like something was seriously wrong. But our protagonist just stood there, calm as ever, and told everyone he was totally still in control. He said he already knew number 0 might pull this trick and had come prepared. Even with that explanation, everyone was still in shock, because it was obvious. Number 0 actually had managed to take over Minato's body, and Minato confirmed it himself. Here's where things got crazy on the inside. Number 0 was loving it, thinking he finally landed in the most broken body ever. But nope. The second he showed up inside Minato, he got greeted by hundreds of the founders. These legends were not there to party. They were there to beat the absolute crap out of him. And bro, he was about to learn why you don't mess with this squad. Back outside, Minato just shrugged and told everyone that, for number 0, being inside him was actually the worst place possible. He laughed that now the evil dude was stuck in an endless cycle of pain thanks to the founders smashing him from every direction. Game over for number 0, man. With all that sorted, Minato acted super chill and suggested everyone just head home. Like, after all that, he wanted to call it a day. Total boss move. Meanwhile, Ichika found Hajime and gave him the news. His boss was toast. Hajime honestly didn't care much about his old boss biting the dust. What really got his attention was why Ichika was keeping him alive. She told him she wanted to train him as her own apprentice from now on. Dude, Hajime just got handed a new life. But Ichika just laughed like a maniac, saying she would train him to a point where he would think death is better. Back with the squad, they returned to base with Midori. Makoto pulled a classic move. He greeted Midori with a punch that stopped just short of his face. Not a real hit, just a welcome back bro kind of thing, then dragged him off to hunt for any number 0 hideouts still left in England. Meanwhile, Io was healing up, finally starting to look like herself again. The girls surrounded her, super relieved to have their grandma back. Honestly, everyone was just glad the nightmare was finally over. On a rooftop, Tanjin and Yushima chilled out and chatted about all the losses they took. They spotted Richard's helicopter flying in and realized, yeah, this peace probably won't last forever. They still need to decide what they should do to Midori, so they might as well enjoy it while they could. The rest of the squad and all the captains were seriously hyped to have Midori back. He was the main focus now. But in the background, nobody noticed Minato suddenly dropping to the ground. Dude just collapsed and fell into a coma, even though all his wounds were totally healed. Everyone freaked out and rushed over, totally confused. Among them, Midori noticed something weird. He swore this felt familiar, and started to wonder if that was really Minato lying there. So he asked if Minato was still there. Then things got next level. The spirit of founder Ryan stepped out of Minato's body and introduced himself, super calm. The crew was floored. This was the real founder, the legend, standing right in front of them. Ryan admitted this was never part of the plan, but the situation left him no choice. He got super serious and said he needed a favor. Someone close to Minato would have to help bring him back. While all this went down, inside his own head, Minato was just chilling in a peaceful field of flowers, totally out of reach. A little later, Midori scrolled through his phone and found a video from Aradib, his friend who'd already died. In the message, Aradib confessed he knew he'd die helping Midori, but he was at peace with it. He told Midori not to blame himself, reminding him it wasn't really Midori who caused all that pain, it was number 0 in control. Watching that, Midori got emotional. But his friends cheered him up and dragged him outside to play baseball. Over at the Everlasting Hut, the news was playing a fake story for the public, saying Midori, the supposed villain, had been killed by the Navy. Of course, this was just Io's way to keep the truth about prophecy's secret. Richard, even though he was a little annoyed about the lie, agreed it was better this way. They couldn't lose the strongest hero of this era, so he decided to let Midori live for the sake of the world. But he had to stay hidden and help the world from the shadows. Outside, the boys played baseball. Makoto teased Midori about going from the world's strongest to a total train wreck, while the others told him to lay low since everyone would recognize him. Midori agreed, but then Makoto smashed the ball so hard it should have been a home run. Midori jumped up and caught it like it was nothing. Seeing him back in action, even just catching a baseball, made everyone breathe easier. Midori said he finally recovered completely. Makoto realized this was the time for Midori to save Minato. So, he reminded him to do his best to save Minato and never let him die. Minato just nodded. With everything he had, he set out to bring back one of his benefactors. Now, inside the ICU of the anti-prophecy unit, Midori rolls in looking serious. Akane spots him and is surprised, but she and the others quickly catch him up on what's up with Minato. And bro, it's bad. Minato's breathing is slowing down, and even with all their best healing skills, nothing is working. It's like the dude is slipping away right in front of everyone. Midori steps up, telling the crew to let him try saving Minato. But out of nowhere, the legendary founder Ryan shows up. He hits them with the real talk. Minato traded his own life force for that crazy burst of power everyone just saw. And just to make things worse, he says something messed up happened in the middle of all that when an enemy jumped in. That news leaves the whole squad looking like they just got hit by a truck. While the team is freaking out, Minato is on a whole different level of confused. The poor guy wakes up standing in a field full of flowers, with huge mountains everywhere. He knows right away he's not with the founder anymore, but has no idea what's going on. Then he spots some super weird figure in the distance, just chilling and holding this creepy black squid monster. The figure calmly tells Minato they can help him by removing his crest of nothingness. Dude, that line hits Minato so hard he just freezes up. But then, everything goes from weird to nightmare mode. Dimensional cracks split open all around, and the figure straight up mutates into a terrifying shadow covered in eyes. Seriously. This thing is nightmare fuel. This presence says its name is Clusters, and drops the bomb that they're the ones who actually create all the prophecies and are here to destroy the world. Just another day from Minato, right? Back in the real world, Ryan relays all this to the crew outside, and they're losing it. Turns out, the Clusters are ancient beings from another dimension, tied to those mysterious towers everyone's been worried about since forever. The one who created the tower 300 years ago. And the worst part? Only people with the crest of nothingness, like our MC, can even stand a chance against them. But right now, Minato's body is getting corrupted by the Clusters, and Ryan warns the squad they've got to force these monsters out before it's too late. The problem? Nobody has any idea how to do that. Ryan just begs them to trust him and asks everyone to give him their souls. Yeah, you heard right. He wants them to trust him with their actual souls. But you know what? This goated team doesn't even hesitate. They put their hands on Minato, and suddenly a blinding light shoots out of his crest, dragging everyone into the glow. Ryan gives one last warning. This journey is going to be rough, because the Clusters can literally shatter a person's soul. You could hear the fear in his voice, but he's down on his knees, begging for them to save Minato for the sake of all humanity. The squad doesn't even flinch. They say Minato's their captain and he's worth any risk. And just like that, the light swallows them whole. Now, inside this wild mindscape, the Clusters start messing with Minato bad. They throw the story about their whole life up in his face, basically calling themselves a reincarnator. And this gonna be just another lame reincarnation story. Once, they are humans that reincarnated, and after 100 regressions, finally bring the story to a happy end. The big bad shadow brags that they're the ones who write the future, always watching humanity from the next dimension over. The Clusters think humans are headed for more war and chaos the second they start traveling to other worlds, just like in ancient times. So their plan is simple. Wipe out humanity first, then write a new future with their own prophecies. Minato is furious, but he still wants to know why they never stop the fight if they know what happens. The Cluster guy just laughs like a maniac, saying they know an awakener with the crest of nothingness will eventually destroy them. They're just fighting to survive, too. He tells Minato it's only logical to get rid of him first. Then, just to rub it in, he calls Number Zero a fool for thinking he was on their level and says giving him the artifact was the right move. That's when Minato realizes this creep is behind all those cursed artifacts popping up everywhere. The Cluster makes it clear. Every time a human tried to mess up their plans, it was all noted. But this time they're ending it for good. Then, the nightmare squid monster attacks. Tentacles shoot out, grabbing Minato tight. The poor guy is completely stuck, fighting to break free, but the grip just tightens. The Cluster is loving it, telling him to just die already. Meanwhile, in the consciousness realm, Ryan's leading Minato's squad through this trippy world, explaining that the founders can't help this time because Minato's power is still sealed. But he swears he'll lead them to him, so the crew keeps pushing forward. As they run, they see Minato's memories floating all around. Fights with enemies, hangouts with the founders, and most importantly, moments with Makoto's squad. It's a total nostalgia trip, and you can feel how much this team means to our hero. They finally hit the darkest, nastiest part of the realm, where the giant squid is squeezing the life out of Minato. The squad sees their captain trapped, and they don't even think. They charge in, blasting the monster with all their power. The squid snaps back, launching a tentacle attack, but the squad fires right back. The collision is so intense it shakes the whole place like a thunderstorm. While all this is happening inside, things are looking grim outside. Minato's body is freaking out, thrashing around, and his life energy is slipping fast. Yushima and the anti-prophecy staff are scrambling to keep him alive, knowing that if Minato goes down, everyone linked to him could get dragged down too. Inside, Minato himself is starting to lose color and literally breaks apart into pieces. His pulse almost vanishes, and bro, it looks like our MC is about to flatline for real. Back inside Minato's mind, the Cluster over there was feeling pretty cocky, thinking it had finally gotten rid of its only real problem, Minato. Damn, Minato's body is cracking and starting to disintegrate. The monster was just about to celebrate, but then boom. A tiny crack showed up in that place. Suddenly, light blasted through, and guess who showed up? Minato's squad came running, their voices calling out to him from the other side. That was all it took. Our MC snapped back, and you could see the energy coming back into his body. He couldn't believe his friends were really there. And, bro, it hit him right in the feels when Suho reached for him, sharing all that weight and worry he'd been carrying. You could feel the team's determination rise up. No way were they letting their boy go alone. They all promised each other they'd stick together and fight, no matter what. Minato was so relieved, he thanked everyone for having his back, even when everything looked hopeless. But, of course, things weren't about to get easy. The cluster took one look at Ryan and started talking trash, bringing up his family, like his parents and her sister. Ryan's whole face turned dark, and you just knew this monster was the reason his family was gone. The dude just loved to make things worse. But while the cluster kept running his mouth, the squad wasn't having it. They charged in, even though Ryan yelled for them to stop. Bad move, my guys. The cluster had them right where he wanted, and the second they got close, their bodies started breaking apart. Their souls were getting torn up by some nasty corruption. The same attack he used to ruin Ryan's family. Seriously, it was a nightmare. Everyone getting dragged apart. The cluster loving every second. Just when it looked like the whole squad was about to get eaten alive, a massive beam of light shot out and split the darkness. Everyone stopped and looked up, and there, out of nowhere, two new people floated down like it was just another Monday. These two were calm as hell, both wearing anti-prophecy badges, like they owned the place. Minato squinted at them, thinking they looked familiar, but his brain just wasn't connecting the dots yet. Then it hit him. These two were in Makoto's squad back in training, but he could have sworn they'd retired ages ago. The dude introduced himself as Claude Freeriedman, and beside him was Natasha Smirnov. Both of them had come back from out of nowhere, ready to throw down. They stared the cluster down and told him to get out of Minato's head, not even a little bit scared. Then Claude called Natasha the Princess of Ole. But the funny thing was, Natasha was still half asleep, cuddling a stuffed animal like she was home in bed. The whole squad just stared like, what the hell? She's a princess? Minato stepped closer, still trying to process what was happening when the sleeping beauty finally spoke up. She said she wanted Minato to save their world. He was totally thrown for a second, but she promised him a deal. If he helped them, she'd help him get out of this weird dreamland. The cluster was not impressed. He started yelling that Minato's death was a sure thing and that humans were just weak roadblocks in his way. Black goo started spreading from him, reaching out to swallow the squad. Claude didn't even freak out. He just turned to Natasha and told her it was time to do her thing. Still looking half asleep, Natasha agreed like she was giving Minato an advance payment, and, with a spark of light, she froze the black tentacles mid-air. The cluster was so confused, he almost lost his mind. That's when Claude decided to finish things. Calm as ever, he walked right up to the cluster and just poked him in the forehead. Instantly, the monster exploded into a cloud of icy smoke. As he faded away, the cluster tried to spit out one last lame threat, but nobody cared. The whole squad just stood there, shocked that the big bad had been taken down so easily. Their wounds started to heal, and for the first time in forever, everyone could finally chill out. But bro, before anyone could even celebrate, the ground split open under their feet. A blinding light swallowed them, and the next thing they knew, they were all falling into some totally new weird place. Natasha, still curled up, looking like she was just waiting for her alarm clock. Claude said it was time to get back to the real world, and as everyone started fading, he let Minato know they were putting their trust in him. It was up to our hero now. He needed to help them back. Everything turned into light, and when Minato opened his eyes, he was back in a hospital bed. His whole squad was there, passed out but alive. The guy couldn't stop smiling. Right then, Ren rushed in, basically in tears seeing him awake. She explained that her healing magic kicked in just after the squad made it back, pulling him out of danger at the last second. Minato thanked her, but Ren insisted he was the one who saved Io and Midori, not her. As they talked, everyone else started waking up, super happy that Minato was finally okay. Claude and Natasha come into the room. They were chilling too, with Claude making his usual over-the-top entrance, which just left Suho confused as hell. The weirdness was only getting started, Claude explaining they were actually not from this world. And then Natasha woke up, walked over to Minato, and told him to keep his promise to save her world. Everyone stared at her like, what is this girl even talking about? That's when Natasha dropped the real bomb. She said that on her planet, the ancient towers were collapsing, the same ones the founders beat 300 years ago. Turns out, that old disaster is back, and the clusters are aiming to use her world as a new base so they can start an invasion. That's why she needed Minato's help, to destroy every single tower before it was too late. Because, after all, he was the only one destined to be the hero. Bro, our boy just got back from the dead and now he's got another whole new world to save. Dude can't catch a break. Anyway, Natasha told them the story. Half a year ago, on her planet called Aurit, some crazy towers started popping up everywhere. And just like Earth, these things weren't just for show. They brought chaos, explosions, and a ridiculous amount of destruction. Natasha watched her home turn into a total mess, and even though she hated the idea, she had to run away. Before she left, though, she swore she'd come back one day with the guy who carried the crest of nothingness and save everyone. Now, back in the present, Natasha started explaining what was really going on. She said there was a full-blown war happening, like, not just in one city or country, but across a bunch of dimensions. That was why Earth kept getting hit with weird events. Every world was fighting for power and resources, but now this whole war was spreading to the entire universe. Our boy Minato had no idea what to say to that. He just stood there, looking like he got hit with a brick of confusion. But Natasha and Claude weren't about to let him stay clueless. They used Claude's ability to pull the squad right into a memory version of Natasha's hometown on her planet. Dude, the second they landed, everyone was stunned. The town was alive, packed with people, full of energy. Seriously, nothing like the disaster Natasha had described. Akane tried to talk to one of the locals, but her hand just went right through them. That's when Natasha explained everything was an illusion, made by some ancient artifact that could rebuild memories. Even if it was fake, you could feel how warm and lively the place was. Then the squad noticed giant posters everywhere with Natasha's face on them. Apparently she was going to be crowned soon. Princess stuff, you know? When Natasha pointed out her castle, the group just about lost it. That thing was huge, glowing in the sun like it was straight out of a fairy tale. Minato was super impressed and couldn't stop staring. But Natasha just told everyone to keep watching. Suddenly, the mood flipped hard. The sky started twisting and cracking open. Dimensional rifts appeared, and out of those holes, hundreds of the same towers came crashing down. The team stared in horror, and Minato realized instantly, those were the towers of destruction. The towers slammed into the ground like missiles. It was chaos, explosions everywhere, fire and ice tearing the city apart, people screaming, the whole place turning to hell in seconds. The squad was frozen, just watching the town get wiped out. Then a scream ripped through the air. It was Natasha, crying out from the castle, begging to know why this was happening to her people. The team just listened, feeling every bit of that pain and confusion. The nightmare was so real, it was like they'd fallen inside someone else's worst memory. Minato wanted to say something to help, but nothing came out. Only silence. Natasha told them that she saw this same nightmare every night. She couldn't stop reliving it. She watched her people get destroyed by clusters, and everything she cared about turned to nothing. The poor girl looked totally broken. Now, our hero finally got it. He remembered what the founders had said. The point wasn't just to get stronger. They fought to protect the weak and punch the bad guys who ruined everything. With all that in his head, he reached out and gently put his hand on Natasha's shoulder. He promised, with all the founders' power and his whole squad glowing behind him, that they were going to save her world from this nightmare. The dude's crest started lighting up like crazy, showing that every founder was backing him up. He told everyone to get ready, because the real show was about to start. Just like that, the group snapped out of the memory world. They split into two cars, Minato's crew in one, Irion and the others in the second. Inside the car, Irion was chained up and whining like wild. He said he deserved a vacation after saving Midori, but now he was being sent to save an entire planet. Things only got worse when he found out Superintendent Io had signed them up for the mission without even talking plans. He tried to keep complaining, but Akane hit him with a look so cold he nearly froze. He shut his mouth, but you could tell the guy was still pissed. Earlier that morning, RMC had a little meeting with the founders in his head. They were all apologizing for not being able to help during the big cluster fight. Patanjali especially felt bad, saying her technique put Minato in danger. But Ryan told her that her skill was the thing that helped them beat Midori, so she should chill out. Ryan told the group to focus on their next job, saving Natasha's planet. When Minato asked how they used to fight clusters, most of the founders admitted they just kept hitting the enemy until something worked. The poor guy was confused. Ryan explained that the best defense was just a strong offense. They had to attack Orit before things got worse. Minato was still a bit lost, so Ryan said the first step was to visit the Mausoleum of Founders, the place where Minato first met them. Apparently, there was a giant portal hidden there, one that could send them straight to their destination. Now, back with everyone in the cars, the squad saw a huge beam of light shooting up into the sky as they got closer to the mausoleum. Minato dropped a bomb on them. He said they could use the portal to travel straight to Orit. Normally, a trip like that would take weeks, with a bunch of stops between different worlds, but this portal could skip all that and take them right there. The squad was shocked. They couldn't believe something like that even existed. While everyone was still trying to wrap their heads around it, Midori suddenly pointed out the window and told them to look. On the horizon, hundreds of clusters were being pulled toward the glowing light. That sight froze everyone in their tracks. But our hero kept his cool. He remembered what Ray had told him. The big monster he fought ages ago in the tower was actually a kind of cluster. Now he realized the portal was drawing in all those monsters, making a huge, swirling mess. Something snapped in Minato. His energy spiked, and he got fired up. He channeled Ray's power and, in a burst of pure hype, jumped out of the car. Right when he was about to go full 10,000 slash mode, he saw Midori pop up next to him, looking ready to smash some monsters too. Midori wanted to make up for his screw-ups, and you could tell he was ready to go berserk. Our boy gave him a nod, telling him to floor it right into the monster swarm. The clusters had all squished together, making one giant, freaky tentacle beast. But instead of being scared, Minato was totally pumped, blade in hand, wild grin on his face. Our boy was ready to cut through every last one of those creatures, and honestly, it was about to get insane. He then called up Rei's legendary sword move, Splitting Cloud, and fired it right at that giant tentacle monster. The blast just tore through the ugly thing like it was made of paper. Everyone's jaw dropped, especially Midori. The dude couldn't believe how insane Minato's attack was. Honestly, he said, the energy felt different this time, way stronger than before. But Rei, inside Midori, said, the man in front of him is always getting stronger from now on, shot Midori a sly look, asking him if he wanted to be stronger too? While the cruise car blasted toward the fight, smaller monsters jumped in their way. Did that slow them down? Nope. Suho cranked the engine, trusting our two warriors. Yeah, Minato and Midori were just chilling on the hood like total bosses, to clear a path. Our MC gripped his sword tight, thinking back to all the brutal training Rei put him through. Every swing, every lesson, every scar, all of it flashed through his mind. The second he drew his blade, the air started buzzing and crackling. Then Minato swung once, super clean, and just like that, every monster in front of them got sliced right in half. Bro, even the car was slicing through trouble like butter. Flashback time. Right after Midori got rescued from their last nightmare, he had a little chat with Io at the Everlasting Hut. They talked about this prophecy book, the Bhagavad Gita, which Number Zero had hidden for ages. Reading the thing was pure pain, and nobody really knew what it all meant. Midori couldn't hide how much he hated himself for what happened before, killing his own people when Number Zero took control. Io didn't have a magic fix for that kind of pain. She just told him to keep fighting, search for his own meaning, and try to move forward. No more hiding behind guilt. He needed to walk into the future, even if he was dragging all that regret behind him. So, with Io's words stuck in his head, Midori was fighting like he needed to prove he was still a good guy. The battle was getting wild. Clusters were swarming the highway, and Suho started freaking out, yelling at everyone to protect the civilians in the cars. Minato jumped into action, just as one car came flying straight at them. Midori, no hesitation, used his storm power to lift the car high into the air, keeping it out of danger. Our protagonist just stared, blown away. Midori took a brutal fighting move and used it to protect people instead of destroy. People are getting shocked. The usual turbulence skill now is getting controlled to the max level and used to be a barrier. So, in the end, Midori keeps getting stronger too. Pretty awesome, honestly. But he wasn't just playing defense. He flipped the barrier's energy into a trap, caught a bunch of clusters, and then slammed them straight into the Autumn Breeze skill, killing them in an instant. The squad and even the founders watching inside his head were freaking out at how these two were suddenly an unstoppable tag team. Irian, though? He looked like he was about to wet his pants as a giant snake monster came charging at them. But our MC just stayed cool, watching Midori do his thing. He was honestly kind of proud. The two heroes locked in, timed their attacks, and hit the monster from both sides at the same time. The blast that followed didn't just wreck the monster, it sent shockwaves all over the battlefield. The people cheered, the wind around them was buzzing with Minato's power, and for the first time all day, everyone felt safe. The monsters were toast, the squad was rolling out, and the road to the mausoleum of the founders was clear. Meanwhile, under the highway, a mysterious guy was watching all this go down. This was Hanayagi Rui, guardian of the mausoleum, and he looked seriously relieved no one had died. He flipped through some old prophecy book, reading about how Minato and his crew were supposed to show up at the temple today. Rui spotted Minato's glowing crest in the distance, and quietly wished for the kid to save the world, just like the founder himself had done. After a while, the squad finally rolled up to the mausoleum, where Rui was waiting. He introduced himself politely, but the squad was a little weirded out when they found out he'd been guarding the place like a monk, just like his family had for generations. The place was pulsing and glowing like crazy today, though, and everyone knew something big was about to happen. Then things got awkward. Rui called Minato by his full name, and our hero froze. He just smiled and reminded him how they used to play together in the mausoleum's library when they were kids. The memory hit Minato in the face like a truck. He asked about Rui's dad. Rui got quiet, brushed off the question, and told the squad to follow him down some stairs, saying the oldest book said these steps led straight to a hidden portal. Back in the day, Minato and Rui spent hours in that library, reading weird old stories with Rui's dad. Their favorite was The Crest of Nothingness. Rui's dad always told them wild tales about the founders, and those were seriously good times. But now Rui dropped a bomb. His father died not long ago, killed by some monster that snuck into the mausoleum. A hunter took it down, but it was too late. Ryan guessed the clusters had been drawn to the leftover energy from the crest, just sitting there waiting for someone to show up. Rui's father just got unlucky. Minato felt like trash about that. But Ryan stepped in and told him not to blame himself. It was all the cluster's fault, period. Rui, seeing the mood drop, tried to lighten things up. He explained that his family admired the founders so much, they managed to marry into the Hanayagi line. He grew up in a really strict, distant home, which kind of made him the calm, closed-off guy he was now. Finally, they got to a giant gate deep underground. The doors creaked open, and the room exploded in blinding light. Everyone, especially our MC, just stood there, stunned. In the middle of the chamber, a massive portal spun like a whirlpool made of pure energy. Rui explained the portal was built by mixing the Crest of Nothingness's power with the strength of all the founders. Only Awakeners could use their crest to open it up, so Rui said he'd stay behind to keep the gate stable. Right when Minato was about to walk through, Rui stopped him, eyes full of tears. The poor guy asked Minato to get revenge for his father, since he couldn't fight himself. Our hero grabbed Rui's hand, promised to crush every last cluster, and make them pay for what they did. With that, the squad stepped into the portal. The light swallowed them up, and they blasted through space toward Ole. Minato's mind was set. This wasn't just about saving a world now. He was fighting for his friends, for revenge, and to end the clusters for good. As soon as Minato and his crew landed, it was like they blinked, and bam, they were on the planet Arit. But forget what Natasha showed them in her dream, because this place was a mess now. Towers everywhere, the ground all cracked and ruined, and even the princess's palace was crawling with nasty clusters. Our hero could actually feel the rage boiling up inside him, and honestly, the founders in his head were probably even angrier. Akane was the first to spot something strange. Yeah, everything looked destroyed, but there were still survivors hiding out there. That gave everyone a tiny bit of hope, but there was no time to chill because something super dangerous started speeding right toward them. Natasha didn't even wait for the squad. She just dashed off to help those survivors, full princess mode. Of course, the Minato squad was not about to let her go alone, so they all booked it right after her. Meanwhile, at the refugee camp, things were rough. People were starving, living in trash conditions, and just desperately hoping their princess would come back. So when Natasha showed up, she wasted no time apologizing for being late and not saving them sooner. But these people didn't care. They lit up like someone switched the lights back on and started chanting her name like she was the best thing ever. Natasha got a bit emotional about leaving them before, but she promised she was back for good and would take care of them from now on. Just as everyone was starting to get their hope back, a massive clusterworm tried to ruin the party by sneaking up behind Natasha. But the squad's mages were on it. They froze the thing in place before Hinata smashed it with a brutal kick. Then, the whole squad jumped in, blasting it with their spells until the worm exploded in a burst of light and noise. Natasha's face lit up as she proudly told everyone that these were her new, super strong friends. Seeing all the survivors cheering and smiling gave the squad a serious boost. Our boy Minato felt fired up to help even more. But then, things took a creepy turn. Minato noticed a knight in full armor just chilling on a horse, but the dude was surrounded by this dark, evil-looking aura. Natasha's face went totally pale. She knew that guy. It was her brother, Mikhail. Only, he didn't look like himself. Black gunk was dripping from his eyes, and it was obvious the clusters had totally taken control of him. While Minato stood his ground, ready for whatever was about to go down, the scene cut over to the palace, where Natasha's parents were having the grossest dinner ever, totally corrupted and waiting for their daughter to come home. Back outside, Mikhail welcomed Natasha back, but nobody was smiling. The whole squad looked freaked. Claude quickly explained that Mikhail's body had been hijacked by those cluster creatures, and this was how they took over, by stealing the bodies of rulers. Midori figured out the same thing, saying it was more than just the cluster's normal tricks, and that these things were using the ruling family to finish some evil mission. Mikhail didn't even try to hide it. He bragged that he was part of the clusters now, and said it felt way better than being a regular human. With a creepy smile, he threatened Natasha, telling her to join them, and even offered the whole squad a chance to help rule the place together. But as he laughed like a maniac, Minato zipped forward and held his sword right to Mikhail's neck. Our boy did not mess around. Rei, the swordmaster, decided to let Minato handle this. He wanted the kid to figure out what kind of enemy they were really up against. So Minato went for it, blasting Mikhail's horse with Thunderbolt, and then swinging his sword with Rei's own style. But get this, even after all that, Mikhail's spear was totally fine, not a scratch. That's when the guy got serious and started whipping out cluster tentacles, trying to grab everyone. Our boy knew those things could cancel out their magic if they touched, so he was careful. Then, Mikhail powered up by draining energy from one of the nearby towers and blasted Minato with his own lightning spell. When their weapons clashed, Minato could feel just how strong that prince had gotten. The dude was born a knight, and now had the prince's spear, so his gear was no joke. Watching the fight, the mage founder realized Mikhail was also a lightning user, but had total faith in Minato. As the prince charged up, Minato used the Seal of Truth on his sword, which instantly cancelled out all of the lightning. That move really surprised Mikhail, but he didn't stop. He just loaded up another spell and charged in again. Their next clash was so wild, the shockwave actually knocked down all the towers nearby. But neither Minato nor Mikhail had a scratch on them. Suddenly, Mikhail noticed something weird, a big, dark squid thing glowing on top of the palace. He said it was his mom calling him, so the dude just dipped out right in the middle of the fight and invited everyone to come finish things at the palace. Minato looked up and saw Natasha's parents standing at the window, clearly waiting for some action. The founders inside Minato's head were on high alert, telling him it was time for the final showdown at the castle. While all that was going on, Natasha was lost in her own memories. Back when clusters hadn't ruined everything, her life at the palace was actually pretty awesome. Her family loved her, even though she was always falling asleep at the dinner table. Her dad just laughed it off, and her mom secretly enjoyed seeing Natasha act so much like herself. Natasha trained with the best swordsman in the kingdom, but honestly, she just wanted to nap instead of becoming queen. She always cheered for her brother to take the throne, since the family usually had a queen, but Mikhail believed in her more than anyone. He always said she'd make a great queen, but all Natasha wanted was to have her brother by her side. Now, though, all that warmth felt gone. After Mikhail left, everyone started to relax a little. Minato turned to Natasha, asking her what the plan was, since it was her family involved. Akane looked unsure, thinking maybe Minato should decide, but our MC said it was Natasha's call. This was her family, her home, and her choice. Natasha took a second to think about everybody who had suffered because of all this. In the end, she decided, the squad would go straight to the castle and face whatever was waiting for them there. The squad then rolled up to the giant castle gates, and it wasn't just your normal creepy castle vibe. Something in the air felt alive, like the whole place was watching them. While everyone was still trying to figure out what was up, Suho spotted someone big and scary guarding the gate. And get this, when Natasha and Claude took a closer look, they both realized it was their old sword teacher, Carol. Only now, the guy was oozing with that disgusting black cluster stuff. Even though Carol was totally corrupted, he still recognized the princess. But there wasn't any happy reunion here. Suddenly, he rushed at Suho, yelling for them to get out of the way. Natasha's family was just standing on the balcony, looking down and enjoying the mess like it was some kind of show. The founders inside Minato were not having it. Rei was getting really mad and wanted to take over Minato's body to finish things right here and now. But Akane stepped up, asking if they could kill people in this castle. Natasha just gave her a small nod, serious and quiet, because everyone knew this fight was for her people. She then wasted no time and blasted Carol with her Sparklight spell, trapping him in a freezing circle made of light and ice. That was Minato's sign to go full power. Our boy switched into his Rei form, his energy blazing, and rushed in. With one massive attack, he sliced Carol into slices. Yeah, that fight ended really quickly. As the poor teacher started falling apart, he managed to throw one last joke at Natasha, saying it had been a while since he chased her for skipping class. Natasha's eyes went soft for a second, and she lifted her hand, ready to finish what needed to be done. Before she cast the final spell, Carol asked her to save their country. She promised she would, and with one last cold blast, she froze what was left of him, letting him go in peace. Midori was watching all this and finally saw the ugly truth. Once someone got taken by the cluster, there was no coming back. Up above, Natasha's family just walked away, faces cold and distant, not saying a word. Minato didn't waste any time. He told the squad to get moving and go inside. Before they charged in, he slashed at the giant black squid guarding the entrance. But his attack just fizzled out, like the thing was made of pure shield. The squad stopped, shocked. The squid was blocking them, and there was no way forward unless they broke it. Ryan stepped up and asked Rei if she could take control for this part. She said with the gates wide open and nobody guarding them, she could aim right for the throne room. Ryan then turned to Akihina, asking what the hell was up with the giant squid. Akihina explained it could sense danger and, if it felt threatened, would start hatching its babies even faster. That set off alarms for the whole squad. Hinata explained that the towers sucked up all the planet's energy and fused it with people, creating those freaky monsters. Minato gave everyone a warning. The hatchlings could merge with anyone, including himself and Midori. So, their top priority had to be breaking the shield and wiping out those things before it was too late. As our hero walked into the crazy big castle hall, Mikhail was already waiting, looking even more dangerous than before. Rei was getting ready to jump in and fight. But suddenly, Callus spoke up inside Minato's head, saying if the enemy used a spear, then this fight was his. Callus didn't even need a real spear. He said his willpower was enough. Suddenly, Callus took over Minato's body, just as Mikhail charged in, his lightning spear crackling. In a flash, Callus yanked a flagpole from the ground and made it his new spear. He blocked the prince's attack so hard the whole hall shook, but Callus just stood there like a rock. Everyone in the room was stunned, especially Mikhail, who realized something was seriously different about Minato now. Even the horse started shaking, like it could feel the crazy power coming off Callus. Now, check this out. Way back in the history books, the first story about the founders was all about this dude Shimmer Callus, the Spearmaster. Hundreds of years ago, there was this brutal war. Callus looked scary as hell, carrying a spear 3 times his own height. The army he joined only wanted to get home safe, but their leader knew deep down that most of them wouldn't make it. Looking for a miracle, the leader asked Callus what he thought. Callus said he only wanted the war to end, and that the enemy was ruthless. They wiped out his whole village. This was his shot to stop the killing for good. The leader told Callus that if someone could take out the enemy general, the war would be over. Before the guy could even finish talking, Callus was already gone. He tore through the enemy army so fast nobody could keep up, and then just as quickly, he came strolling back. He said the general was dead. The soldiers checked through binoculars, and sure enough, the enemy camp was in chaos, and their general was down. They won the war with almost 0 losses. Total miracle, dude. After all that, Callus just went back to his home in the forest. He chilled there with his wolf mother, happy their home was safe again. But just when things seemed good, the sky went black, and out of nowhere, the Tower of Destruction fell from above and wiped out everything, even Callus's forest. And now, the same Spearmaster Callus was planning to end this fight, and you could feel the anger burning inside him. This dude had lost his whole family when he was alive, and he was still carrying that pain, just looking for payback against the cluster freaks who ruined everything. While the fight kept going, the rest of the squad ran up the castle and did their separate job. Natasha could only cry when she knew after the fight ended, Mikhail won't even be there anymore. Meanwhile, Callus just stood there, calm but deadly, waiting for Mikhail to make a move. Mikhail? He was straight up furious. The dude lost it and summoned this insane lightning storm domain, turning the entire hall into a wild light show with thunder crashing everywhere. But Callus? Bro didn't even flinch. He actually looked a little impressed by how fast and strong that prince was. But deep down, you knew he was thinking about all those innocent people the cluster had wiped out. The founders inside Minato, they all had stories like that. Some of them just waited in the mausoleum, blaming themselves, hoping for the right person to come along with the crest of nothingness. And now, that person was Minato. Callus, inside Minato's body, took a second to thank our boy for giving the founders a shot at revenge, then focused back on the fight. Mikhail charged in, moving like he was pure lightning, ready to end this. But Callus was on another level. Before he could even react, Callus just drove his spear right through him, so fast it was almost invisible. Fight over in one hit. The founders hated the cluster so much, it was kinda scary. Every single one of them was just waiting for the chance to let all that anger out, and Minato was the key to giving them that chance. As Mikhail started dying, his face relaxed. You could tell he was at peace for the first time, like he knew he was beaten by a real legend. Minato, back in control, quietly asked if there was anything he wanted to say before he was gone for good. Mikhail barely managed to reach out and handed Minato a small chain, asking him to give it to his sister. Our boy nodded, took the chain, and then finished things with a clean swing, sending Mikhail's fading body crashing into the rubble. In those last moments, that prince gently praised his horse and wished he could have seen his sister's coronation, because to him, she was the real owner of this kingdom. Then he faded away into dust, leaving that wish hanging in the air. With Mikhail gone, Callus faded back into the background, and suddenly Rowan, the big dragon founder, stepped up and told everyone he'd handle the next fight. The other founders were kinda shocked. Rowan wasn't the type to jump in like that. Meanwhile, the rest of Minato's squad finally made it to the giant theater hall. Natasha's dad was sitting at a piano, playing this soft song from back when he was still a normal guy. As they got closer, he just looked up, guessed that his son was dead, and started laughing in this super creepy way. Midori tried to step up, but the instant he moved, he got slammed by a wave of horrible memories. Like every person he'd ever hurt just punched him in the brain. Number 0 killed too many humans with his hand. It had somehow left a curse on him, making it impossible for Midori to attack humans anymore. Brutal. Everyone was still trying to figure out what to do when Natasha's dad suddenly charged at her, laughing like a maniac. Natasha knew the cluster was making him act like this, so she snapped off a sparklight spell, but the guy dodged it easily. Suho tried to land a hit, but even he missed. The dad jumped up, landed, and then started roasting Natasha, saying her skills were trash and asking where she learned that attack. Natasha kept her cool, didn't spill any secrets, and just said she learned it from one of the founders. That bombshell totally shocked everyone in the room. The dad didn't like that at all and rushed at her, but Claude slid in at the last second and blocked the hit, saving her. That only made Natasha's dad even angrier, and he went wild, attacking with full rage. But here's the twist. Rowan the dragon founder was waiting right behind him, mouth wide open, ready to chomp. See, Rowan had this crazy ability to become any kind of dragon, real or even made up. So, in seconds, Rowan just started eating Natasha's dad alive. And because that wasn't enough, he morphed into a giant T-Rex and kept tearing the guy apart, piece by piece. Yeah, that's one way to deal with a problem. Bro, what I could see is not T-Rex, but angry Barney.